881-6950.
When you get actual addresses, are you able to list that? Or are you just too busy right now battling the fire that's going to come later?
Yeah, that's got to come later. Our priority right now is to protect the structures that are still up there and make sure that everybody's safe and sound.
Can you tell us where exactly in Running Springs you have a particular problem right now?
It seems right now that the fire is burning south of Highway 330 in the Smiley Park and Fredalba area of Running Springs. And as well over on the east side of Running Springs is burning towards Arrow Bear Lake.
Do you have crews on the ground? And if so, which specific areas are you trying to target right now?
We do have crews on the ground, and the targeted areas are the same ones I just listed to you.
Okay.
We have most of the structure protection going on south of the 330 and then over on the other side.
How many crews do you have?
The latest information I have shows 7 crews over there, but I'm sure that we have more on the ground by now.
And 7 crews would mean how many people, give or take?
Probably 10 to 15 people per crew.
How effective has that DC-10 been?
So far, it's been pretty effective.
And you're just using it to, as we're seeing that it's just basically dropping Fostech in front of the fire. Is that the tactic being used?
Exactly. The idea is to try to slow it down a little bit so that the firefighters can do something with it on the ground.
Now, yesterday we saw the fires burning in Lake Arrowhead. Are we talking about 2 different fires here?
We are talking about 2 different fires. The one in Running Springs is called the Slide Fire, and the one in Lake Arrowhead is the Grass Valley Fire. In the Lake Arrowhead area, we're looking at about 1,000 acres that have burned, with around 113 structures lost. And in Running Springs, we're looking at 4,000 acres with an estimate of 50 to 100 structures at this point.
Wow. And still mandatory evacuations?
That's correct, still mandatory evacuations.
Is there one point that seems to be a gathering point for people to get information?
Yeah, the number that I gave you earlier would be a good point. Another place would be a website at www.incaweb.org.
Okay. Well, you must have your hands full with this fire. Are you feeling like there's any break for you at all? Any support? Any sign of progress for you?
Well, at this point, you know, what we're really counting on are the winds to die down a little bit. I'm sure that's what you're hearing from all the fires. You know, once the winds start to die down, we can get a grasp on things. But right now, everybody's just working as hard as they can to help protect the communities here in the mountains.
Jason, have you managed to evacuate all the people that you wanted to evacuate, and are the roads a problem? What are you telling people there?
We are telling people that it is time to leave. Of course, not everybody listens.
Yeah.
And what I'd like to pass on to those folks is that we'd rather spend our time and energy, working to make sure that the whole community is safe. If we have to pull people away to rescue folks that we're told to leave, we're wasting valuable time and resources.
Are you having a difficult time pulling people away? It sounds that way to me.
In some areas, we have run across some folks, yes.
Yeah, and what, you can't really force them, can you?
Not really, but they go into it, I think, with the understanding that we're here to do our jobs, and we'll do the best we can for them. But sometimes choices have to be made.
When it comes to Arrowhead, I think of some of the central points. You have your schools, you have your restaurant centers, you have the Lake Arrowhead Resort. Have the fires burned in those areas that might be central points of gathering?
The fires have not burned into those areas, no.
Okay.
Now, are you back to the evacuation part of this? Are they being told to go down the rim of the world or down Highway 18? Which direction are you asking people to leave?
We're asking people to leave in whichever direction they can from the mountains up there in the Running Springs area. If they could go down the 330, that's probably the best route at this point, although we do have fire on both sides of the highway. And then the folks over on the Lake Arrowhead side of the mountain do need to go down either Highway 138 or Highway 18.
Is there anything we can do to put out the word to get any help to you all?
At this point, I really don't have that information. We've been, kind of swamped dealing with other things, and we haven't been able to pull that together for you.
How we've mentioned the bark beetle infestation up there and the dry trees. How much has that played into this fire?
It's actually playing quite a bit into this fire. One of the nice things that's been going on in the communities up here, some of the landowners are taking responsibility for their land, and they're starting to thin out some of the smaller green trees, which helped contribute to the bark beetle problem in the first place. We have so many trees here that they all competed for water, and that's still the case, and that's why we're seeing fuel moisture is down in the single digits of percents. 60% is considered critical.
Yeah.
But right now we do have landowners that are actively managing their lands, and I'm hoping that in some of those areas where neighborhoods have gotten together and started to do that, we'll be able to make a stand.
Well, a lesson for us all here as we watch these fires. Jason Meyer, CAL FIRE, thank you so much. We wish you the best there in Running Springs and Lake Arrowhead.
Thank you.
Thanks for the info. Let's go to Will Kohlschreiber. He's
Sky Fox.
in Sky Fox over Modjeska Canyon. Is that right, Will?
Yeah, Carlos, we're actually quite far to the north. We're trying to make our way in here. Our position right now is basically over the 91 freeway at the 241. We've had to, on the outskirts of this fire, gain a lot of altitude because, again, the fire attack, the air attack tankers need their space, and we've been ordered to go up to 8,500 feet, which is taken some time for little Sky Fox to get up here. And what you see off in the distance there is Modjeska Canyon. Far off, the smoke right, the kind of the white smoke before that is actually Santiago Canyon. And as we look further off in the south beyond that, you can see what the remnants of the San Diego fire, the big plume up out in the distance, and it is just a sea of smoke billowing out in the distance, basically from the desert westward.
Will, were you in Sky Fox yesterday as well?
We were, and I can tell you we're having a much better day in Sky Fox today because of the wind has changed dramatically. Look, in fact, at the center of your screen, or just the left there, that plume going straight up was nowhere to be seen yesterday. Yesterday, everything was laying flat with, 50-mile-an-hour winds at the least in some spots even more. And it made flying very difficult, and obviously firefighting very difficult, and the fire moved very quickly.
Well, we saw the onshore flow actually starting to happen in San Diego County earlier in our reporting here this afternoon. And maybe we're starting to get some sort of onshore influence, and I may be speaking way out of turn because this is Mark's.
Yeah, I think it actually might be a little premature for the onshore flow, but before the onshore flow, just a neutral flow would be nice. And that's what you're, I think, seeing played out a little bit. Those chopper pilots are so, when I hear him, I was watching this morning on Good Day LA and Fox Morning News, and he was talking also about the fact that things were just a little less choppy up there. That's a huge piece of information, because it tells you that the winds up there, even at the modest altitude, at moderate altitude, I should say, not low altitude, but not super high altitude, but right in there, 8,000, 10,000 feet, those winds are not quite as intense, and that's a good sign.
Well, we're also thinking about those that are doing the water dropping, and what it must be like for them to be up being buffered by the winds. Boy,
yeah,
that's not an
winds,
easy job.
power lines. There's so many things that
all those things.
Yeah, one has to be aware of flying in and out.
Well, you see now the Modjeska Canyon, the other shot that we have of it, and we've been watching this really unfold this afternoon as it gets worse and worse. To remind you, they have pulled everyone out of there. It was too dangerous early this morning. Our Tricia Takasugi was there early this morning when the emergency was declared, and they pulled people out saying there's no way we can save structures, but we had to get everyone out of there, and they did pull everyone out of there, and it's caused some concern. Some people, they're very upset by that.
If you're not familiar with Modjeska Canyon, we can tell you it's an unincorporated area on the western slope of the Santa Ana Mountains. Take a look at this map here. It's in eastern Orange County. A rural community of several hundred residents. There's a small park, a volunteer fire station. Hard to think in this day and age that you have volunteer fire stations, but that's what happens in smaller communities. You have people who've lived there forever, perhaps generations. I know my family was part of a firefighting family in a small town, and to this day they have volunteer firefighters. Yeah. But the community comes together, and that's what they do in towns like this. There's a bit of history here. There's a Tucker Wildlife Sanctuary. That's important. We talked about the wildlife there. We saw earlier the llamas that were running around the hillside there. Modjeska Canyon is named after a Polish stage actress. Her name Helena Modjeska, and she settled in the late 19th century. Her home, in fact, is a National Historic Landmark, and we have not heard anything about the home yet, but a bit of history there. Yeah. When you think about it and do some research.
We have so much like that here in Southern California, so many pockets of interesting things that really bring us back to our roots in Southern California. And as we watch this, what appears to be a home burning in Modjeska Canyon, and really no resources to fight it, and firefighters are stretched to the max, unable to really be everywhere that they could be or would want to be to save homes, and the primary function of firefighters the last 3 days have been just to save lives.
And when talking to firefighting spokespeople as we have through the day, they still seem to concentrate in that area. They're waiting to the moment, clearly, when the winds really die and they can get in. But in the meantime, it's about saving lives and making sure that people are out of their homes, and it's trying to save people and livestock.
I think Dorothy Lucy put it perfectly yesterday. You know, when there was a threat to her home, and she says, just a building. I know, but I would be in tears. We talked about that, didn't we?
Well, you had a fire on your doorstep one day, so you actually could speak to that.
It was very emotional, and you know, we can say, yeah, it's just a house, but it is your house, and you do feel it, and it's a very emotional time, and my heart goes out to these folks who have lost their homes, have lost everything. And you know, they leave with what they had in their cars, and that's it.
Well, truly, it is the lives that are most important, but you think of what you've built into your home, the life that you have built for yourself.
And to be fair, it is, you're stealing so much of the past that's in the house, but you're also stealing the future, in a sense, because so much of the time that follows the fire will be rebuilding. And so in a sense, one can't help but be to find that a daunting, even if you don't think it through that way. It's all in that moment as you watch your home grow.
I remember just the rebuilding effort after the earthquake, and going through the insurance thing, the FEMA thing, all that kind of stuff, and it is daunting. It's you know, when we did story after story after story of the frustration of rebuilding, and you can just imagine when you're talking of thousands of homes in the San Diego area, hundreds of homes here in our area. Here in the greater Los Angeles area, you realize how many people are going to be going through this in the next several years as they try to rebuild their lives and rebuild their homes. It's going to be a tough time. You
know, I got a taste of what it must be like for some of these homeowners. I talked to Lily Lawrence, who owned the Kashan Castle in Malibu, and we were speaking by phone today, and she said, I just remembered my childhood photos. My childhood photos are gone, photos of my mother. Those are the things that are so hard to replace. And I said to her, hopefully friends will have photos and they'll copy them. They'll send them to you. You can start building that album again, some of those memories.
Sure, and they say, you know, when you're planning for evacuation, and all of us, after each one of these things, inventory the house a little bit more vigilantly so that we are prepared a bit better than we were the last time. They tell you to take photos, financial records, things that there may not be copies of.
But you never get it all.
Of course, you're right.
Yeah.
And you know, I said to my family members today, you know, we're going to make a list of the top 10 things. And once things, you know, calm down here with the fires, I'm going to try to do that. I keep saying I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you
just getting around to doing it and getting that list in the right place. You talk about evacuation plans and contact numbers and emergency contact numbers. But are we ever organized enough? Carlos, you having been through it, are you super organized now?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
okay.
I know where everything is, and you know, within a couple of boxes of stuff. You know, it's funny, but the fire that hit us in Thousand Oaks when I was living there really was a real wake-up call.
And well, you literally were there at the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, it was right up to our, and you know, it charred our house, so we smelled smoke for months. But clearly the wake-up call was, yeah, you get organized and you move forward and you go, next time around, this ain't going to happen to me.
Right.
And you're going to be ready for it. Look at what's going on in Lake Castaic there.
Yeah, and Kevin DeCumi's in Skyfox over this one. Kevin, what do you have for us?
Yes, Christine, this is a hot spot that's burning just off to, I'd say about 2 miles to the west of I-5 freeway here. And I'll also show you bombers have been in here making drops along the ridgeline off to the east of that. It looks like they're trying to draw a line here to make sure that if and when the winds do change, that it doesn't start blowing back and hop over to the other side of the I-5 freeway. Surprisingly, there's the amount of brush here is considerably less than what it could be. This is the area where the day fire took place the year before, so a lot of the heavier brush that burned during the day fire last year has already burned, but you can see there's still a significant amount of brush that's burning in this area. Now, the fire that was threatening the Hasley Canyon area yesterday and the night before has passed on here. You can see it's moved past, this is Hasley Canyon right here in the middle of your screen. The fire moved off to the north of it, stayed on the north ridgeline here, and then swept on through and has moved off over into the Piru Lake area. I'll pull out here and show you in the distance. That is the Piru Lake over there. So the fire has gone entirely around the lake and is moving out to the west in the Ventura County area. All of this area really burned heavily during the day fire. Surprisingly, there's this much brush that is still out here, but what is left of the brush is starting to burn here. The wind's still blowing out of the east, pushing all that smoke to the west. But if, like I said, bombers are trying to make an effort here to paint lines around this in case the winds do shift. That was a significant part of the problems with the day fire. It kept jumping back and forth across the 5 freeway at least 3 or 4 times because of the significant wind shifts that happened throughout that fire.
Now, Will Colschreiber told us that where he was, the winds were a little bit less crazy than yesterday, and it appears that here, at least, from what I can see, the smoke, the way it's laying down, the Santa Ana winds are really much more strong here.
Yeah, it's still blowing, but it is significantly less than the past couple of days. We're flying up here at about 7,500 feet, and we're having a much easier time than we have over the past couple of days, especially Sunday and yesterday. But it is, and this area, in this part of the world of the Castaic area, you can see the wind is still pushing it off to the west. But you can see that the smoke here is actually starting to rise much more quickly than it did yesterday. Those smoke lines yesterday, they were staying alongside these mountaintops all the way into the Simi Valley. So the smoke is rising a little bit faster here than it has been over the past couple days.
You should begin to see just this as the overall features of the Santa Ana break down. The upper level support for it, or at the highest levels of the atmosphere, it starts to break down first, and then you get the surface to follow. In this case, at least, that certainly looks to be the pattern. So that down on the surface, still strong winds out of the east.
Yeah, well, you were saying yesterday that the surface winds were blowing, at 70 miles an hour, and the upper level winds were also blowing at 70 miles an hour. So you had a complete block there that was just pushing the fires from place to place in a very quick way. And today, you can see that, yeah, there's a little bit of a breeze there, but not nearly what we've experienced the last couple of days.
Well, they have, and it is blowing at pretty good velocities down on the ground, but to see it break down in the upper atmosphere first is the sign that this will likely be the last day of the intense winds during this afternoon. I think this will be the end of the critical window from the standpoint of the sort of winds we've experienced, and then by this evening, I'm hopeful that if these forecasts come to pass, that we should be able to see a real slackening of the Santa Ana winds.
For now, though, this is Santa Ana season for us, so who knows when it could pick up again, another day, start all over again.
We've said so many times, Christine, of course you're right about that, that the Santa Ana season goes through the fall into early winter. So.
Now, the red flag warning originally had been posted until 3 o'clock today, and then they extended it because you say that the humidity continues to be very, very low.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, the fact that it was just, even though the winds diminish, you're still looking at humidity levels that are in single digits through tomorrow. So we don't see that layer of air close to the ground moistening sufficiently until Thursday. And so that's why the red flag warning has been extended through the day tomorrow.
And in this area, we still have the evacuations, Halsey Canyon, Valverde, Oak Springs, parts of Piru. Kevin, you're pretty far up, though. Can you see structures in that area? Okay.
It's hard to see structures in the distance here, but luckily, we'll show you some. There was one ranch home here. I was just noticing the fire went right around it. All around, you can see where the hillsides burned, but this ranch home was spared in this area along, also, like I said earlier, in the Halsey Canyon area. The fire stayed to the north. They were able to provide enough structure protection there that none of these homes that I can see were affected by the fire. It just stayed alongside the ridgeline. It didn't hop through the community like it did in the Canyon Country area on Sunday. So we're hearing that the town of Piru was threatened at a time. I'm not sure if it's still being threatened there. It's hard to see. The town of Piru is actually directly behind that line of smoke you see there in the distance. And off farther even to the west and beyond this next ridgeline around the smoke, you have the town of Fillmore as well. The fire seems to be staying in the hills well to the north so far of the 126. As a fire, if it does start moving towards the farther south, towards the 126, that's where you have much more populated areas through that valley there.
Well, that's good news. I mean, if it stays out in the hillsides where there aren't people, this is the kind of thing that we look for. But clearly, in those areas where fires attacking neighborhoods and homes, we're very, very concerned about that, and firefighters are doing everything they can to try to preserve as much of that as they can. When you look out here, I'm actually heartened that the weather is changing, and that really is clear by what we're seeing in the smoke.
And also this one, they have 10% containment on this one. The fire here actually broke out on Saturday, so it's been burning for a while here. They're hoping for more progress by Wednesday of next week. That's what they're saying about containment. So
how do you contain a fire that's like, look at where it is. It's up on the mountain, down in the valley.
It's so hard to handicap when
it's 2 miles away. It's like, I don't know how they do that, and they're so good at being able to figure that out.
If you can cut those fire lines and get a barrier, hopefully the wind doesn't cause it to jump the fire lines.
Well, what Kevin said is important. The day fire burned a lot of the fuel there, so at least this one here will probably just burn itself out.
And remember last night we saw Christy Fajardo with the bulldozers that were set up. That's how they cut those fire lines. They try to make a natural break. They try to anticipate where this fire is going to burn. And if the winds are calmer, that just helps them out so much more.
Well, yesterday, Jeff Michael was up in Running Springs. It was freezing cold and the fire burning like crazy behind him. And Nichelle Turner's up there now, and I'm wondering if it's still cold up there and if it's still windy. Nichelle, by phone, how you doing?
I'm good, guys. Not as cold as it was earlier this morning. It's actually pretty hot. The sun is out, probably in the 80s. But yeah, we're doing the kind of rudimentary thing with the phone because our audio is kind of, but I just want to show you because a picture is worth much more. Look at this huge plume of smoke behind me. Now, this is the town of Fredalba, and it is literally burning. That's what we're told. The country club, its name is Smiley's. It is fully engulfed. There are homes that are fully engulfed. Gina Silva is actually over there getting video of that right now. We've actually fed back some video of the country club that is engulfed in flames. But if you just look, Ray, if you can pan over here with me, if you take a look at the smoke from Fredalba and look at it's joining this huge plume here in Running Springs. It's been burning at a pretty good clip for about the last 3 hours now. And they've been doing the air attacks. They've had the DC-10s overhead. They've had the super scoopers overhead as well. But because they couldn't get in there yesterday and fight this fire because it was so big and so hot, so quick, and they didn't have enough resources, then it really kind of put them behind the 8-ball here. So they're getting like a day late start. So much has burned, and there's so much fuel that's going around right now. Right now, we're looking at one of the super soakers come in. They've again been dropping water on this fire. They've been doing as much as they can do throughout the whole day. But really, the officials out here told me that they had such a bad wind event last night that they couldn't really get back in. So it's really hurt them. And today, you can see why. I mean, this is just amazing to see, guys.
What are the people saying there? I mean, this is one of those things that I mentioned this earlier, that I'd been up there earlier in the year, and they were talking about not if, but when the fire would hit this area. What's the talk among the townspeople there?
Well, they're saying that basically, well, actually, it's mainly most of the officials, because there aren't a lot of people left here in the town. The only people that are here is all these tactical units that you see here. And the good thing, though, guys, they've actually got some port units in here today, and they said that they didn't have that yesterday because this was so dangerous. And I don't know, we've been following this all morning. Earlier this morning, I heard a series of explosions, huge booms, maybe 5 or 6 of them in a row, and we were told they thought they were propane tanks exploding. So that was another reason why they couldn't get in here and fight this fire, because it was just too dangerous.
Yeah, when propane tanks explode, they make a loud boom, and they are dangerous, and they can absolutely level a house.
Just the explosion from the propane alone would be right.
Absolutely.
Because of the pressure, but that's an impressive cloud, and we've been watching it also from the air. And have you seen that DC-10 fly by?
I haven't seen the DC-10 in a few hours. I've seen the super scoopers come through. The DC-10 came through twice and dumped its fire retardant on the fire over here in Running Springs. But I haven't seen one come through at Fredalba yet. And this one has been burning pretty good for a couple hours now. It's really been going pretty darn good.
As you were driving up there, what did you see? Did you see homes burnt to the ground?
Absolutely.
Tell us what that was like.
Well, unfortunately, this morning when we were coming through, it was about 3-something this morning, there was fire on both sides of Highway 18. And I did see structures burning. At that point, I didn't even really know what they were, but then I got confirmation that they were homes, and it was about 4 or 5 of them. We did get some official numbers a little bit ago, and we were told that there's about 100 structures that have been completely destroyed in the Running Springs area, and that they totaled that before the homes that burned today. So you know that number's going to grow. And also here in Fredalba, we're told that it's really bad. So they don't even know how much they've lost over here.
No, I know that officials were saying if you call for information, they can't give you addresses of homes that have been destroyed because they just haven't had the manpower to go door to door if there is a door left, but go street to street or road by road to check on the houses. But I will give you a phone number that you can get on myfoxlaa.com as well. Jason Moyer from CAL FIRE gave us this number. It's 909-881-6950, 909-881-6950. They can give you fire conditions there and also let you know where the fire is burning. And if you happen to have a home in that area, they can give you a pinpoint as to where the fire is and how it relates to where your home might be. And so those are the kinds of things that we have. It's funny, we can't get hard numbers on homes because usually we have lots and lots of resources to fight these fires, but as we've been reporting over and over again, just not enough people.
Can you guys see this plume covering the sun? It's just put this whole orange glow all over this entire town here, and that's happened a couple of times. It's very eerie, and it's just so tall. It's one of the more impressive things, and not in a good way, that I've ever seen.
Michelle, one thing that's impressive to note, and we mentioned this now several times this afternoon, we're going to continue to do it, to drive the point home, and that is that the winds have died down and the smoke is billowing skyward instead of laying down on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you said something about the temperature feeling warm. Now, yesterday, same time, we had Gina Silva there, I believe, and she was cold, very cold, and Jeff Michael said it was freezing. And that tells you that Santa Ana winds at that elevation can be very, very cold, but now it's warmed up. So, Mark, what's happening there?
Well, it's interesting.
Yeah, and you know, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mark.
No, I was just going to mention 2 things. One thing, we mentioned this a bit yesterday, but this air mass continues to warm, and tomorrow will be a warm day also. It's not going to get cooler even as the winds slacken. But we should also say it's still windy in spots there. Please make no mistake about it. But I do think we've been talking about it, that what's happening at the higher levels of the atmosphere, you're seeing that played out in those smoke plumes. There is a little less of that shearing off, and that is a sign that Santa Ana is more active at the surface, and perhaps we can see the light at the end of that the Santa Ana tunnel anyway.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. The winds have been gusting. We've had 3 or 4 really good gusts out here today. They've been calmer than we saw in other areas yesterday, and I remember seeing Gina up here yesterday, and she was really getting whipped around. I haven't experienced anything like that today, but we have got a couple that raise you up and knock you off your feet a couple times.
Boy, the size of that plume, excuse me, Chris, I just am astounded. As you've suggested, it's so enormous that it creates a cloud of smoke over the sun that filters the light. But beyond that, the remarkable thing is when you consider that cloud is covering parts of the ground that the scoopers have to reach with tactical strikes and the like, and that in essence airstrikes have to fly in and somehow still make pinpoint drops through that cloud. It's remarkable.
Jeff Michael just got here with me, guys, and he just told me they just drove through this huge cloud of smoke. If you don't mind, I'm going to put him on the phone here and have him kind of describe to you what he saw.
Okay.
Okay, here he is.
Hi, guys. We just got up here via the 330, and I got to tell you, it is a confusing road to drive, not knowing which way the wind is coming at you. This fire has jumped the 330. It's got to be 5 or 6 different times, different places, and it was interesting because we thought that the wind was heading south, and yet because of the slope of this fire, it seems to be kind of feeding back into the wind. And that's why I'm not altogether certain that Running Springs itself isn't being threatened. Even though the wind seems to be pushing the fire away, the fire is falling back up slope toward Running Springs.
Well, yeah, that confusion actually exists all over. Everyone's saying that the winds are very erratic, blowing in all kinds of different directions, and you experienced it firsthand. But you also you noticed that today you're not as cold as you were yesterday, Jeff.
Hold on, I'm trying to turn the volume up here on this phone. Say that again.
We've been talking about the erratic winds all day long, but we also mentioned that you're not as cold today as you were yesterday.
No, that's true. That's true. I think that the temperature certainly, it's funny when the wind dies down, I think it gives it a chance to heat up. And that's what Mark Thompson's been saying all along, is that often the hotter temperatures come after the higher winds. When they start to subside, it does heat up. I'm watching a sky crane right overhead over Running Springs right now. They're making drop after drop. I imagine pretty soon they're going to bring the DC-10 right into Running Springs, because that line of Fostech that DC-10 can drop is a preventative line, and I would imagine that we're going to get hit with that probably within the hour or so.
All right, Jeff, so you've made your way up from L.A. to Running Springs. My question for you, did you see any big rigs in trouble? Yesterday we saw some having tipped over due to the winds. You see any problems along the road?
Same thing, Christine. Same problem. Yeah, I saw probably about 5 or 6 big rigs that had flipped over, and it's hard to tell whether they had just been hit by the wind last night or this morning, or whether they're the same big rigs we saw yesterday. Because when you really think about it, in these high winds, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to bring in a tow truck and try to tow them out of there. They'll just flip over on the way out.
Yeah, the winds are still continuing to be a problem. Jeff and Nisha, we're going to leave you for a second, come back to you in just a moment as we go live to Ian McDonald from Orange County to give us an update on what's going on in Modjeska Canyon.
Thank you for having me on. Right now what we're dealing with are some shifting winds. Like was said earlier, the winds aren't as intense as they were yesterday, but what we're dealing with now are competing Santa Ana winds and offshore pressure. So that's creating shifting winds, erratic winds, and a very dangerous situation for both our firefighters and our civilians in the area.
How is it different from the regular Santa Ana winds that we were experiencing yesterday? How does that make it more dangerous and difficult to fight?
There are two hazards that are created by winds. First of which is that the fire travels very quickly when the wind blows on it. Secondly, shifting winds create an unpredictable path of travel for the fire. So if we start fighting the fire and we get all of our firefighters out on the fire line and the fire is burning away from them and they're controlling a flank, and then all of a sudden the wind changes, that fire can come right back at the firefighters.
So, Captain, is there anything you can do about this?
Well, there isn't anything we can do about the wind. What we do is we become more conservative when choosing where we are going to go. So we want to keep the first priority as life safety for both the civilians and the firefighters, and we're doing everything we can to protect those structures that are in harm's way.
And that's where your training comes into play, adjusting to the winds, noticing the shift in the winds, monitoring the winds, having knowledge about what happens when winds shift, because we've seen a loss of lives with firefighters when winds have shifted so quickly, even though they had protective gear.
Exactly, especially in the canyon areas where we can get those huge updrafts up the canyons, and we also preheat the other side of the canyons, and all of a sudden we find that both sides of the canyons are in flames at the same time.
Now, we were looking at Modjeska Canyon here, and it looks like the fire there is just running unabated. Is that an accurate representation?
We did have firefighters who were in the area and attempting to protect structures. We actually had to do what we call cut and run, which is where we decide that, hey, this situation is just too dangerous for our firefighters, in which case we evacuate the area. So there are certain areas in the canyon that we are not going into to fight fire at this time due to firefighter safety.
Captain, and just in terms of evaluating the danger today versus yesterday, just to frame the danger, is it, as these winds have become more erratic and the conditions prevail that you've described, is it more dangerous for a firefighter today than we've seen in the past 2 days?
Well, it is for several reasons. The first of which is the winds, which we've already discussed. Secondly, this is a Southern California fire event. You just got done cutting from Running Springs, where they're having their own incident, and so what that means to the Orange County firefighters is that we aren't getting the replacements on the fire line. We aren't getting new firefighters to fight the fire. So what we're dealing with are firefighters who've been fighting fire for days. They're tired, and a lot of the things that we normally do, people are tempted to take shortcuts. We're not doing that. We're keeping safety as our #1 goal, but that is a safety concern.
Well, you're human beings after all, and that's the thing that you have to be concerned about. And have you asked for any support from out of state, perhaps other agencies, to help you out with your particular fire?
Yes, we have. The chiefs that are in command of this incident are working on the resource needs. But what we are running into, as is all of the fire agencies in Southern California who are having fires right now, is that all of the air resources that I know of are dispatched. All of the firefighters that are available to fight fire are fighting fire. We still have to be available for medical aids in our communities, for regular structure fires in our communities, for all kinds of emergencies. So the fire service right now is doing everything we can, and we're working 110% to keep the population safe and to save as much property as possible.
Are you working with any of the inmate crews that we often see on forest fires?
I have not been apprised of the inmate crews on this fire, but the correctional system does a fantastic job of providing us with hard workers who get out there and do a lot of work on the fire line.
What's the status of, can you give us just kind of a rundown of, under the OC Fire Authority, what is happening right now and what you're working on?
Well, right now, the Orange County Fire Authority is being assisted by agencies. CAL FIRE is here in case the fire goes into federal land or the state land. And really what we're looking at is a safety issue for the next operational period, which is the next 12 hours. And we're trying to hopscotch from neighborhood to neighborhood as the fire progresses through those neighborhoods to keep the structures safe with the limited personnel that we have.
Where are the fires? Can you give us some pinpoint areas? Can you list them for us?
Our initial concerns were Portola Hills, Foothill Ranch. Right now, we're very concerned about Modjeska Canyon, as you can see on your monitor.
Right.
And as the fire moves with the wind and as the wind shifts and changes, that's where our resources are going to be placed.
I understand Modjeska also has a volunteer fire department. It's probably more for a situation where you have homes that are actually burning that are maybe individual versus a huge forest fire like this or a huge canyon fire like this. But are you working with the locals as well?
We do have some what we call volunteer firefighters in the canyon areas where we don't have the resources to station a permanent paid station. Right now, what we're doing is we are evacuating all of those canyons. As I said before, Modjeska Canyon is dangerous for our firefighters right now, and so we're just concentrating on pulling everybody out and making sure that we don't have any injuries.
Captain Ian McDonald, we appreciate your bringing us up to date on what's going on in Orange County and the fire authority there, and we appreciate the good work that you're doing. And we're going to go down to the ground to Tricia Takasugi, who's been at the mouth of Modjeska Canyon, kind of looking at things. What's the latest there, Tricia?
I will tell you, Carlos and Christine, since the last time I spoke with you, we did see a couple more fixed-wing aircraft in the area making some drops. Right now, these flare-ups continue right now. We are on Santiago Canyon Road and Modjeska Grade Road, and these flare-ups have been going on, for the past hour and a half, 2 hours now. And every time it seems they get one out, then suddenly it just pops right back up again. Tommy, if we can pan over just a little bit, I wanted to show you something interesting. There's about 3 or 4 llama sitting up there on that hilltop there. They had escaped from a home that we believe had burned down. They were somehow able to get out of their backyard, and they've just kind of been hanging out. But there are a lot of folks with animals in this area. We don't know if all of them were able to be rescued, but as is the case there with those llama, they somehow make their way out. We happen to be at this intersection here where I thought most of the fuel had burned itself out, but I'm amazed that every couple of minutes we get another flare-up like this, so that is evidence that there is still plenty of dry fuel here to burn. One of the reasons we came to this corner is because we thought everything had burned out already, but obviously not. There's these big, huge plumes of black smoke. Carlos, as you were talking about earlier, the winds are not very strong right now, so a lot of times when we see these flare-ups, we notice that the smoke is billowing straight up into the sky or just barely being blown. So that is working, the wind condition is working in firefighters' favor out here, because earlier in the day when we did experience some very strong wind gusts, we saw embers flying and huge flare-ups happening all around us in many different areas, so many so that firefighters couldn't get to all of them.
Well, this fire's burned more than 15,000 acres.
We were told close to 16,000 now.
16 now. Okay, it's continuing to grow. Information I have, 900 Modjeska Canyon residents evacuated.
Yes.
Tricia, you talked earlier about there being about 200 homes, give or take, in the canyon.
That's correct. And we just got word from the Orange County Sheriff's Department on their radio frequency that they are now moving to evacuate the Cook's Corner area, and they're going to continue moving a little bit further south, and they're going to move further east because they believe that's the direction. So they're gearing up, getting ready to do those evacuations as well. And those areas are also very rural, kind of hilly, like in the area that we're at. So those present very special challenges for both law enforcement and firefighters who are trying to reach these residents and tell them to get out. And these are residents who may be separated by large pieces of land. Maybe they're trying to get their animals. So it's a challenge to get word out to all of the residents over such a wide, spread out area in order to get them to move out, because they don't realize how fast this blaze is moving and how the flare-ups continue to come up and how some of the embers can be carried over, maybe over another ridge into another canyon and start up another fire. We've seen it happen all day long. They continue to flare up, and again, those are under relatively mild conditions. Yes, it is very dry out here, but the wind has been relatively moderate except for those few gusts, those strong gusts that we continue to get in this way. So it's still a very dangerous situation, continues to change out here, but the fact that the Sheriff's Department is going to be ordering even more evacuations in neighboring canyon areas, that's not a good sign. They then believe this is going to continue to burn. Eventually it will just reach wilderness area. It will just reach Angeles Forest, where there is no more homes. But until then, they still have a lot of homes they're going to try and save, and a lot of people they're going to try and get to safety.
Well, we've been watching from Skyfox as well a little bit of a flame approaching a house, and it looks like someone got some water on it as it was getting close to a home, and it actually, I'm not sure whether they were able to knock it down or not, but you see the flames right behind. See that house on the right-hand side of your screen? It's kind of obscured by the smoke. It was approaching, and it looked like it was building, and then all of a sudden the flame went down. Not sure whether people are still there trying to fight the fire with their garden hoses or whatever, but there you see that house we were watching just a few minutes ago, and it looks like there might be some people there who are actually doing the job that they need to keep their houses safe from fire. But
with the sort of flare-ups that we've seen happening here today, I don't think anyone with any sort of garden hose really could protect their home. These flare-ups happen so suddenly and move right up to the house. I really don't think the homeowners stand much of a chance.
And you can see that, you know, the homes are surrounded. They're beautiful hillside homes surrounded by trees in a beautiful spot with great views, and it's these trees that so many of us have put around our homes that actually create the firestorm around the houses and actually take the houses down when there's a big fire.
And because we're in such a rural area, Modjeska Canyon, there's just so much dry fuel that's ready to go
Tricia,
up.
let me just point out that there is a fire truck. I see it there at the bottom of the road. Yes, there's is covering it, and there you see the fire truck.
They're sort of just stopping to monitor the situation. We haven't seen at this particular location any active firefighting going on. When these flare-ups happen, a lot of the guys will come by and sort of just keep an eye on it because it's not threatening a home in this immediate area, and they'll sort of let it burn out.
Well, Tricia, we are seeing flames right near one of the homes there. There's a small cluster there. We can see now another emergency vehicle right there. So there's a small cluster of 2, possibly 3-story homes there, and the fire is right up on one of them.
My guess is that they have some hand crews in there trying to knock these flames down so that they don't get any closer to the homes.
And I did hear an airplane overhead. I can't see it because of the smoke, but I did hear one. So hopefully the air resources are helping to kick in those situations as well when it's threatening those homes.
Yeah, they might be waiting for an airstrike at this point because those flames are getting very, very close, and we see another line of fire just above it coming down as well. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, looks like 7 homes in this little pocket, this cluster, as Christine just called it, of homes in Modjeska Canyon, and we're not sure just what the resources are. There's actually several more homes there in that cluster, and if this line of fire moves through that neighborhood, those homes will all be taken out, and I can see that the firefighters that are there are assessing that and hoping maybe they will get some sort of aerial support.
I think what's troublesome, the fact that the Sheriff's Department has already been given word to get ready to evacuate the neighboring canyons east of here. They believe this is just going to keep moving. And the damage that it has done here in Modjeska Canyon could indeed happen in the neighboring canyons as well.
All right, we'll keep a watch on this one here, Modjeska Canyon. That line of fire, though, very scary. It's almost like it's coming towards that cluster.
Yeah.
It's like aiming right for it. So we'll keep a watch on that. We have Kevin Dakumi and Sky Fox. Kevin, where are you now? Oh wow, look at this scene. Kevin?
Yeah, this is that same kind of hotspot that's been flaring up here along the west side of the a couple miles to the west side of the 5 freeway. I'll show you how well that flame retardant is. That Fostech you see has dropped there. The bombers have been working this line of the ridge here. You can see where the fire came right up to it, and now is kind of smoldering, has kind of put the fire down. So that Fostech line is holding for the moment as long as the winds continue to be out of the east here, blowing the smoke to the west. Looking farther into this canyon, there aren't any homes here. It's all just brush, dry brushland and fire trails here. So no homes threatened that we can tell at this point. I want to show you something here. This is our view of the Arrowhead fire from here. You can see the smoke in the distance, and that smoke extends all the way from Arrowhead and then makes its way all the way to the west over downtown LA, over that's the San Fernando Valley nearest, that's the Santa Clarita Valley nearest, and that's the Mount Lee, the backside of Hollywood sign right there. You can see all that ash falling down on all of these communities. But the one thing we have noticed is that the arc in the smoke is changing. You can see that just off to the left of the screen there, the smoke is starting to blow to the north now. Before, earlier and yesterday, all this smoke was a direct line going left to right and blowing out towards the west, but it is starting to shift a little bit. You can see there's a little bit of arc in that smoke that is coming off of the Arrowhead fire. So that's an interesting note that we just started to see there, as well as the smoke in this area is starting to lift a little bit more straight up than it was over the past 2 days.
And that's what Mark was talking about earlier, that yeah, the conditions are changing slowly and becoming more favorable, but as Captain McDonald from the Orange County Fire Authority mentioned, that that as they change and the winds begin to shift, they create their own fire danger for firefighters. So this is erratic winds, unpredictable winds are more dangerous than even the Santa Ana winds that are predictable in their direction, because at this point they can't tell whether they'll get circled encircled in a firestorm that could create problems for firefighters. So it is interesting to note that the weather is changing, and that we're basically 10 minutes away from the red flag, the original red flag warning being lifted, and they extended it to tomorrow at this time. So at least the Santa Ana wind component of this was supposed to expire at 3 o'clock today, and they extended the red flag warning to tomorrow because the humidity was low. And so that's, we would expect that the weather conditions would change, and they have, and that's exactly what's happening. And you showed it dramatically there with that pan from Arrowhead all the way across to LA, and you can see that the smoke has pretty much covered the entire LA basin.
Yeah, as those conditions change, you know, like you said, the firefighters really have to be aware of those changing conditions, because they do have a lot of hand crews in some of these places right now, and as those winds shift, it could start to burn areas that have not burned. It could burn back on itself, but those fire crews need to be very aware of their position when the winds do change here.
Kevin, you were talking about a Fostech line there. Also, that dirt road is kind of serving as a buffer and stopping the fire. Where is the Fostech line?
The Fostech line is just off to the west of that fire road there. You can kind of see it as it's painted. It's a red line alongside the road there. We'll widen out and show you in relation to where the fire is actually burning.
Oh,
There's
yes.
a wash that's alongside that ridge, and then just off to the left here, that is the I-5 freeway right there. Traffic seems to be moving up and down the I-5 freeway without any problems here. Firefighters are also working a hot spot that Rory Marcus was showing us earlier, where these helicopters were refueling inside lower Castaic Lake here. There are a few small homes. There is one community here, and then just into the canyon beyond this ridge, there's one or two ranch homes. Firefighters are working to put down these hot spots in that area. You see, we've gotten a few flare-ups every once in a while, but no 100-foot flames in the heavily deep brush area, but you can see what kind of terrain they're having to deal with here, because as one of these Sikorskys come in here, you have fighter fires that are up on a ridge looking down on a bowl, which is pretty much just a sheer drop from that. So you have smoke going up this mini canyon here, the wind also coming up through these mini canyons, and then the firefighters in these helicopters having to deal with all those updrafts when the wind stops, and then you get descending winds that come in there. So they're trying to make the best effort in here to make as pinpoint a drop as they can in these very treacherous conditions.
So rugged. We're going to keep your picture here, Kevin, and go to Rory Marcus, who's on the ground, who's been watching this exact fire from the ground. Rory.
Well, Carlos, we're here in Castaic. You might remember earlier we were at Castaic Lake and they were picking up the water there. This is where they were bringing it. We're right in the neighborhood here in Castaic. In fact, the water drop is coming up now, and you can see back there in the canyon, that's where the fire is. And it has been just unbelievably stubborn. As soon as a water drop comes and knocks down some flames, then some other flames will spark up. But you can see also down in that canyon that there is a heavy presence of firefighters, and they're being aided by fighting this fire from the air. Chris lives here in the neighborhood and actually is a member of the Santa Monica Police Department. What's it been like today? How long has it been like this?
Since they were flying in the morning, about 7:30, 8 o'clock when we first saw the helicopters out. And it's been working its way over slowly, but it got here pretty quick.
Well, at one time the flames were way back, right? Back in the hills a little bit further back?
Right, they were 2 ridges over. But once the wind kicked up again, it came here pretty quick.
Was there a time at all where, I mean, for instance, right now, it doesn't seem like you're incredibly worried, but was there a time where it looked worse than this?
It looked worse, but the houses are built kind of far away, so you really can't get more than about 150, 200 yards from the houses.
Now, Chris, is this an area that has burned before right through here?
Yeah, in 2001, we had a fire that completely surrounded the whole neighborhood. It was much worse than it was now, and they didn't seem to have as many helicopters on it back then as they do now. They really have a lot of support out here.
The houses that are up on the top of that hill right there, and you were telling me earlier that that hill leading up to those homes is where they actually set backfires, right?
Right. They were shooting flares off the back of these houses into that hillside. I don't think they're going to do that now with all those guys down in that canyon.
As your experience as a police officer, it looks like they have things pretty well in hand, doesn't it?
Right. I'm not a fireman, but yeah, they've got a pretty good handle on this for now. But you know, I feel bad for the people who've lost their homes in the other places. We're pretty lucky here.
This neighborhood right now, this is almost a spectator sport. Everybody's out here just kind of watching.
Yeah, no school today up here, so all the kids are out too.
All right, Chris, thanks and good luck.
All right, thank you.
If you look down the canyon there, right now it's mostly smoke. And the flames come up and they stop, they come up and they stop, but it's still pretty far back. It's maybe, I don't know, 500, 600 yards from the nearest home.
Rory, we can see Kevin actually showed your exact location at the end of that street as we watched the helicopter come in with the water drop, and so that canyon actually would would have funneled those flames right into that neighborhood, and they have made a stand there, and the flames really have not pushed beyond that chain link fence where you're standing in front of.
No, not at all. And I don't think they're going to unless there were to be a dramatic change, because as we mentioned, there are so many personnel down in that canyon, and they have a good handle on it, and they're getting water drops every 60 seconds or so. So even though it is fairly close and people are keeping an eye on it, as far as it being a major threat right now, at this moment, it doesn't look like it. But of course, we've seen that before.
Yeah.
You said 60 seconds. It is incredible to watch how these helicopters work, how quickly they can dip down and get that water and get back up to their location and make their drop. It's really incredible to watch.
Well, they're in tandem. There are 3 or 4 helicopters all working, and it's just a big circle. They go around to Castaic Lake, pick up there, come around this way, move in, make their drop, and go back out again. And they're just fearless. You know, they hover over the water, they pick up the water, and they go straight into that canyon, just with precision drops. It's really been something to watch.
I'm going to do something a little strange here now. Let's play command post here. This fire looks like it's well in hand. You've got a couple of helicopters working there. They could sure use these choppers at Modjeska Canyon. And you wonder at some point, does some bigger authority say, look, this one's pretty much in hand. Let's move these guys over there. I wonder if that sort of thing happens, and if any fire official is watching this broadcast, we'd like to have that answered somehow. If there's a possibility that you could, you know, divert resources from one area to another that easily, or is it a you know, political red tape that lets this, that allows that not to happen?
But isn't that really what it's all about? Is the allocation of resources, and you can, I'm sure, at levels that we're not even privy to, second guess the allocation of resources in ways that we can't even quantify because we're not firefighters ourselves.
Yeah, you would know it, but Rory, they've got a lot of resources there, and we're watching houses burn in other parts that they could sure use the helicopters.
I understand, but I think it's a tough call. You know, you've
really
seen many times where you'll look out and you think, well, that's pretty well in hand, and the smoke is going down, the flames are going down, and literally within 2 or 3 minutes, all of a sudden it's jumped another ridge. And even this one, each time they make a water drop, it goes out, a minute later it's back up. Not big, but back up again. So I think it's a real tough call unless they really feel it's out to pull resources off of a fire.
Yeah. Well, I just throw it out there, just to, you know, something to think about.
By the way, that does frame the argument in even more stark terms. In other words, if you make that decision to break them away from a situation, and then that situation essentially reignites, quite literally, there's some real explaining to do.
Yeah. Wow.
We're going to check back in over at Modjeska Canyon. Tricia Dagasuki. Tricia, is that a flare up there?
Yes, we've had yet another one here, Christine. Take a look. And this is a pretty sizable one, but as you see these fire trucks coming by, they're not actually stopping to extinguish these flare-ups. They're just kind of checking it out and moving on. And I think it's because there's no structures threatened, and they're letting just all of this vegetation and fuel burn out. There's a couple more fire trucks, several. I see 3 or 4 coming down the hill, and they've just passed 2 giant flare-ups, and they're just driving down the hill. They're heading someplace else.
It looks like they're evacuating. It doesn't look like they're doing anything but just evacuating.
It's possible, but they're not stopping on the roadside here on Santiago Canyon.
Or they may be empty. I mean,
these
tankers may be empty and need to get
but you can see how fast this is going up just in the last couple of seconds.
That concerns me for you, Tricia. How are you feeling standing right there?
We're pretty good. We've had a lot of practice this morning running from the flames, and so I think we're using our best judgment here. When we start to feel that heat, we'll start to back off, but at the moment I think we're pretty safe. The rest of the vegetation just right in front of us here has already burned, so I don't think there's anything too terribly close to us that can burn, but what's left of that, you saw how fast that went up, and that's what we've been seeing all day long. These various hot spots, just seemingly out of nowhere, will just pop up, a huge black column of smoke, and then the flames just shoot up. And it just seems like they're burning themselves out because we don't see, whether it be airdrops or any of the firefighters on the ground actually extinguishing them. And again, I want to point out, I think the reason is there are no structures right here that are threatened. So because these firefighters cannot be everywhere all the time, in the areas where vegetation is burning, they're letting it burn the fuel out so that there will be nothing left to burn.
Well, you talked about there not being structures right there. Perhaps they are moving to another area where they're more needed. We're looking at a wide shot right now, an aerial shot of some homes. It's a pocket of homes that are kind of in the line of fire there. Looks like the fire has burnt away from the home just a little bit from when we saw it earlier. So who knows where that team of firefighters is going.
And we have noticed throughout the day the winds just continue to shift back and forth. I was looking at a flag up here and I could see it blowing one way, a couple minutes later it would turn and blow the other. So the winds have been changing and the gusts have been changing. And the fact that we heard the Sheriff's Department is ready to now start evacuating the Live Oak Canyon area, and if they have to, the Cooks Canyon area, and even continue moving further east. That's what they think of this blaze, is that it is just going to continue to move east. So they are ready to start doing evacuations in those neighboring canyon communities as well.
Well, I'm amazed at the number of trucks that we've watched go past you there, and
we
wondering
have seen
what
that all day.
Oh, you have?
They're sort of racing from one end of the canyon to the other, and I would like to think that they're going to areas where there are homes threatened. But most of the day, we've just been seeing fire trucks racing back and forth. There's only a couple of main roads here in Modjeska Canyon, and that's why I think these firefighters have been doing a great job. They've been on it, heading to a spot. We see them coming back. We see them going over there. I don't know if they're the same trucks or not, but it's been that active for most of the day. The other thing that's a danger factor in this area are the utility poles here. I don't know if you can see, although the utility poles are along the side of the road, the actual live wires traverse across the road. And so earlier today we saw one of these poles just snap off at the top, and the danger is that these wires could then drop onto the roadway, and this being Santiago Canyon Road, the main road in and out of here, that right there could be a very dangerous factor, and I think one of the reasons why they decided to get people out of the area, but it could be a danger even for the firefighters as they continue to race around the canyon roads here.
And I'm sure every department is different, but we were talking about, Carlos, the number of vehicles that just passed Tricia by right now. We had talked earlier with somebody from CAL FIRE saying that there are 10 to 15 members per crew. So how many per vehicle probably depends on the vehicle. Yeah. So if you have 1, 2, 3 people per vehicle, perhaps, that would be several vehicles per crew. So that could be just one crew right there pulling out, moving to another location.
So just in that last minute, remember when you saw that giant flare-up? Now it's all of a sudden really pretty quiet, and that did it on its own.
Well, we're watching this one cluster of homes up in the canyon very carefully and very closely, I should say. And boy, they're in danger there. I know that there is a fire truck there. We noticed that in our initial shot, and it's still there. And despite all the crews that just left, and they may be heading to this area for all we know, because we're not sure what the relation is as far as from where Tricia is to where this cluster of homes is. Modjeska Canyon has lots of little fingers in areas where there are clusters of homes.
There is one good sign, which is if I'm looking in a southerly direction, I can actually see blue sky now. And for most of the day, that wasn't the case. It was just filled with thick smoke. But as I'm looking south, I can see blue sky. So for some reason, it is clearing up in that area.
If you're just joining us, you're watching continuing coverage of the Southern California wildfires here on KTTV Fox 11. Carlos Amezcua, Christine Devine, and Mark Thompson with you. Tricia Takasugi at Modjeska Canyon as we're watching the fires burn in much different conditions than yesterday. Fires burning down in San Diego County as well, and fires burning up in the Arrowhead Running Springs area. And weather conditions have changed dramatically. We can see that the smoke is now really starting to billow more vertically as opposed to horizontally. There you see the Google Maps. This is an amazing view of all of the fires in Southern California, and you can see them all the way up from Santa Barbara all the way down to the border with Mexico. We mentioned that earlier today, that should these fires cross the border into Mexico, that would be a devastation in Tijuana of monumental proportions. Of course, what is bigger than 300,000 people evacuated in the San Diego County area? I've never heard of anything like that other than maybe Hurricane Katrina that happened in New Orleans. But there you see the number of fires throughout the Southland, and this is the fire that we're watching in Modjeska Canyon.
They're calling it the largest evacuation crisis in California. FEMA already on the way, sending cots and blankets. The evacuation centers in San Diego, you think of the stadium and Del Mar, housing so many people, hundreds of thousands of people. evacuated, where are they going to go? Hotels are full. These evacuation centers are very busy right now with so many people. So they've had it worse in San Diego. The number of homes lost, we're hearing possibly 1,500. I mean, the count is going to go up as we look at the fires that are still burning. This one right here in Modjeska Canyon.
Well, in San Diego, during the 2003 Cedar Fire, they lost over 2,300 homes. And they're saying the number that we have is a preliminary number, and I'm sure it will more than double as they get the count, because in Arrowhead, for example, Running Springs area, they've not counted anything.
No.
They sort of have a figure that's around 200, and
right.
yesterday it was 128 for a long, long time. And they guess. They're guessing a lot because unlike other fires where you have just one fire, they have a lot of resources. They could actually send people out and say, all right, we want you to count the number of structures. They don't have a person to do that. They're too busy fighting the fire.
Exactly.
Right. And that's the case all over. And
it's everywhere, yeah.
Well,
there's no way to inventory a lot of the damage.
Yeah. In Running Springs, they have 7 crews of 10 to 15 people per crew. That's not a ton of people when you think of all the fires that are burning, the fires that have destroyed so much there in that area already. Think also all the services that are affected. We've talked about the down power lines and power outages. Also, postal services being affected. We can tell you about that right now. And the fires affecting all of us here in Southern California. The Postal Service saying they have been unable to deliver mail to hundreds of thousands of homes, of course, because of the fires. Postal Service spokesman Richard Mayer said that 25 post offices were closed today, mostly in San Diego and San Bernardino counties. Deliveries to, get this is staggering, this number, 400,000 plus homes and businesses affected, not getting their mail today. One post office in Green Valley Lake near Lake Arrowhead actually burned down. They may never get that mail. Postal officials were setting up alternative post offices where evacuees could attempt to pick up their mail, but boy, that's a lot of work.
So it seems that fire is the only thing that can stop
well, there you go, Carlos.
The Postal Service from their appointed rounds. It's incredible. Almost 500,000 customers without their mail.
Just in that area. I mean, that's when you just reduce it to those counties.
And this warning, the March of Dimes is urging women and families with young children to take special precautions as the fires burn. They say that expectant mothers and babies are at increased risk during disasters, and you need to take precautions. They advise you to stay indoors, wear protective masks, and avoid inhaling smoke and pollutants. For families who must leave home for safety, here are some important reminders. Notify the shelter immediately if you're pregnant. Bring with you medical records and your children's medical records. It's so important to have those things handy and ready to go in the case of an emergency. Bring your medicine, your prescriptions, prenatal vitamins, baby formula, pacifiers. You can bring with you plenty of water and high-protein snacks. Here's one point they make that we should all adhere to. Try not to allow the stress to get to you. Well, how do you do that?
Now we have Dr. Lisa Masterson on the line, and Dr. Lisa, nice to talk with you. Thanks so much for being with us. You know, this is a traumatic time for everyone, but especially for the young ones. Tell us what you just saw some of the advice we gave. Can you add to that?
Well, especially for pregnant women. As an obstetrician, this time is really sensitive for pregnant women. It can be a very stressful time, as you said, so they need to decrease their stress as much as possible, reach out to loved ones. But as far as smoke inhalation for pregnant women, we don't have a lot of studies. They should, you know, do the same things as the general public. There hasn't been anything to show that it's really going to affect the birth weight of the baby, but this is a possibility. So again, they want to, you know, stay away from the smoke. Definitely don't exercise outdoors. If they can get into an air-conditioned place where the air recirculates itself, that would be the best thing. And again, don't exercise outside. Try and stay inside more often, because even though there aren't a lot of studies, there is the possibility that it can affect the birth weight for the baby, causing low birth weight.
Well, we know what secondhand smoke can do, so this is sort of like that, right?
Exactly. It's very, very similar. So you use the same sort of precautions.
Yeah.
What about people with asthma? I've done so many stories on children with asthma or adults with asthma. This has got to be very hard on them.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And if, you know, people feel like they're having difficulty breathing or having chest pain or something like that, you should consult your health care provider as soon as possible.
We talked about the things that you need to bring if you're evacuating, the formula, the medications, any word you'd want to put out to, I mean, all of us. You know, I talk about us living in earthquake country or any kind of disaster where you have to leave immediately. Should you have an extra set of medications or your medications together in one bag? How do you do that so you're prepared?
Well, definitely if you have any medical conditions, asthma, definitely in this time, you want to make sure you have all of your medications with you. Make sure that you don't wait until you're on your last pill. Make sure that you have enough so that you're not going to run out. So call your pharmacy if you're getting close to running out of your prescriptions. So in case you're going to be away from home for a while, make sure that you have emergency numbers, if that's your pharmacist, your doctor, especially if you're pregnant, make sure you have a route to a hospital that's close by and that you keep in touch with your doctor. But definitely medications, especially heart medications, make sure that you have those with you.
Dr. Lisa, I'm going to say this for both sexes because both men and women get hysterical in situations like this, especially when you're asked to evacuate your home, when flames are in your neighborhood and you see them and you see it attacking and you see firefighters and police, and people tend to get hysterical and the kids respond immediately to the way the adults are behaving. So I'm just throwing it out there that maybe you have some advice for how to keep calm in a situation like that.
Just remember that we have great relief systems in place, like the Red Cross, and our firemen are fabulous. And just remember to listen to the PSAs, the public service announcements, to keep updated, and know that everything is going to be okay. Just believe in that. And again, talk to your family, get support from your other family members so that they know what's going on around you. But yes, the more you can remain calm, it's going to be difficult, and everybody handles stress differently. But just try and believe in the system, the relief system that we have in place is excellent.
Lisa, I can't imagine what it must be like for those people that are at the evacuation centers. We're talking about stress for everybody else, or people who have to evacuate, but imagine being at one of those disaster centers where there are limited resources, limited bathrooms. Food comes when they bring it, short in supplies, they're sleeping on cots. How do you de-stress in that kind of situation?
Reach out to those around you. Try not to be so in-focused. Try and help others. Try and reach out to others to try and become a community there. Get to know the people that are there, the resources that are around. It's a very difficult time, and emotions are going to go up and down. Allow yourself to feel. If you're upset, reach out to your loved one. Communicate. Talking about things. Don't let them be bottled up, and and reach out to people. Sometimes looking out for others helps you, get over your fears.
I think you're absolutely right. That's such a great lesson. No matter what's going on in your life, to take care of others makes you feel so much better.
What about helping people rebuild? Carlos and I both know somebody who's lost a home in this fire. What do you say to people who want to help somebody else rebuild, whether you know somebody or you just are concerned in general?
Well, just that it can be something new. You always have to look at the positive. I mean, we always think everything was absolutely perfect before, but there's a lot of hope in starting anew. You get to start fresh. You get to recreate. You get to, have a new identity. Start something new. And if you look at it in that positive light, of course you're going to be sad about the things that you've lost. But if you can look towards the future, I think that really, is helpful. And then, finding all your insurance things. Again, people should make sure that they have their insurance things together with them. So, because obviously money is definitely going to be an issue besides looking towards the future.
Dr. Lisa, thank you so much for that advice. We appreciate you joining with us here on Fox 11 as we watch Running Springs and the DC-10 once again making a pass. This plane has been used to drop Fostech, that fire retardant material, in front of the fire in the advancing flames, in attempts to slow the advance of the flames up in the Running Springs area, exclusively being used up there in conjunction with other aircraft dropping water. But this plane has been dropping the Fostech in front of the fire and apparently been very effective as we watch it come in to make its drop. It's an impressive sight to see this huge DC-10 flying at such a low altitude. Nichelle Turner's there in Running Springs as well as Jeff Michael, and they've seen it fly overhead. It has to be an impressive sight.
Running Springs is one of the areas that it's being hit particularly hard today. We have some information on evacuation shelters that people in the Running Springs area might want to head to, even Orange County. This is Riverside evacuation centers and shelters. And one thing that I thought was interesting, U-Haul was very good about donating some facilities for people to store their belongings for about a month. We're directing you right now for the Riverside area to Red Cross shelters. Temecula's helping out. As of 3 p.m., evacuees should go to Temecula Valley High School. I'm going to give you the address if you don't know it. It's 31555 Rancho Vista Road. The cross street is Margarita, Rancho Vista Road, Margarita. Previously, evacuees had been sent to the Temecula Community Center, which is open to serve residents displaced by the Roca fire. As of 3 p.m., the people needing shelter are being directed to Temecula Valley High School. Reason? The community center has reached capacity. Third shelter site being designated to serve this stream of evacuees. It's expected to exceed the available space at Temecula Valley High School. So if you don't have a place to go, you could maybe check there and they can direct you for a third shelter being set up in the next few hours.
The local authorities certainly will help you find a place to go. There's lots of places. If you see the Red Cross, ask anybody with the Red Cross shirt or a helmet of some sort. They will let you know where there's a shelter that you can go to. The main Red Cross public information phone number is 951-775-4627, 951-775-4627. If you're watching us online, you can clearly click on the Red Cross website or myfoxla.com. We'll link you to it.
Speaking of the Red Cross, people from all over are coming here to California. I know a team from Colorado, a Red Cross team, is coming here to help out, and that's what the Red Cross does. FEMA coming here. In fact, President Bush is expected to come to California on Thursday to see things for himself. As you know, he's been in touch with the governor. They've declared California a state of emergency, and the White House is responding and probably going to take a tour on Thursday.
We saw those military aircraft down in San Diego County being used. Some say it was a day too late, but you know, every time there's a situation like this, there's critics who immediately say we should have done this, we should have done that. But clearly, when the lessons of the Cedar Fire of 2003 were adhered to, when you consider that they immediately responded to this fire, there was no really lag time in getting resources up and running. Yesterday, the mayor of San Diego was very adamant in saying, no, we responded quickly, we did everything we could. This fire just moved faster than our capacity to respond, to stop it. But they did learn some things. Look at these dramatic
pictures. Let's see where this water drop goes. You have 2 homes, possibly more. If we pull out wide, we can see that. But all right, not sure where that helicopter made the drop, but boy, that's really scary to see there.
I want to reset for a moment the weather scenario, because I think it's something that we've talked a lot about, and there are reports from the ground and the air, and you hear all of these things. Let me just give you the overall picture weather-wise. In essence, we're looking at our last Santa Ana day today. That means that through the next few hours, we are likely to see continued Santa Ana winds that are quite vigorous indeed. In fact, checking gusts, we're still seeing gusts 45, 50 miles an hour. So please make no mistake about it. We've talked through the afternoon about how the plumes of smoke have a more vertical lift to them, and how we see signs in the upper atmosphere of the Santa Ana flow breaking down a little bit. But what I don't want to indicate in any way is that we're not still dealing with some very, very strong winds out there, and those wind velocities will continue through the afternoon into the early evening. I think later this evening we'll begin to see the speed that we clock these winds drop. That will not mean the end of winds. It just means a little less in the way of wind. Tomorrow is the transition day. I think tomorrow is the day we'll really see that slacken, but it continues very, very dry. I'm sorry, Chris. Just want to get that.
That's okay. No, let's go to the ground here. We have Gina Silva standing by in Running Springs. Gina?
Yes, Christine, Carlos, the situation is really bad here in Running Springs. We are basically surrounded by smoke. To the left of me, homes are burning, and to the right of me, if you can pen over their neck, you can see just that massive cloud of smoke there. We just came from that area, and we saw several homes on fire. Firefighters there were desperately trying to save the homes that were right next to the ones that were burning. Now, the fire here in Running Springs has burned so far over 100 structures, and firefighters say that 1,500 homes are threatened, and so far, firefighters have no control over this fire. There are two fires that are so dangerous right now, the Grass Valley fire that we keep talking about and the Slide fire, which is the one that's threatening right here, Running Springs. 4,000 acres have burned, 25 homes lost, 400 more are in danger. Last night, in this area itself, they were telling me that about 100 were lost. Today, they expect a lot more. We saw a couple of helicopters making water drops just a few minutes ago, and earlier in the day, there were two DC-10s making water drops as well, but these firefighters say they're overwhelmed. They just don't have enough manpower. They need more people out here to fight the fires, and that's one reason. One resident we spoke with, he was here with his dog waiting around and telling us, you know what, I know we have limited resources, and I want to be able to protect my home. And I know they've ordered us to evacuate, but I'm staying here. My neighbor's house burned down, and I'm really sad about it, but my house is still standing, and I'm going to stay here to continue fighting the situation.
Gina, you cannot see this, I'm sure, on your monitor. If you do have a monitor, take a look at the left-hand side of the picture. We see a wall of flame completely engulfing this stand of trees. And right next to the stand of trees, there's actually two houses, from what I can see, two homes, big homes in its path. It's frightening scenario when you consider that there's a whole neighborhood right here that's being threatened, and we're not seeing anything that's being done as far as from the air or anyplace else to stop this. Look at the size of those flames. That they're shooting 50 feet, 100 feet into the air.
Well, I wish I could see that, Carlos, but I don't have a monitor. But we have seen the flames ourselves. We were driving through an area. We were trying to get in there and get some footage, but we just couldn't go in there because the trees were already falling, the power lines were down, and it was just too dangerous. And that's what the firefighters were telling us. You know, we can't do this on the ground just by ourselves, but they are getting air support. We just saw two helicopters in the area dropping water in the, I don't know the name of the street here in Running Springs. We'll try to get that name for you, but they were in the area where there are several homes on fire right now. They made a couple of drops, and we're hoping that it helps out, but several homes just a couple of blocks away from this main strip in Running Springs.
Well, now we see a helicopter coming into that hot spot that we were just telling you about, dropping some water and hopefully keeping those flames from reaching those homes, but very strategic drop, just as we were telling you, Gina, about that spot, and you can just see the helicopter flying away, quickly getting more water to come back, because these flames are really advancing on these two homes.
And also on the street down below, I saw several white vehicles, vehicles that were kind of lined up together. I'm wondering if they're firefighting crews that are staging in that area. It's hard to tell from this water shot, but
you know, it's so difficult because these firefighters have quite a mess here. They've got spots on one side, they've got another home on another side. It's so spread out, and right now what they are concerned is that the fires will unite and they'll come into the main strip of this little town and eventually take the whole town out. And so that's why they're starting to bring some manpower onto the main strip here on Running Springs and protect the structures here, some of these businesses, to make sure that they don't get lost in this horrible fire.
You talked about taking over the town. We had spoken with somebody from CAL FIRE earlier this afternoon.
Right now, if you can take a live picture, you can see the helicopter flying over that area, and they're actually going to make a drop.
Well, let's hope it's over this neighborhood, because they're seconds away from these flames hitting this house. But they, I mean, just 5 seconds ago, 10 seconds ago, that water dropping helicopter stopped the flames from hitting the house that we're looking at right there on the right side of your screen. And this fire is just ferociously moving up the mountain. And fortunately, it's wet enough right next to the house that it looks like the flames are moving away from it at this point. But it's such a massive amount of flames. There's another drop right in front of those flames that it looks like they've got the neighborhood targeted. The aerial assault is working on keeping the flames away from this one house that's really threatened by these flames.
We had been told earlier that there were 4,000 acres have burned in this fire here in Running Springs, another 1,000 in Arrowhead. The governor is saying that 200 structures have been lost in this mountainous region. The governor also saying that the state and the federal government is going to help people rebuild. Now, what that means and how long that takes, it's too soon to tell that, but the governor is responding to this area. And I'm quoting him, he says he's heartbroken as he watches this, and I think we all are when we see this. We watch these homes that are so close to the fire there.
Gina, we're trying to get a fix on where this is, and I believe that the wall of smoke that you were pointing to is what we're looking at right now from the helicopter shot. And as the flames advance up this
that
ridge...
That could be the street called Fred Alba. We were just in that area. That's Fred Alba and the 330. And those trees were just going up. Some of those houses were already on fire. And we keep hearing the helicopters. We saw, at this point, I think we've seen 3 different ones that are making the drops. So they are aggressively trying to stop this fire. Now, the one resident who stuck around and told us he's just not going to leave, he was telling us the people in Running Springs, this is a community where they live here all year round. At Lake Arrowhead, it's more of a vacationing spot, and so he's talking, have nowhere else to go. These are their homes that they're losing, and it's just devastating for them.
It's a year-round community there, you're right, and you know, there are places that are exclusively for weekenders and tourists, but Running Springs is a year-round, and we were watching the flames advance on a communications tower, and I don't know if you can see that tower from where you're standing, Gina, but it's the flames are now advancing up to this peak on this hillside, and it looks like there's a building with a communications tower and some sort of housing quarters, but it's now moved away from that neighborhood that looked so threatened just a few minutes ago.
This fire is just so unpredictable. You just think, okay, it's going in this direction, and then bam, it goes in a whole new direction. You know, one interesting note, we met up with some firefighters from the U.S. Forestry Service, and they were friends and co-workers with the firefighters who were lost almost a year ago. It was October 26th in the Esperanza fire. And they on their trucks, they have in love and memory of Engine 56. They were just, you know, remembering those guys, and they were telling us, you know, when we're out here fighting these fires, it's very dangerous. You never know if what happened to them could happen to us, but we try to put that out of our minds. And the only thing that we can tell you is that we know they're watching over us, making sure that we're going to be safe. So it was really, you know, I'm not sure how to even describe that emotion, how these guys were feeling over this whole situation, because they lost their friends.
Yeah. And that's a reminder of how quickly things can change. Wind conditions, working so hard to protect certain structures. That was a very devastating situation, and a reminder of firefighters need to think of themselves as well and how to protect themselves, even though they have the protective tarps, the protective gear that they come with. The fire can just overrun them if they're not careful.
Well, they managed to save that, looks like that communications tower I was talking about, a cell phone tower, microwave tower of some sort, at least so far. Those flames have been relentless moving up that ridge, and the water dropping helicopter just dropping some water there in Running Springs. But just when we think things are improving, we see a scene like this, and it's being repeated all over Southern California. When you think things are improving, the wind has died down considerably. There are still some Santa Ana winds that are at the lower levels, but up here in Running Springs, it looks clearly like the smoke is billowing vertically without too much of the Santa Ana wind effect. But there are still winds, and they're erratic winds, and you can see that as the winds are closer to the ground and closer to the canyons like this one in Castaic, the wind is still pushing the flames in the Santa Ana fashion, the typical Santa Ana fashion.
Kevin DeCoumi and Skyfox over this one. Kevin, boy, that's a bright fire burning right there. Is that a flare-up?
Yeah, that's part of that flare-up. It's kind of extended earlier in the afternoon. This is where the fire was burning that we showed you earlier. They managed to get a dozer team up here. You can see one dozer crew. They are working that line of that fire road back and forth, trying to make it as wide as they can. They brought in a couple of helicopters to help cool it off a little bit. He was right. He's driving that road, bringing it within feet of the flames there. So they brought a helicopter in. He's trying to get in there and make some cooling drops. They also brought a couple bombers back in here to try to complete complete that Fostech line that they've been working on all afternoon here, trying to keep this fire, if the winds do change, keeping it from transferring and going to the east of the 5 freeway. But you can see there's nothing out here but grasslands and brush out to the west of the fire, so they're just kind of letting it burn. They're just trying to keep a handle on the eastern side of it so it doesn't jump the freeway later on if the winds change and start blowing back towards the Castaic Lake area.
All right, Kevin, so we saw that the fire has moved from where you were originally, but it's still a distance from the 5 freeway. The 5 freeway is to the left as I'm looking at the screen here, correct? Yeah, the fire is off to the west, probably about 2 miles to the west of the 5 freeway. Here's the 5 freeway as it makes its way through the pass here. So it is quite a distance away from the 5 freeway. They're lucky enough they have a natural break with that fire road there, and they're using that fire road and retardant to hold the line of the fire. When we first started this afternoon, the fire was over a little bit farther to the south here. It just kept creeping along that line of that road. But you can see the Fostech has done its job, the fire road has done its job, and they're so far been able to hold it and keeping it to the west of that fire road.
All right, Kevin, thanks very much. We're going to check back with you in just a few minutes. Let's go to Michael Brownlee. He's in Malibu. Malibu, of course, the scene of devastating fires on Sunday. A much different picture today. Michael.
You know, I can actually bring you some good news here. Again, this was the fire that garnered so much reporting and so much breaking news. As you mentioned, the first thing Sunday morning at about 5 a.m. I want you to go ahead and take a look right now here, right behind me. This is now or remains the incident command post here. We're just off of Webbway in front of the Malibu Public Library. This is essentially the staging area. This is where all the rigs come in. This is where they refuel. You see some of the firefighters there, perhaps getting a little R&R. Remember, they are on the front lines here for 24-hour shifts. But again, a place where the rigs are refueled, they gather supplies. These folks are able to rest up. They get fed. They are able to shower here. Now remember, at the peak of this fire, which burned more than 4,400 acres, they had essentially 1,700 personnel here battling that blaze. Now, you know, things have calmed down since then. They have cut those numbers to close, I guess, to about more than half, about 898 firefighters here. A lot of those firefighters actually being redeployed to some of those other major fires here across Southern California. Some of those mandatory evacuations have been lifted. Those road closures have been lifted as well. Making our way here to this particular area here on Webbway, you saw a staggering, if you will, of CHP officers. Some folks are only allowed through only and if they have ID to show that they live within the neighborhoods. But some stats here for you. This fire, we're told, is 15% contained. Now, they are working on some hot spots, and that, of course, is up near the Saddle Peak area. The weather right now remains relatively calm. The winds have stabilized, but again, we are told by the PIOs here on staff that they are staging just in case those winds kick up, and I believe Mark Thompson talked about that here a little while ago. Firefighter injuries, 3 of those so far. This fire, the fire suppression cost more than $1.6 million. 6 structures or family dwellings destroyed. 9 single-family homes or dwellings damaged. 5 commercial buildings damaged. I mentioned some of those mandatory evacuations have been lifted. Schools in the area, in fact, will remain out as of tomorrow. Malibu High School, Point Dume Elementary, Topanga Elementary remains closed. Webster Elementary and Cabrillo Elementary, as well as Viewpoint. Now, there will be an information meeting here. I'm sure a lot of folks want the latest information, especially the folks here in Malibu. That is set for tonight. At 7 o'clock at Malibu High School. If you're in the area, you obviously know the address. It's in the 30,000 block of Morning View Drive here in Malibu. But an information meeting right here at Malibu High School tonight at 7. That's the very latest here from Malibu. We're going to send it back to you guys.
And are you hearing about PCH reopening? Did you already say that, Michael?
Well, you know, there are some points of PCH reopening. Like I said, they have CHP staggered all along PCH up to where we are. But closures remain on PCH. Let me look at my notes here. PCH between Webbway and Big Rock. So again, parts of PCH do remain closed. And again, if you live in the area and you show ID, I should say, likely they're going to let you in. Again, some of those mandatory evacuations
well, it was closed
have been lifted.
to Topanga, so they've actually opened up a big section of PCH. So Big Rock to Webb Way is the center of it.
Miles,
Yeah,
maybe,
3 miles or so.
I'm hoping information I have here might be accurate. They're saying that PCH could open or will open to Malibu on Tuesday evening. So maybe they're making really great progress there and they can open all of PCH.
That's Tuesday evening as in this evening?
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
However, they're saying it could take weeks to fully contain the fire. So.
But now the thing about Malibu, the weather conditions there, because it's right next to the ocean, how is that being affected?
Yeah, but still we're not seeing, we have at best a neutral flow still. We still have a Santa Ana condition. So it's odd that it would be right next to the ocean and yet still there's a Santa Ana condition prevailing, but there is. And even as the Santa Ana condition diminishes, which is what's happening, it's still neutral flow. That is meaning that it's neither onshore or offshore is probably the best we'll do. And that's what tomorrow I think will be sort of typifying, is that neutral flow pattern. That's why it'll still continue hot. We're not really going to get a moist air mass with the sea breeze, and you really get the flow in off the ocean until Thursday. Although, I should hasten to add, probably by late tomorrow, I think places like Malibu and places right along the coast should start to see a little bit of an onshore flow.
Yeah.
We're looking live right now, Modjeska Canyon. This is in the Orange County area, another fire we've been watching today. Looks like just brush burning here. We did see some homes that were threatened, a pocket of homes. Firefighters racing by, our reporter Tricia Takasuki, possibly going to another location in great demand. There was concern about spot fires in certain areas in this area. And
well, we keep hoping against hope that the fires would just die down, and they just don't seem to be able to do that on their own without any kind of help from water-dropping aircraft. And there you see the Santiago fire. You see Silverado Canyon Road, Santiago Canyon, and then Modjeska Canyon, the little finger there. Santiago Canyon, of course, the focus of so much attention yesterday, the Foothill Ranch area, where all those developments along the 241 are and the 133. Modjeska Canyon now is the focus, and a lot of resources dropped there and then pulled out because it became very, very dangerous, and weather conditions there are not favorable at all.
What's interesting to note is as we look at these different fires, they can be caused by different things. For example, they're saying the Stevenson fire in the Santa Clarita area was started by construction crews, workers. This one here, Santiago fire, started by arson. 3 different arson points, so that's going to be a follow-up after this settles down just a bit. That's what's so sad about this one.
And in San Diego, the weather there is clearly has not really improved that much, other than the fact that maybe the wind speeds have died down. Mark, you have any insight there?
Yeah, exactly. The wind speeds have died down, but there still is wind, and what you're getting now is an erratic quality to the winds. Today is a day that I think is typified by the winds diminishing, but we saw it played out quite dramatically with the canyons actually containing winds that seem to be going in different directions. And by the way, it's recognized as a concern that when the Santa Ana condition abates completely and you start to get a sea breeze, those first stages of that shift actually can be very, very dangerous for firefighters, because you have an interaction of the Santa Ana winds offshore and the onshore breeze. And as those two come together, you can imagine it creates a very, very erratic situation atmospherically.
Hadn't thought about that at all.
One of you had asked, are conditions worse today or yesterday? And I thought the answer was interesting from the fire official. He said worse today, and he wasn't even thinking weather, he was thinking fatigue with the firefighters who were on these 24-hour shifts.
Right, well, I was asking about the danger, specifically the danger, and you're right, he went right to the danger as it's associated with crews that have really been worked to the extreme, and of course were in essence spread so very thin to begin with.
We're continuing to watch the Modjeska Canyon fire there. Tricia Takasugi was there earlier at the entrance to the canyon off Santiago Canyon Road. And Santiago Canyon Road, of course, being a main artery through that area. And Modjeska Canyon, the little finger of the road that goes up into the canyon. And about 900 homes up in that neighborhood. We've seen several homes there burn. And firefighters having been pulled out of that area because of the danger with these new erratic wind conditions, as opposed to the just pure Santa Ana conditions. The erratic winds have created a firestorm within the canyon that's so unpredictable that life is being threatened there, and so firefighters have been asked to pull out. And what we've been watching here is systematically, as this fire has moved through the canyon, it's burned everything in its path. Some homes have been spared. There have been some water drops. We've seen that from some aerial assaults. A few helicopters are being used here. That seems to be the only attack that they've made is from the air. A lot of resources being sent to Running Springs and the Arrow Bear area where there's huge fire there, and resources elsewhere. So the OC Fire Authority has said, you know, their resources have been stretched to the max, and they're doing the very best that they can with what they have.
If you live in any of these areas, you're concerned about schools, evacuation centers, how to reach loved ones, you can go to our website. We have a full listing of such things that you might need to know. It's myfoxla.com, myfoxla.com. I'm looking at it right now. I can tell you the listings we have regarding school closures. San Bernardino City School District, schools are closed. Newhall, Saugus Union, Sulphur Springs Union closed tomorrow according to Los Angeles County. So if you're concerned about your children and your schools, we heard from the live reporter in San Diego, all the San Diego schools are closed.
Well, that was because of air quality, and that's been the case here in large measure. It seemed odd that, gee, you know, entire school districts are dismissing school for the next couple of days. They're not really involved in the fire itself. That's the result of air quality problems and concern for public safety as it relates to that.
Also, San Bernardino Valley College, no classes tonight, being closed tomorrow as well. You talked about the air quality. That could be the case for a lot of these areas, not just a fire danger. But they're asking people sometimes to stay home and take care of your own home, watch your own neighborhood. Well,
and we're approaching, this is Tuesday, of course. Thursday and Friday is the big football games for high schools. And either kids are out of school, they're not practicing football. I remember when I was in high school, we had a big fire in San Diego, and we practiced in the smoke, and ash was raining on our city. And a lot of us got sick, and it's not a good thing, and perhaps it's a good idea just to keep your kids indoors with the air conditioning running, and hopefully you know, when this all passes, they'll be able to resume their normal activities. Not a good idea. You really do get very, very sick and nauseous when you breathe in a lot of smoke, and there is a lot of smoke out there, and the particulates, as you mentioned, Mark, not good for you at all.
You'd think that they might modify the high school football schedule as a result of that. I mean, truly, it's a concern, and it's a public health concern, and that's why you've seen schools canceled, and I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know,
a whole bunch
public
of
health officials intervene to a degree. Exactly, yeah.
Cancel a lot of those games. It's just not good to be out in this stuff, and you know, unless the air completely clears out and everything's great in the next couple of days, yeah, that could change, but right now it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Let me give you this information on school closures that we have just in as we update our list continuously throughout the day and throughout the night. We mentioned San Bernardino Valley College tonight and tomorrow closed. As you might imagine, with the fires burning in Running Springs and Arrowhead, Rim of the World's Unified District closed to be determined. They will let you know when schools are going to reopen. Check on that one. San Bernardino City Unified Schools closed. Again, another one. They'll let you know when it's going to open. In Redlands area, they have 4 Highland schools that are closed. Highland Grove Elementary, Graham Elementary, Edie Middle School, and Arroyo Verde Elementary School. Again, do check on our website because there's such a huge listing of closures, and we try to update that and give you the latest information. myfoxla.com, and you can check that out.
And one thing firefighters have been saying, fire captains and public information officers have been saying that you know, it's interesting to see the fires, see them from a distance. Don't get in the way of firefighters. They're trying to do their jobs, and quite often you see people with cameras and whatever trying to take photographs and take in the sites of the fires around your neighborhood. Best to be prepared to evacuate, do what you need to do to be responsible. If you want to watch the fires, you can watch them right here on Fox 11. We're trying to cover it as much as we can all over Southern California to give you the very best pictures that you can see. And this is for information purposes, certainly not for entertainment, but you can, we've been asked by fire officials to alert people to not be looky-loos. This is not a good time to be a looky-loo and get in the way.
We also have information on our website about schools that you might think would be closed, but they're actually open. Acton Agua Dulce Union, Castaic Union, Gorman Joint Union, Hughes Elizabeth Lakes Union, Las Virgenes Unified, and William S. Hart Union High School District. They're saying they will have classes tomorrow, so if you're not sure, you can check our website.
Well, we're checking the wind reports right now. We've got some interesting wind reports. They're still significant, even though it doesn't. It may, you know, so sometimes what you see isn't exactly what you get, Mark.
Yeah, it's this afternoon. This is consistent as I look down the list with everything that we've reported, because I've been sort of during this time jumping back to the office and looking at the observations. So we've seen peak winds in the 30s and 40s, and there's a 50 or two. Particularly at some of the higher elevations. But what it shows you is, if these are peak wind gusts, that generally speaking they're down a bit. Even the very highest ones, which again generally are associated with elevations close to 50 miles an hour, they generally are associated with winds that are, compared to yesterday, not quite as severe. So we've seen a modest improvement. While still very vigorous, these winds have improved.
What were the peak winds yesterday?
Well, so we're seeing 60 and 70 mile an hour.
So today the peak winds we're getting at like Laguna Peak, 55 miles per hour. That would be 20 miles less than it was yesterday.
Yeah, and that's Laguna Peak. I mean, that's
at the top.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I try to look at a representative sample at sea level or close to sea level, and then as you get a little bit higher up, I mean, even a place like Palmdale is higher in elevation.
Yeah.
Joining us by phone now is Bill Stout from the Orange County Red Cross. Bill?
Yes, hello.
All right, tell us what you need down there in Orange County.
Well, we need better weather.
I can't help you with that. What about donations? People are watching these fires.
Certainly the Red Cross here in Southern California is underway with a large response effort. So actually donations to the Red Cross in this response would be absolutely a requirement for us to do all the good things that we're doing down here and keep them going.
When you say donations, do you mean monetary, or can people actually purchase things and bring them to a Red Cross location?
Actually, the best thing is a monetary donation to the Red Cross, so that we will eventually provide direct assistance to people who have lost homes, lost belongings here, to get them started on to recovery.
Bill, what is the situation down there? Where are you most helping out right now?
Well, we're operating two shelters, one at El Toro High School, and it's got not quite 300 people in it, and the second shelter we opened today at El Modino High School. It's in Orange, and right now it's got about 50 people in it. Each of those shelters has capacity to hold more, and we're just working with the county operation area to determine, based on the evacuations that are going on, would additional shelters be needed, with obviously the population coming up from San Diego, looking for a place to stay, if we would need to open up additional shelters in response to that requirement.
What will they find at these shelters?
Well, they're going to find a place to stay. They're going to find meals. If they have immediate medical needs, if they were running off without medications and the like, we can assist them in that regard. So really, they're going to find a safe and secure place to just rest up and start thinking about what they're doing next.
Bill, are you seeing people from San Diego come up yet?
Yes, we are. The population in El Toro is, I'm sure the majority of those folks are from San Diego.
Wow.
So yeah, they're making the trek up here. You know, we've had a number of people, just incidentally, that we've seen stop by here, just stopping by in the Red Cross on their way to friends, and they're from San Diego. So clearly, it's there's a lot of people coming this way.
Is it also a place for people to sleep?
Yes, it is. I mean, and that's clearly the two sites that I mentioned, El Toro High School and El Modino High School, are shelters, so that there's an overnight place for them to sleep. There's going to be 3 meals a day available to them. Again, a safe and secure place that they can just light as they figure out what they're doing next.
And what we've heard, for those who may not be aware of this, that pretty much hotel and motel rooms are gone. What was available is now gone. And so your only bet may be to go to a shelter at this point if you don't have a relative or a friend's house to go to. And so when you say that they can actually sleep there, do you have cots and places where people can lay down?
That's correct, absolutely.
Are you getting help from the federal government? Because we understood FEMA was setting down cots and blankets.
Well, we have currently in Orange Canyon, we've got the resources that we need. And for a relatively large population that has yet to develop here, I'm sure those kinds of resources are going to be more useful in San Diego.
Sure.
Though we have the Red Cross in its internal systems has that kind of resource available too. So I think will be a combination of all that partnership to make it show up in the quickest way it can.
And what about the Riverside, Temecula area? Are you hearing from your Red Cross workers there? Because I understand those shelters are getting full.
Yeah, they well, certainly in Riverside, they have a large refugee population there from San Diego. I know they had, I believe, if memory serves me, a population of roughly 300 in one of their shelters in Riverside County. So yeah, there's a number of people that have come out of northern San Diego County into Orange County, into Riverside, and even probably San Bernardino. They've opened up shelters there in response to both their fires as well as the basic requirement coming out of San Diego.
You use the word refugee. That's the first I've heard that word. We think of homeowners, people who...
Yeah. You know, I'm a place without a place, my normal place to go. So I don't know that refugee is the best word. I'm looking for a place to stay. An evacuee would certainly be better here.
Well, it really puts a picture on what's happening to some people who may not have a home to ever go back to. So,
well, that's as we see just the news developing, and certainly in San Diego and other places, that's absolutely the case. Their homes are in fact gone.
All right, Bill Stout from the Orange County Red Cross, we thank you for your information, and we encourage people to join the effort there to help the Red Cross help folks. Al Naipo is in Rancho Santa Fe. And as we look at Running Springs and the continuing battle there to fight the fire there, Rancho Santa Fe down in northern San Diego County, of course, in the path of the fire from the Rancho Bernardo area as it moved to the west. The devastation that we saw yesterday in the Poway Rancho Bernardo area, absolutely mind-boggling. Rancho Santa Fe, of course, an exclusive enclave of very, very expensive homes, homes to a lot of the San Diego Chargers and some of the elite of San Diego County. Al Naipo there live. Tell us what you see.
Well, we happen to be at one of those estates that you're talking about, and as you know very well, Carlos, these homes easily, perhaps $5 million and up. One of the things that strikes you here at this estate that was just destroyed, the owners here apparently had a collection of vintage and antique vehicles and trucks. I mean, these, are almost turn-of-the-century type of vehicles that you see here. They are destroyed. None of them, with the exception of perhaps maybe one that was saved. It also includes, as you can see here, this one over here. The fire didn't quite reach there, so those trucks were fine. But then right here, if you look off into the distance, there's actually an old fire truck. It's hard to tell through all the debris, but yes, that is a turn-of-the-century fire truck. It too was burned, and I want to just have Gino kind of look out towards the landscape here. You can see the beautiful views, but then you see the darkened hillsides that is beyond. This fire just raged right on through Rancho Santa Fe area here, and then it continues all up and down the hillsides and then skirts through the Lake Hodges area all the way through, practically from I-5 to I-15. That's how devastating this fire was. But back here at this estate, as I said, this is a scene that we've also seen in Rancho Bernardo. The intensity of these flames just went through this home and just leveled it. And this was a huge home. I mean, I'm guessing that anywhere from perhaps maybe 4,000 to 5,000 square foot home, and it just went down to the ground. All of the debris and so forth that you see here, the only thing really left standing that we see is part of what may be the chimney, the kitchen area, and a shower. Everything else just down to the ground, and debris, charred remains. Beautiful swimming pool that was right off to the edge there, and it is gone. It is just reminiscent of the many homes that were destroyed. We have some videotape from earlier that showed some of the homes actually that were burning today in the greater San Diego County. The latest totals that we're having, well over 1,000 homes and businesses destroyed by fire, and it really is a telling statement. And because those are homes that are destroyed, we haven't even begun to try to get a tally of the homes and businesses that have sustained serious damage from these blazes throughout San Diego County. No word here yet from Rancho Santa Fe if there were any injuries. Surprisingly, though, there have been very few injuries associated with the fires down here in San Diego County. This area, of course, was evacuated, remains under a mandatory evacuation, but the scope of all the homes destroyed it almost seems unreal to be watching this video of all of the homes, people's homes that were destroyed. Many of those folks do not have an idea as of yet because they're still in the process of trying to get addresses and map out just which homes were destroyed. So some people maybe for the first time watching this and seeing their homes on TV that were destroyed. You know, one of the things here that we've also found in speaking to authorities is that as you look around here, you don't see any signs of smoke or anything else, but the fire is still burning. Just up north from us, as I mentioned, the Lake Hodges area, I just came from there. The fire was encroaching very closely to several homes there. That is where the firefight on this northern end seems to be focused at this point in time right now. So far, firefighters doing a tremendous job. And the biggest thing here, it seems to be, is the aerial attack. They have a lot of helicopters designated just in that one area alone, drop after drop of water on that hillside to try to keep those flames down there, let that vegetation burn, but not allow the flames to advance onto the homes that are right atop that hillside. Carlos.
Well, Al, I'm wondering the area that you talked about that's of concern right now. Can you go over that one more time? Because we've been watching it burn from San Bernardino. Now it moves to the west. Where do you have the fire now?
Well, yeah, for our folks who may not have an idea of this area, so obviously we were coming to you before from Rancho Bernardo, which is just west of the 15. So now the Lake Hodges area is also west of the 15, a little bit north of Rancho Bernardo. And Lake Hodges and the river there kind of runs that way westerly, if you will, kind of westerly and then down to the south. That is where the fire is coming because there's a lot of hills there and a valley. And the fire is running that valley. We are at the end of that valley, if you will, here in Rancho Santa Fe. Further up would be the Lake Hodges area. It is more of a rural area, if you will. It runs, as I said, coming back over from the 15. A lot of homes with a lot more land there, but a lot of tinder dry vegetation, and that seems to be the problem right now. There have been some homes that have been lost in that area. They're still trying to make a tally, but that's where the fight is going on right now.
Oh, for years and years and years, there was nothing there between Rancho Bernardo and Rancho Santa Fe. There was nothing. And that area has been developed over the last 20 years to such an extent that now that there are thousands and thousands of homes there. Now, when you pointed back to behind where this house was, is that looking towards Rancho Bernardo, that direction, or is that looking towards the ocean?
Yes, exactly, Carlos. We are looking now back towards Rancho Bernardo, going back towards Lake Hodges area. So, this actually, we're looking to the east, if you will, north and to the east.
So this is south of Escondido.
Yeah, this is southwest of Escondido. So you see that's Rancho Bernardo. The fire came to the west. And there you see the Rancho Bernardo tag on the 15. In Rancho Santa Fe, you move south and west to the coast, and it's actually Rancho Santa Fe is closer to the coast and the I-5. So the fire burned from the mountainsides all the way across Ramona, and this is very hilly country, down through the Poway, Rancho Bernardo area. This is in between Ramona, Poway, and Rancho Bernardo. This is where the most growth has happened in the last 20 years.
Well, we talked about the evacuations in San Diego, and we talked with my sister who lives in the Carlsbad area. That's north of Rancho Bernardo, northwest, and they had evacuations. So farther up, not even pictured right here on this map, they had evacuations. I know there's concerns closer to the ocean there, farther west.
Right. And as you look at that map, the Cedar Fire burned everything south of this in 2003. So it devastated everything south of this area in 2003, and then further south from there is where the fire is burning that we saw Jenny Hamill, our other reporter, earlier today at. So it's
on either side,
to say that you're surrounded by fire. San Diego is really seriously surrounded by fire. Al, thanks very much.
It's hard to believe that it's worse there than it is here.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we have Gina Silva who's following things in Running Springs. Such a sad situation there. Gina, what do you have for us?
It's still a very sad situation. The slide fire continues to burn thousands of acres. Right now, I want you to pan over there, and you'll see how horrible a situation it is. There are about 4 homes, and this is an area called Rimwood Ranch. Now, Rimwood Ranch is in Running Springs, and these 4 homes are seriously in danger of being burned down. Several helicopters have come by and made water drops. They're working feverishly to make sure that these homes don't go up in flames. One of the residents had decided not to leave. His name is Don Rice. Don, tell us why you're still here.
Well, I did actually leave, and I was just up here checking on the properties of my parents and then the shop.
You decided to come
yeah.
back?
Mm-hmm.
And you know the people who live up there?
Correct, yes.
How?
It's horrible. It's horrible. It's, I know they've already left, and there's a couple of people that actually are still back there saving their homes and trying to do what they can to try and protect what they have. And that's kind of why I'm over here, just seeing the other side of the mountain and see what's actually going on. But, yeah, like anybody, they're concerned about their personal belongings, and all their stuff and where their properties are. And, you know, this is our whole life.
Yeah, it is, but you're safe.
That's it.
You know, that's the important thing.
That's everything, yeah.
And how long have you lived out here?
Oh, I grew up here, 42 years.
So you've been through these fires before?
Yeah.
How does this compare?
This is the worst one I've seen. Worst one I've seen. Yeah. By a long shot. We just went through this like 4 years ago. So.
Well, good luck to you and to your family.
Yeah,
thank you for talking to us. And it certainly is one of the worst, according to firefighters we've spoken to. So far, 4,000 acres have burned. Just last night, 100 homes were lost, and they're telling us about 400 more are in danger. You can hear the the helicopter coming by there. I'm not sure. The trees are actually covering my view, but I know you can get, my photographer's getting a really good view of the flames going up up those houses. But they have been making drop after drop after drop. They really are working hard, you guys, at making sure that these homes stay safe.
Gina, is it starting to get darker outside, or is that just the smoke?
Say that again, Christine?
Is it starting to get darker outside, or is that just the smoke?
It's very, very thick smoke. Let me move over and try to take a look here. But the trees are certainly on fire, and they keep making a drop, and one goes out, and then another tree catches on fire, and it's just an ongoing battle for these guys.
Yeah, that's just the smoke there. Gosh.
We were watching this this neighborhood from the air not too long ago, and they were really attacking this fire with those water-dropping helicopters, and the fire moved its way up to a communications tower, cell phone tower of some sort, and they were able to knock the fire down around it. So far they've managed to save these homes in what did you call that neighborhood? Is it
Rimwood Ranch?
It's Rimwood Ranch, and it's still in the Running Springs area.
Where is that in relation to Rim of the World Highway?
You know what? I'm not really sure.
Okay.
But it looks like it's to the east of it, but I'll get that confirmed.
Okay.
Well, this is in Running Springs, right?
This is in Running Springs.
Okay.
Now, in the Lake Arrowhead area, the situation is just as bad. 113 homes have been destroyed, and firefighters tell us that the Grass Valley fire is threatening about 1,500 homes, and the fire is moving extremely fast. It has burned 1,000 acres. So both of these fires, the slide fire and the grass fire, there's basically zero containment.
Well, we've been watching that DC-10. Have you seen that recently?
No, I haven't seen the DC-10. What we have seen are about 3 or 4 helicopters. The DC-10s were here earlier, and they could still be here. We just haven't seen them ourselves.
All right, let's kind of put this into perspective as to where everything is. There you see Lake Arrowhead in the center, Running Springs as you move to the east along Highway 18. That's where Gina Silva is right now, and that's where that Rimwood Circle neighborhood is that we've been watching. The Green Valley Lake area is a little bit to the north where the slide fire is. The Grass Valley fire is what we were watching yesterday, where the Arrowhead Country Club section where all those homes burned so quickly yesterday. That was so tragic. And there you see just how vast the fire is. It covers all the way from the 173 all the way down to the 18 in Running Springs. Crestline is not affected at this point, and Lake Arrowhead itself, Christine, as you've been mentioning, so far the tourist destinations have not been affected by this fire. But this is the rim. This is the hillside that when you drive along, as you wind up to Running Springs, you drive past all these beautiful homes with these great views of the valley down below that are being affected by this fire right now.
Mark, how about the weather there in Running Springs?
Well, they're experiencing a lot of the same conditions as yesterday, but to a lesser extent. So that I don't think that right now they're seeing wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour, but certainly in excess of 40 miles an hour. And I think sustained winds are already beginning to diminish based on just the observations that we've seen the last couple of hours. But again, it will continue breezy. I mean, you might want to call it windy, with winds in excess of 25 and 30 miles an hour into the evening hours. And then even as those winds diminish, it will continue quite dry tomorrow. And it will likely continue breezy. And so it looks as though it will be a transition day in earnest tomorrow, or even during the overnight hours tonight, for some of the wind factor to be taken out of the equation from a negative standpoint. But as we've said and noted by officials along the way today, the erratic nature of the winds in the mountains and the canyons cannot be overstated. So that I think the biggest factor associated with weather in this area, Running Springs and in the mountains, becomes the erratic nature of canyon winds.
Gina, we are looking at this house right now. The fire is moving away from it, not directly toward it. We have some video also of one of the drops. This area is getting some aerial support when it comes to fighting the fire. I'm wondering, Gina, as you watch these come in and make the drops, it's got to feel good to see the aerial support.
Oh, these guys don't know exactly what they're doing. They know it's such a technique that they've mastered. They know exactly where to drop it, and it just seems to work. Even when the winds were so strong, and you're thinking, oh no, the wind's going to push the water away from the actual spot that they wanted to do, they aimed it just perfectly.
You're going to see that. You're going to see that DC-10 come by in just a minute. We're watching it make its approach. This is tape from earlier when it made a Fostech drop, but it's done a good job from our perspective. We're not experts by any.
Right now.
You can see it?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, if we can take Gina's picture, there we see the live shot from the helicopter.
They just make the drop.
All right.
And there's another one. We hear another one coming by now.
Well, those are the helicopters. They're the big jet, the DC-10's coming your way as well. And I don't know if you'll be able to see it because of the smoke. It's probably right behind the smoke there somewhere.
Got to be able to hear it.
You can hear it.
There's the helicopters. And they've been busy. They've been busy trying to keep that Rimwood Drive neighborhood from burning down, and they've done a good job from what we can see so far.
They're the big weapon in the mountainous terrain. It really is a situation that can best be fought from the air.
I remember last summer when we first saw that DC-10, they were showing it off and saying this is the next big firefighting weapon, and we wondered if we were going to actually see it in action. We've really seen it in action in the last few days here.
Gina, would you call Running Springs pretty much a ghost town? I know you talked to the one resident there who said he left and then he came back to check on things. Did he say where he's staying?
He said he came back to pick up a few things, but he's getting ready to leave now. And he's saying everyone else, all of his friends are gone, and they took as much as they could. You know, the most important things, their albums, their important documents, and a few clothes, but that's pretty much it. And as I mentioned before, you know, what's so upsetting it's upsetting for anyone to lose anything that they own, their property. But these folks, these homes are their homes, you know, all year round, and they have nowhere else to go.
You know,
so they're just so, you know, they're so sad.
Gina, it just occurred to me, you know, there's probably some of these folks who've rebuilt their homes from other fires, and for them it may be the second or third time they've actually been through this, and you got to hand it to them. These folks love living up there, and they will do whatever it takes to rebuild.
They'll come back.
Yeah,
they'll come back.
Keep coming
well,
back.
A couple of people actually told us they've been through some fires, but nothing like this. Yeah. And in the last fire, they were lucky. There's like, I think our luck has run out.
Would you call it pretty much a ghost town in that town with the community where you are?
Yeah, absolutely. There's just a few people out here, the media, the firefighters, but residents are pretty much all gone.
And that's the way it's supposed to be when they issue those evacuation orders.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That's what firefighters want to hear. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as far as earlier, we were saying that it was warmer there today because the winds had died down. Do you feel that?
Absolutely. Yesterday when I was out here, I could barely stand. The winds were so strong. Today, they're a lot calmer. So it's a little bit better, and it was so cold yesterday. I kept talking about how cold it was, and you wouldn't even think that with that kind of weather there'd be a fire. Well, today it's certainly not cold, and it's not hot. It's actually really beautiful temperature. It feels just fine, but you know, with all of the air that we're breathing here, with the smoke, it's not good quality, obviously. But, you know, the firefighters down there, they were covered in soot, they were covered in ashes, and just all dark and dirty, and they're like, you know what, we have to keep going, and you could see it in their faces. They just were not going to give up. They were fighting so hard to keep one of the houses that was next to the one that was completely destroyed. It was on fire, and they were working so hard to make sure that that particular house wouldn't also be lost in this fire.
There we see the jet just went by, and your cameraman was able to grab it as it went by right there as it made its drop. And it's been really a tool of fire prevention rather than fire extinguishing. They haven't really done much in the fire suppression, but they have certainly done an awful lot to drop a lot of Fostech to keep this thing contained.
President Bush has declared a state of emergency in 7 counties. You hear that the federal government's going to help people rebuild, but that's got to be such a process. The time, the paperwork, the documents you have to get in order, it's such a process, but people do it. And like you said, people who live in Running Springs, in Lake Arrowhead, they love it for what it is. They love the beauty of the mountains, they love the air, they love being out of the big city.
Well, I hate to say it, but from a practical standpoint, that's one of the reasons that we always utter the same refrain, which is before you evacuate, if you're going to grab something, vital papers, these are documents perhaps related to what you may need to recover funds from the federal government, from insurance companies. These are, unfortunately, the facts of rebuilding. So the loss is painful, it's emotional, it's so difficult for us all to watch, but the process that follows and going through all the official agencies is a painstaking one, and you require a lot of the things that are in your home, at least from the standpoint of documents, to do that.
Well, you need a lot of patience too, because it gets really just, it's maddening sometimes, the red tape that you have to go through to
Well, I
make
couldn't
it all.
help when I saw Michael Chertoff speaking, and they even referenced Katrina. I mean, they actually made a reference to it. I mean, I'm talking about Chertoff himself made reference to it during the press conference. It can't help but make you realize, wow, yeah, what a daunting prospect that is, to have to go through the government red tape to recover that which you hope to recover.
Insurance agents are already in certain areas trying to help people out to process their claims. In fact, claims have already been filed. One thing they do tell you to do when you're planning to evacuate is to have insurance papers, have documents, have something to show them, because imagine being an insurance agent, you're overwhelmed by people calling in, needing help, needing assistance. So any documents you have does make that process go faster.
As we continue to watch events unfold there on Running Springs, we have reports that at least 2 homes have been lost in that Modjeska Canyon area that we were watching earlier, and firefighters are now saying that many more homes will be lost before the day is out, and they could hear the explosions that Tricia said she could hear, explosions of propane tanks exploding. With the same thing Gina Silva heard in Running Springs, because propane is the way what they use in these rural areas to power their heaters and their stoves. And there you see the white smoke, which is a good indication that they've been really pouring a lot of water on this area, in the Rimwood area of Running Springs. But this other section here in the smaller box, you can see the flames are raging.
Do you see structures or homes, though, in that smaller box? I don't see anything immediately in the path of the fire, but then again, it's hard to see with the smoke there. And you have cabin homes that are spread out throughout the area, so just because we don't see one in this shot here doesn't mean there isn't one nearby.
There's so much smoke, it's hard to tell.
Let me ask you a question that I wonder about, just for all folks who are watching tonight who are Californians. What do you think is the net effect of this sort of huge conflagration that's involved so much of the state of California vis-a-vis insurance premiums? I'm talking about overall, the average homeowner and the average owner of property in California. Do you think that there is a ripple effect?
Well, we did stories on that. Remember, after the Northridge earthquake, we talked to several people who said, yeah, that they definitely felt a bump in their insurance premiums, and insurance companies indicated that there would be a slow process of elevating people's premiums as a result of the fact that they've paid out so many billions of dollars in claims. after the day fire. I remember doing stories about that as well. Insurance companies are always they play it very close to the vest. They don't want to really reveal a lot of that information and let us know what they've paid out and what it's going to cost us later as a pure marketing thing.
It does seem to, there seems to be a track record, though, of premiums rising after disasters. And when you see an enormous disaster of this size, you, again, when you take a step back, I mean, beyond, of course, the loss and the emotion associated with the moment, you think, as a Californian, perhaps your house is not involved in this, but we will all face the consequences in the greater neighborhood that is California of what's happening.
Well, they even said that even Katrina, the Hurricane Katrina affected everyone in the country, not just people in New Orleans.
What you're going to also see are policy discussions when it comes to firefighting and the allocation of resources. That's happened before with past fires. That's been some debate right now. When do you call in those choppers? Who gets the choppers? Who gets them for how long? A lot of debate going on, but when you have so many fires burning, it's tough for everybody to be serviced. Just not enough. We have some information on Running Springs. This is coming from the U.S. Forest Service. As we look at this live picture here, there is a mandatory evacuation for all communities between Crestline and the Big Bear Dam. Cedar Pines Park and Valley of Enchantment are still under a voluntary evacuation. The fire right now, we're told by the U.S. Forest Service, is hitting Nob Hill. There's an active structure protection, as we've talked about, in the Rimwood Ranch area. That's the picture that we were showing you. Gina Silva talked about it. Hard to see from our shot there, but they're telling us that there's fire protection activity right now in the Rimwood Ranch area. Structures, though, are reported burning at the top of Live Oak Drive and Poplar.
A lot of activity. You know, we concentrate in one section and you think, okay, this is what we're watching, and this is isolated to this one, let's call this the Rimwood neighborhood in Running Springs, but you know, this is one lens, one spot that we're focusing on. It's hard to imagine what is happening in the greater Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead area, and how many places there could be fire and how many places are affected and how many people are affected by this. And then you blow that all the way out to Southern California, and when we've shown you that Google Earth map, it shows you just how much fire there is.
Right, now this is some specific information. If you live in the area, you're going to know these streets when I say them. We're hearing that the fire is making a run toward the Castle and Fridalba. Structures on fire along Willow Drive and Poplar Drive in the western end of Running Springs. Evacuations right now at Mountains Community Hospital in Lake Arrowhead. 27 patients there being evacuated. There is a threat right now to Poway Mountain Camp. Fire officials are concerned the slide fire will make a run toward Lake Arrowhead and Cedar Glen this afternoon, they're saying. As we've been telling you all along, 5,000 acres burned between Running Springs and Arrowhead, and they're making a stand right now at Hunsacker Drive to prevent the fire from further spreading eastward.
That's quite a run, though, from Running Springs to Arrowhead. I mean, it seems that they would be able to make a stop somewhere in there and that the topography would actually help them. But, and especially when you consider that the winds have died down, unless the Grass Valley fire and somehow this slide fire would connect. But it's quite a distance, several miles, 4 or 5 miles there between Running Springs and Arrowhead.
Speaking of Fridalba, they're saying half of the homes in Fridalba have burned. There's a spot fire, a large one they say, in the North Shore area of Lake Arrowhead. We saw the DC-10 air tankers there. Say the areas to the south and west of downtown Running Springs are the most threatened at this time. Patrols being sent to Cedar Glen.
And yesterday, when the winds were howling at their peak, the fire was concentrated in the Lake Arrowhead Country Club area, and that's where we saw all of those homes burned. And as you drive from there to Running Springs, there's quite a distance. So if firefighters are afraid that somehow the fire is going to make its way from Running Springs back to Arrowhead, I'm worried this has something to do with those erratic winds we were talking about, because instead of going one direction, they're actually heading in the other direction.
Yeah.
But you look and see the conditions there tonight, and you see a little bit of the treetops blowing, but nothing like yesterday.
Standing by on the phone is Daphne at Berlin. Daphne, are you with the Red Cross?
Yes, I am. I'm with the Riverside County chapter of the American Red Cross.
Okay, I understand you have a couple of centers set up, correct?
We do. We have one center. We've got the community center set up in Temecula, which is full to capacity.
Wow.
Right now we're accepting evacuees at the Temecula Valley High School at 31555 Rancho Vista Road in Temecula. We've almost reached capacity here where we've got approximately 300 evacuees here. We've got a family of 35 that just came in, and we're presently getting ready to set up a shelter at Temescal High School.
Tell it, when you say to capacity, how many people are you talking about?
We're at the capacity here at Temecula Valley High School of 300 and approximately 220 at the community center. We've got animal control set up here with us. Lake Paris is taking all of our horses. We've got several families with horses. We've got several families camping out in the parking lot in RVs.
Do you have folks from northern San Diego County moving that way?
We've got all of San Diego County, our biggest population. We just got in the Rincon area, and the Palma area.
Right.
Camp Pendleton, I believe, was told to evacuate. We've got people from Escondido, Duluth. We've got the Fallbrook area. No one's been allowed to go back to their homes yet.
Wow, so from Fallbrook all the way down to Rancho Bernardo. It's
all the way.
Yeah.
Are you getting federal support yet? We're hearing about the cots and the blankets and FEMA responding. Anybody from FEMA show up there?
I'm not aware of that right now. I'm sure that they are in touch with them. There has been several calls, national calls today, and yeah, I believe that our administrators are in touch with them.
What are your needs right now? I'm betting people, especially in your region where you are, might want to help out. What would you say to do?
We have several walk-in volunteers right now. We're inundated with volunteers. We've got several donations. What we need right now mostly is finances. If we could get some finance donations so that we can, after the houses are assessed, we like to financially aid the victims of fire,
Okay.
so they can go out and buy clothing.
Yeah.
Food.
And can they do that on your website? We'll do a link.
At www.redcross.org. They can call 1-800-RED-CROSS, or they can call our local Riverside County chapter at 1-888-831-0031.
You know, people think they're doing a good thing by bringing down donations, blankets, or clothing, but actually that can create more work for you all, where money allows you to buy what you need for the people, the basics, correct?
That's correct. And what happens is when we've got that amount, we don't have storage room to bring all these items in. And so as the families go back into the community, it's much easier to give them finances to go back out, bring the economy back up, and help the local area and allow them to purchase the things that they need.
Daphne, what's the mood of the people as they arrive? What are they telling you? How do they look?
We've got some people that are extremely tired. We had a family that actually had to dodge flames. They drove for 6 hours to actually get out of the fire areas. The roads were closing in around them as they tried to get out through the straight and narrow off of the 15. They wound up taking back roads. Everyone here is tired. They want to go home. They're unsure of what their future is going to be. You've got kind of a somber mood. You've got plenty of people around the television. We've had several people come in that we've had to transfer to a much I guess a better care facility. We've got elderly people come in and they had to go to an actual care facility. You've got people that are being brought in from the sheriff's department that had no transportation. San Diego Sheriff's, they've done a wonderful job. Riverside County, everybody's really working together hand in hand.
Let's talk about that, because we had spoken with a doctor by phone who talked about people coming together, supporting one another. Are you seeing signs of that at the shelters?
It's actually very overwhelming, and it's kind of emotional to actually see people come together so tightly at a time of need, and it's unfortunate. But the only time this happens is really during a disaster like this, but it gives you that feeling again that people are just so good.
Are you able to provide bilingual service there?
We do have translators here, so we are able to communicate. Animal control's working very tightly with the people as they come in, and they're bringing their animals.
Mm-hmm. How long have you worked for the Red Cross?
I've been with the American Red Cross since Hurricane Katrina, and I've done several other national disasters. And it kind of hits you a little harder when it's at home.
Did Hurricane Katrina inspire you to get involved?
It did, as a matter of fact, and it's just that need to go out and help people. As you sit at the television and you go, I want to help so bad, and I know that there's millions of people sitting out there right now that want to do the same thing. So hopefully we'll get people inspired to want to go out, and we'll have enough staff the next time we have a large disaster, because it seems to happen all the time.
Well, I think of what you must be experiencing where you are at your 3 shelters, or 2 and 1 to be set up. You have 300 people, a family of 35 just arrived. My goodness, what was that like to see that family come through your doors?
It's overwhelming. It can be overwhelming, but it's very under control. It can get emotional at times because you want to tell them it's going to be okay, and you're not 100% sure if their home survived or not.
Mm-hmm. Okay, imagine where you are, and then think of San Diego and the massive amount of people evacuated there, and the stadium and Del Mar that's taken in thousands of people.
You know, this is what we consider a Katrina, only with fire.
Yeah. It's certainly
much more under control, I believe, as far as a lot of lessons have been learned.
Right.
Daphne Berlin of Riverside Red Cross, we want you to stay on hold. We're going to come back to you. If you just hold on, don't hang up, please. We want to continue to talk with you. We're going to go to Tony Valdez, who has made his way up the mountain to Running Springs. Is that where you are? Are you in Modjeska Canyon?
No, we're in Modjeska Canyon.
Yeah, that looks like Modjeska Canyon. It's a very familiar sight to us. Tony, what's going on there?
Pretty familiar to us, too. About 20 hours ago, we were doing a live shot from this very canyon, this very road just right up the hill. There was none of this fire damage here. It was all still very green, very lush. But look at what happened at about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. The fire comes through here, jumps that ridge, jumps Santiago Canyon Road. And there, of course, there are the casualties. There's that car over there, nothing more than a burned-out Hulk. And if we turn back over to our left here, Tommy, and you look up the road, and you can look up on that hillside there, underneath that tree, there are some llamas up there and a pregnant goat. They lived on somebody's property up here, and with the homes destroyed, we've had about 4 homes, at least 4 homes destroyed now. They are turned loose. And coming around a little bit more, we can see, look, there's a dust devil kicking up a little bit more to the left here. As we see it, there we go. And it's still a very, very tenuous situation. Let's take a look at videotape from earlier. You can see the size of the fire along this area. We had, of course, horses out here. This is horse country. We have a firefighter who has some horses up here in a ranch of his. He refused to have those horses evacuated. He's a firefighter. He says that he knows how to take care of the situation. There were several organizations up here trying to take those horses away from him for their protection, but as far as we know, the horses are okay. The fireman seemed to know what he was doing, and everything apparently is fine at this point. Now, let's bring you up to date. We have just had a big outbreak of fire down closer to the town center in the Whiting Ranch area. We have big flames there. Firefighters were able to push that back before the flames went up the side of a hill and into a warehouse and commercial area. We also now have more evacuations going on here, primarily from the area around Cook's Corner, also Live Oak, and then Trabuco Canyon. All of those areas are being evacuated now. El Medina High School is the shelter area that people are asked to be going to, so that the Red Cross can take care of them. Of course, remember too that you cannot bring your animals along, but other arrangements are being made. The Red Cross trying to make arrangements for animals and perhaps some livestock as well. So the situation here very different from what it was 24 hours ago. 24 hours ago, we didn't have any fire, we didn't have any homes lost. We have now. Let's look at that tape now that's just come in from Whiting Canyon. This is a wilderness area. It stretches all the way up from the bottom of the area here, and then all the way up the canyon up here to Santiago Road. Fire erupted there at about 2:30 this afternoon. just tearing through all of that brush there, very, very thick brush. Looks as though there has not been any fire through there probably for 100, 125 years or so, and it's suddenly ignited this afternoon. Firefighters choosing to do the most effective thing, all things considered, and that is just letting the fire burn. But as it ran further south and came to the end of the wilderness area, just above it there's a ridge, and there's some commercial areas up there, particularly one big warehouse, and fire department concentrated all of their efforts on wetting it down, hosing it down, making sure that it was damp and that there was no place for the flames to catch hold on that building. And as we understand now, the situation there has pretty much taken care of itself. Meanwhile, we sat here, we're up here now, we're waiting to see where else this fire goes, we're waiting to see what winds are like, and we're all very much at the mercy of the winds and the sparks and all the rest of that. And of course, we will be standing by throughout the night here, bringing all the latest from Orange County, from Modjeska Canyon, Santiago Road, and all of this area, particularly the evacuation. So we'll turn it back to you in the studio right now.
So Tony, I know an area of concern was Santiago Canyon Road. The fire has jumped that?
Right, this is Santiago Canyon Road here, okay. And if you look over this way, this is where we were doing our live shot last night for the 10 o'clock news. That was all green. We could see, though, a big orange glow on the other side. And then just as we had finished up our live shot, flames started to lick their way up. So we evacuated this area. And sometime, we're told around 2 o'clock, the flames actually jumped. They came down the hill here, and then they jumped over to the northern side of Santiago Road. You know, and all this can happen in just a split second. And the fire has just continued to rampage north. One of the other considerations here, they want to make sure that this area that this fire gets stopped, which has been difficult because there has been very little air support. You haven't seen the big tankers here. We've got some Orange County helicopters making drops, but that's about it. But if this fire continues to move in a northeastern direction, it's going to end up in the Cleveland National Forest. Not only is there a huge amount of greenery, of trees and all sorts of stuff that need to be taken care of, need to be protected there, but if the fire gets in there and starts to rampage, then it goes on into Riverside County, and we have even more problems. So the big concern here is getting some sort of air support in to help fight this fire. We talked to some fire officials today who say that they are feeling as though this is the forgotten fire. All of the air resources are being devoted to other areas, but nothing here yet, and this area may, despite all the hard efforts on the ground, may lose the battle simply because they don't have the air support to do the kind of work that people just can't do.
We actually pointed that out, Tony, when we were watching the 4 or 5 helicopters in Castaic. We were saying, wow, well, they should send those over to Modjeska. They could sure use it.
Well, actually,
and that's a bigger question, you know.
Actually, they've got some helicopters here. Orange County has got helicopters, and they're able to make the drops. Some more helicopters would help, but
right.
what they really need are the big fixed-wing aircraft that can drop as much as 2,500 gallons of either water or Fostech. And Fostech, the fire retardant, is what they really need, especially on that front toward the Cleveland National Forest, where people just can't get in there. So they've got to put up a chemical barrier to the flames.
But you're a ways away from any huge residential areas, correct?
I'm sorry, we're away from where?
Any big residential areas. Right now you just have ranches, cabins.
There are actually some very nice houses. There's about 24 houses just up the way from us here. This is it's still kind of rural. It's not as condensed. The housing is not as condensed as it is lower toward the town center. But still, there are plenty of homes here, and as you say, there are some ranches. But it is not an area without people.
But I've been asking everyone this question, and that is about the wind. How does it feel now, the temperature that you're feeling, and how are the winds different from yesterday?
Yesterday we had, it was a very strange situation in that there would be alternating winds. Sometimes they would blow one direction then the other, and we would have long periods where there was no apparent smoke. We would see the smoke from flames just going straight up. Right now we have a very small breeze, a very light breeze. There's a flagpole right here, and you can see it's pointing basically southeast direction, and you get a little breeze, and then you don't. Now there's none here. So we have no clear discernible wind at this particular moment that we can tell is driving any of these fires. But they can just sit. They can just sit in one place and continue to burn and spread out in all directions. They don't always need a wind. And remember, too, that they can also generate a wind of their own.
Right.
All right, Tony, you were out there yesterday. How's the air quality changed?
Oh, it's worse today. It's absolutely worse. I'm waiting for the first opportunity to get this kerchief over my mouth again. You've got not only a lot of ash, but at different times since I got up here, we've had embers floating around, and I've put out a couple of embers that have hit my skin. And of course, those are the kinds of things that keep the fire going. But it's hard to breathe. Hard to breathe well out here.
Tony, one of the things that I appreciate about working here and working with you is that, of course, you have lots of experience. You've been around a long, long time, and we've seen a lot of fires. You and I have covered a lot of fires. Compare this fire to the fires that you've seen in the past. How does this one measure up to you?
It's an impressive fire, but it is clearly not the most memorable. You talk about Mandeville Canyon, that was a tremendous fire. The Agoura to Malibu fire, those were tremendous fires. Make no mistake, this is a tragedy. This is the flames from a purely visual aspect. They're very, very spectacular. But and if you live here, this is the biggest fire you've ever seen. But if you look at it from a span of about 4 decades now, it's an impressive fire, but certainly not the worst.
Put it in perspective there, Tony.
Yeah.
Well, in San Diego, they might be telling a different story about it being the worst, because San Diego, of course, has the hundreds of thousands of people evacuated from these very dense residential areas, different from Modjeska Canyon, where you had compacted areas. You didn't have to worry about the brush clearance, and still you had these tremendous fires that burned down so many homes.
I think when it all is added up in San Diego, this fire could be the worst fire ever, even bigger than the Cedar fire.
Except they haven't had the loss of life that we saw.
There was 14 people, I think, that lost their lives in the Cedar fire, and this fire not nearly as much. But the weather conditions certainly different today, and in the Cedar fire, they didn't let up. So things are really much different this time around.
And, you bring up an interesting point, how you quantify the biggest fire, the worst fire, the worst situation. So there are any number of yardsticks you can use. But we are seeing already the beginnings of weather problems perhaps diminishing a bit, although, again, the dry air will be with us through the day tomorrow.
Back to Tony Valdez, Modjeska Canyon. Tony?
Hi, we just had a little flare up here. The truck is going by it now. It's one of those things that just kicks up, and then, well, you can just see a little bit of the remnant there, but the flames were up all along that post there, and they were beginning to singe the brush that you see just beyond that. But this is a case where a classic case of where you've had some embers that were blown around by the wind. They've been laying here in the brush and kind of smoldering for a while, and all of a sudden, maybe it's a small gust of wind or something just happens, and it suddenly explodes. This one, it looks as though it's pretty much over and done with, and most of the terrain around here has already burned out, so it's just a matter of one little bit more of smoke, and just it'll probably extinguish itself in just a matter of moments. Yeah.
It just burns itself out. Look at that.
Yeah, it'll burn itself out.
Yeah. All right, let's go back up to Kevin Takumi in Skyfox and get the very latest on what's going up north of Los Angeles in the Castaic area. Kevin.
Yeah, you can see that's that same hotspot we've been watching all afternoon. There's a second hotspot that is a little farther to the north, just south of Pyramid Lake up here. So that is starting to build up a little bit, but firefighters have been using their fixed wing. They're trying to make the most of those fixed wing before the sun goes down, and they have to shut down due to after the sunset here. So there's also one other home we saw. The home enclave that we saw alongside the 5 freeway that Roy Marquis was at. The helicopters were working very hard on knocking as much of those hot spots down as they could. That spot was right alongside the 5 freeway there. But there you see the 5 freeway just off to the west. You see that first hot spot. A little bit farther to the north and west is that second hot spot. Now I pull over to the left here. I'll show you where the flames have kind of died down. That's a lot of smoke, but it's burning through to the west, going to the Piru Lake area. Now we took a look at Piru Lake briefly, trying to get a look underneath the smoke, and what we could see is it didn't look like it burned any homes in the area of Piru Lake or any structures that we could tell. It was hard to see because of the smoke is just so thick in that area. But it didn't look like any structures had burned. Nothing like that had happened up in the Lake Arrowhead area up there. So luckily more homes were able to be saved in this area. You can see this entire blackened part here. This is just north of the 126 and Santa Clara River bed here. And just off to the right here is the Hasley Canyon area that was threatened last night. The fire, you can see, ran all the way through that area, burned alongside the hillsides, but did not get into the housing complexes within that neighborhood.
Yeah, Kevin, you said nothing like Running Springs, Lake Arrowhead. You had 3 homes, they're saying, 4 outbuildings destroyed in the Castaic fire, which burned more than 52,000 acres. This one is 10% contained. They are hoping to have full containment around October 31st, next week. But no, nothing like Running Springs or Arrowhead, which has more than 100, maybe 200 homes that have burned. And that one's still going pretty strong there. So you're looking again live at Castaic. This one started on Saturday night. And it started around the Townsend Peak area. It's not a lot of people live there, and sparsely populated. 750 firefighters there on the ground battling this one.
A lot of this area had already burned, and so there's, there's not a lot of fuel left. The concern will be later on, as Mark will clearly point out, that when it starts to rain, so much of this area is just burned, and there's nothing really to hold it, and we could have some severe flooding in a lot of these neighborhoods.
You always hear us talk about it. The burn areas. It becomes an ongoing concern for years to come. You know.
The vegetation will come back, but it takes
time.
Yeah, several years before that does grow back and actually hold these hills. And this area here in particular has been hit by fire in the last 5 years. Almost every year it gets hit by fire, and they've had a lot of problems. And when I think about Lytle Creek area, as we head back over to the Arrowhead area, that area every season it burns, and every season it floods. They're actually dropping the bucket in somebody's swimming pool.
I think they're actually refilling the bucket in someone's.
Right.
Yeah. So they're using any available water.
Why
is
not?
Good, you know?
Yeah,
why not?
It shortens the trip, I guess.
Yeah. So this is back up in Running Springs. They really made a heroic effort to save these homes up there today, and they put everything they can on these flames. But yeah, look how close that is. That's that communications tower we saw earlier, and they're really, why not use the pool?
Yeah, they're trying to protect it with
well, you know,
resources.
Late this afternoon, we got the word of the mandatory evacuations for all communities between Crestline and the Big Bear Dam area, Cedar Pines Park and Valley of Enchantment still under a voluntary evacuation. So great concerns still here in the Running Springs area. And we know they have the lakes where they could do the water pickups, but in this situation, they found somebody's swimming pool. Probably closer, easier. They can make the drop real quick.
We have, is it Bruce Quintanilla? Is that who we have on the phone now? Bruce?
Yes.
Is it Bruce? Am I saying your last name right, Quintanilla?
Quintalier.
Quintalier, I'm sorry.
There you go.
I didn't get it quite right. Quintalier, and you're with the U.S. Forest Service?
That is correct.
Tell us what you're up against here today.
Okay, the ranch fire is currently at 54,518 acres, showing 10% contained.
And the ranch fire is located where?
That's Castaic, right?
It's the Castaic fire, yes, basically. 767 personnel remain assigned to the fire. Our information from the field today is that it still continues to burn in a moderate rate of spread to the west in the Hopper Canyon area approaching Fillmore.
What was the percentage of containment, did you say?
10%.
10, still 10. Okay. And do you have any evacuations in that area? What's your concern for Castaic right now?
We've been told that the evacuations that were called yesterday still remain in effect, other than the Hillcrest area, which has been reopened to residents with proper ID.
And is Castaic the only area the U.S. Forest Service is involved, or are you involved elsewhere?
We are involved elsewhere, but this is our fire that's being managed by an incident management team, a national team.
Now, we're hearing that it's going to take maybe a week or so to have full containment. Why so long on that? Is it just the sheer magnitude of the territory that was covered?
Certainly that is one consideration. The topography of the area that's covered, it's very rugged terrain. A lot of it is not necessarily readily accessible by vehicle. And the predicted weather and the dryness, it's going to take a while before we can get it fully surrounded by secure fire line.
All right, Bruce Cantillier with the U.S. Forest Service, thank you very much for your call and for the information on that Castaic fire. We're going to go live to Gigi Graciette, who is at Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego there in Mission Valley. Gigi, it looks like people are camping out there on the parking lot.
They sure are, anywhere and everywhere. Qualcomm Stadium, basically now Qualcomm City, home to approximately 20,000 people who have had to evacuate their neighborhoods, 20,000 people and their pets. Very strong show of support here from volunteers, from the Red Cross, Salvation Army. Basically, the stadium has been turned into a city where anything and everything you could need is available here, from telephone service, and very important, a lot of people, we just spoke to a lady who was very concerned that her family did not know where she was, so she decided to come here to the stadium so that she could check in with the Red Cross, and if they call the Red Cross, then maybe they would be able to track her down since she doesn't have her telephone service with her. Now, just moments ago, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger was here with the Director of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff. They wanted to reassure the people of San Diego that both the state and federal government is ready to respond to this major emergency. Carlos?
Gigi, you said 20,000 people. We see the people with their cars and tent-like things set up. People also, I assume, are sleeping inside.
Yes, and this is a very fluid situation because just to get into the stadium, we actually had to wait in line. So there was a line of cars. It was a combination of volunteers. We saw cars packed up with people, and they were sort of waving and saying, you know, we're here to donate. The volunteers telling us that there's just been a steady stream of people coming to leave blankets and water and food and clothes and, you know, products, toothpaste, toothbrushes. We've seen absolutely everything here.
Is it?
So that number might change.
Yeah. It seems it's somewhat disorganized there. I mean, is there an organization as to how they're setting them up, telling them what they can and can't do, where they can and can't go, where they get supplies? How's that all working?
Well, what we've seen, and we just arrived here a short while ago, what we've seen was like a general area where supplies were available. There didn't seem to be any type of control. Nobody had to check out supplies. It's basically here's a bag of necessities, you know, God bless, take care, good luck. A lot of, you know, in times of tragedy, sometimes you see the worst in people, but you also see the best in people. And at places like this, you are seeing the best when it comes to those volunteers that are here working so hard, trying to make these people, I mean, some of these people have lost everything. A lady we spoke to has no idea what happened to her home. She left on Sunday. She doesn't really have anywhere to stay, has been able to monitor television very little, and she has no idea if her home is still standing. So you can imagine also the stress. But this lady, amongst all this tragedy that's happening here in San Diego, she said, I feel blessed. And I said, you do? Why? She said, because I'm alive. I'm not dead. I'm not burnt. And if it's my house and I lost it, well, I lost it, but I'm alive. And I even get a little bit of cold chills when she said that because it really touched me. Yeah.
You said
people able to count their blessings even in a time of tragedy.
That's amazing.
Well, that's what's important. You said 20,000 people there. I assume they can take more, correct?
I don't know, and I don't want to give you the wrong information. I'm going to try to track down. This is huge here. You can imagine, you know how big Qualcomm Stadium is. So I'm going to try to track down whoever the director is here and get a little bit more information. And also there's a lot of concern, and this is very interesting. I just got a text message on my cell phone from an acquaintance of mine, and it said, if you're in San Diego today, please help me track down my mom. Help me track down my in-laws. We don't know where they are. We don't know if their houses are standing. We haven't been able to reach them on cell phones. Please help me. So there's, you know, a lot of people are desperate all over the United States trying to track down family members who are able to get out of their houses, but maybe they don't have a cell phone, or maybe they didn't have time to take it with them, or they didn't get that charger, so their cell phone is dead and they don't have any way to access it. And they haven't been able to phone home. We tried calling our studio in Los Angeles just a short while ago, and we got that message, all circuits are busy. So we had a little bit of a problem when we've got cell phones. So communication is a bit of a problem, and that is a big concern, trying to track down family members and find out how they are.
Yeah, I tried to call my mom from Sunday to today and finally got her this morning. It took me 14, 15 tries.
And she's by the border.
Yeah.
Gigi, you've covered evacuation centers before.
Communication is strained.
Have you seen anything like this in your years of reporting?
This is just huge. And let me tell you, I drove down from Los Angeles this morning, and you know, I hate to use these big sort of scary words, but as I was driving by San Onofre, the nuclear plant, the skies were so dark. You know, the beach is just right there. It's what, 100 yards away, a stadium, a football field away. I couldn't see the beach from the freeway. That's how dark, gray, and brown it was. And when you look at those nuclear reactors off the freeway, it just looked you know, a little apocalyptic. I mean, the skies from Los Angeles here, they're just dark and gray. Visibility is bad. The air is bad. There's ash raining down. You see people driving in San Diego with masks on in their cars. And on the way here, we stopped. We wanted to get a couple of, you know, bottles of water to sort of be stocked up. We couldn't find any places that were open. Entire shopping centers in the middle of the city, they're just deserted. And we imagine that they're closed because a lot of employers want to give their employees some time off to deal with their personal emergencies, to secure their own homes. Entire shopping centers. And I mean, we must have stopped at 4 different ones on the way to the stadium. Just every single thing in the shopping center closed. So very dramatic, very dramatic.
Wow.
Gigi Graciette reporting
Especially
live
when
for
you're
us.
talking about such a big city.
Yeah, it is huge, and this is a huge impact on this community. Thanks very much. We'll check back with you.
2 San Diego large evacuation centers. You also have Del Mar as well.
Del Mar Racetrack.
All right, Gigi, we'll check back with you at another time. Thank you so much. We go back to Kevin Takumi and Skyfox. Kevin, over Castaic.
Yeah, this is one of those, this is that northernmost hotspot that we're looking at. We are just about 3 miles to the south of Pyramid Lake. It's kind of moving off to the west here. The winds have actually kind of died down. You can see the smoke is kind of lazily just going straight up into the air. That one hotspot we were looking at earlier this afternoon that we've been watching all day, it's kind of the fire actually hit the retard line that they had been working on all afternoon, and you can see there's nothing left of, but just it's kind of smoldering there. That dozer team is still out there kind of working the line, just making sure that it doesn't flare up again. But luckily, they were able to stop that. The fire just kind of hit that retard line and just kind of put itself out. Now, some good news about the Stevenson Ranch area. We took a look at what they were calling the Magic Fire. That was running south of the Santa Clara River. It started over by Magic Mountain, reportedly by a construction crew in the area, and then took off. That fire has been completely put down. We don't see any smoke or any flames coming out of the Stevenson Ranch area at all. So the only thing burning in the Santa Clarita Valley area is this portion of 3 little spots of smoke and flames here that are burning to the west, kind of making their way towards the Ventura County line. So that's luckily Santa Clarita Valley right now is getting a break from all these fires.
Well, we appreciate the good news there. I like the sound of that. No smoke coming from the Stevenson Ranch area. That was one that flared up in the afternoon yesterday about
this time,
About this time, yeah, and it moved so fast, but good progress there. And again, that fire 10% contained where Kevin is right now.
Back to Running Springs, and we're watching things there, and it's been hit and miss today. Some houses are burned. They've managed to save an entire neighborhood there, the Rimwood Circle area in Running Springs, and we've watched the DC-10 drop Fostech. We've watched helicopters work feverishly to save these neighborhoods and save these homes that we're looking at right here. That actually, the reason they're called rim because they're right on the rim. They look right down on the valley. It's a dramatic drop from there. A beautiful, perfect spot. And if you look closely, some of these homes, you see some of them are standing, some of them are not. You see patches of gray that the homes are actually burned all the way through, and it's only the walls and some concrete walls or rock walls or the chimneys are standing, and that's it. But you can see the devastation here in this neighborhood where nothing looks like has survived the flames. The attack of this fire just was ferocious at the time that it hit.
You will know some of these streets if you live in that area. They were telling us earlier by the U.S. Forest Service that the fire was making a run toward the castle in Fridalba. Structures on fire along Willow Drive, Poplar Drive. That's the western end of Running Springs. Patients from Mountains Community Hospital and Lake Arrowhead were evacuated. Also, San Bernardino Mountains Community Hospital. That could be the same hospital. It sounds, the name sounds very similar. The fire was an imminent threat to Pali Mountain Camp. They were concerned that the slide fire would make a run toward Lake Arrowhead and Cedar Glen.
Right.
More than 5,000 acres already burned.
Well, Pali Mountain Camp is on 18 on the way over to Arrowhead. But Mark, I'm looking at this, and this is a very interesting time because we're again approaching sundown, around 6:30ish, and the winds begin to change, and this maybe is an old anchorman wives' tale that the winds diminish at night and the weather changes. Is that true or not?
Well, it's certainly true. The winds pick up during the day, and that's that diurnal effect when there's heating, right? It creates a rising of the air, and then air rushes to fill that. In this case, I don't know if you're seeing so dramatically the effects of that, although it's possible in certain localized regions, like in this particular place, Running Springs, where we're looking, perhaps there is
look at that.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Gosh, it's just, that's so vast. It really, it's just a remarkable, that's a layer of smoke, and it must be, this is a total guess, and so please, you know, sometimes you just sit here and say what comes to mind, but it looks like maybe that could be up, what, is that 8,000 feet, something like that? Is it?
And it's covering the entire Southland. There's just, it seems like no clear spot at all.
But it's a fact that the winds are beginning to change. It's a fact that they have diminished slightly. It's also a fact that we'll likely see them diminish more. And it's also a fact that there can be localized breezes within those canyons, in particular the mountainous areas.
We look at this aerial shot and think of the picture that Gigi painted for us as she said she drove from Los Angeles to San Diego, and as you pass that San Onofre area, the smoke was so thick she couldn't even see the ocean.
Well, now that I have a reference point, I don't think the smoke is as high as I first said. But
when you think of that drive, though, you make that drive and enjoy looking at the ocean as you're driving down to San Diego. To think that she couldn't even see it.
Yeah. Well, those mountains, what, are 8,000 feet?
Right, that's exactly what I thought.
So the helicopter's at 8,000 feet, so the smoke is maybe at 5?
Right, that's exactly why I adjusted it. I didn't know where the chopper was when I first saw the shot right here.
But it is covering, looks like, pretty much all the Inland Empire and the Los Angeles Basin, San Fernando Valley, Simi Valley. Look at that. There's a hint of smoke everywhere, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
And as the sun goes down, the sun goes down in the better of the 3 days from Sunday to Tuesday. Things have improved today. Maybe tomorrow is a better, brighter day for firefighters and for people who are in fear of whether or not, they don't even know, a lot of them, whether they've lost their homes. Gigi was there. People leave their homes, evacuated to Qualcomm, and not knowing whether or not they have a home to go back to. Hopefully we can provide them some pictures of neighborhoods and things so they can see. I mean, El Nipo in that one neighborhood, just everything was gone.
Yeah, this is Castaic right here. We were talking about the Running Springs area. Speaking of letting people know which neighborhoods are gone, we are getting some specific information from that area. For example, most of Fredalba, they say, is up in flames. So the U.S. Forest Service has been able to go into that community and give us street listings. We haven't seen that in San Diego so much. And they're dealing with so much.
Well, they had to enlist detectives and office personnel to help in the policing effort, just to keep people. When you can evacuate 300,000 people, that many people leave their homes. There's a lot of empty homes, and the looters would take advantage of that. And so police has to be out there making sure that that doesn't happen.
They have also called in the National Guard in that area and brought some troops who are working along the border up into San Diego to help out.
And what are we looking at here? This is again above Running Springs. We're just trying to get a locator on where we're looking at. Again, impressive view of the smoke. Just so much of it.
You do begin to lose a perspective of it, because all the smoke plumes are so massive.
Yeah.
And
I want to tell you about some school districts that have canceled classes because of the wildfires, and others that are scheduled to reopen.
Topanga Canyon Elementary School will reopen tomorrow. Outdoor activities at the school, however, as we've been suggesting here, will be limited due to the poor air quality.
Simi Valley, Saugus Union, and the Sulphur Springs school districts are all reopening tomorrow. And Malibu, Pepperdine University Malibu campus will also have classes and programs starting tomorrow. Access to the campus is available through Canyon Road, accessible from southbound Pacific Coast Highway.
So that must mean that the Malibu Canyon Road is still closed down, so you can't access it that way. PCH remains closed south of the campus. Malibu Canyon Road, as I said, is also closed. Many schools in San Bernardino County are closed for tomorrow. As Christine indicated, Rim of the World Unified, San Bernardino City Unified. 4 schools in the Redland Unified District will be closed tomorrow. Check the website for more information on that tomorrow. Beatty Middle School, Highland Grove Elementary, Cram Elementary, and Arroyo Verde Elementary schools will be closed tomorrow. But again, check with your local school district to make sure.
I'm getting some information here on Escondido. We want to show you some video out of Escondido, which is the San Diego area, Ooh, more flames there. Now this would be, Carlos, you know the area a little better than I do. That would be north of Rancho Bernardo?
Rancho Bernardo, right, in north of Rancho Santa Fe along 15. Escondido, again, hard hit yesterday and today, and the fire continues to burn out of control. Such devastation in San Diego County, it's hard to even articulate it. And the military there being used in full force in San Diego County, as we've seen down in the Spring Valley area and also now here in Escondido.
You talked about the area, such a widespread region in San Diego, some of it highly populated, other areas not. You have a lot of growth in that area, so a lot of homes, other areas are just with the brush and the trees there.
Well, there used to be San Diego and there used to be Escondido. Now San Diego and Escondido have merged. You have Peñasquitos, Rancho Bernardo, you know, you have all these Poway, all these communities really just now one big city. And it's in that area where all these homes were burned, in this area where all these people were evacuated. It's just devastation. But look at that fire, very impressive.
All right, we're looking at a live picture for you now. We are watching so many fires still burning in Southern California. Good news on certain fronts, some progress on certain fronts. Other areas still great concern, Running Springs, watching Arrowhead as well. Tony Valdez was reporting down from the Irvine area as well. So we're going to have more coverage for you. Of course, Fox 11 News at 10 o'clock. You can also go to our website, MyFoxLA. I'm Christine Devine here with Mark Thompson and Carlos Amezcua. See you at 10.
This has been a Fox 11 News special report. Before you invite friends and family over for the holidays, why not make your bathroom more inviting with a beautiful acrylic bath liner from Empire Today? During our hassle-free holiday sale, you'll save 50%. There's no need to remodel. Our bath liners fit right over your existing tub and walls. Shop at home and we'll install next day. You'll save 50% with no payments till 2009. Even get a free turkey. Call now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
I just wanted to let you all know
we're getting huge raises.
Another home burns down, and boy, they have seen that since midnight last night. Strong winds came through the Running Springs area, driving the fire through this. One witness told me they saw 100-foot flames, and I believe it because the trees around here are about 100 feet tall. 100 homes officially, that's been confirmed, burned down in the Running Springs area. 113 Lake Arrowhead Country Club, that was yesterday, and 25 in the Green Valley area, that also was yesterday. I mentioned 100 homes burning down in Running Springs. We have no doubt that total is much higher because we have seen home after home burn down ourselves throughout the day right here on KCAL-9. Plus, once things calm down like it is right now, there's still a big danger. I want to show you what just happened right here on this road we're on, which is Valley Ridge Drive. A phenomenon that happens to trees in burn areas and has killed people in the past. A tree looks just fine on the outside. Look inside the trunk, you see it's burned. The tree is weakened, compromised. This big oak tree snapped just a few minutes ago and crashed on top of power lines and almost brought all the power lines down on this street. The only thing that saved us from being hit by the power lines and the poles they're on is the fact that this oak tree fell on an elevated driveway. Now, we're coming back live in just a moment, and you are going to see what's left of a house. I'm sure it was a beautiful big house here in Running Springs on Valley Ridge Drive. This family evacuated the area yesterday like everybody else did, and now they have no home to come to. This looks like it was a two-story home. They had kids because I see some playground equipment in the back. We saw a grand piano, which is now just rubble. And what a sad sight. I mean, this is just so many families affected by this. 238 homes here in the San Bernardino Mountains have burned down in the past 2 days. So just go back 48 hours and all these people had homes. Now 238 have been displaced. You know, you think of this area as being vacation or weekend getaway places, but 75%, we're told, of the people that live here in Running Springs are permanent residents. And I've been up here a lot over the past few years, and these houses and these families, you do appear to be permanent residents. So it's just, it breaks your heart because now what do? You know, they see the devastation. They can't even come home and look at it. You know, if you talk about closure when somebody dies, what about when your home goes? They can't come up because they aren't allowed to yet. There are still mandatory evacuation orders pretty much on the entire mountain from Big Bear east. Big Bear not affected, but I'm sorry, Big Bear West. Anything west of Big Bear is under mandatory evacuation orders. So it's just the media and those courageous firefighters who are here. Pat and Rick, back to you.
And Greg, unlike where Michelle Gili is right now down in Orange County, where Santiago Canyon actually has a green belt built into the neighborhood specifically to guard against fire, there's nothing like that up in the Running Springs area. Once these big trees start to go, it's just a matter of time before the homes do.
You know, you're right, but yesterday, look back to that, we were at the Lake Arrowhead Country Club, and all the homes, almost all the homes on one side did burn down. On the other side, they weren't impacted. The reason? There's a nice golf course or a green belt in between those homes. So if you had a few of those up here, which is, yeah, it would detract obviously from the mountain beauty, but that is an artificial green belt, but it certainly helped in that area. But yeah, here we don't have that, and certainly we're vulnerable, but that's, you want the beauty of these beautiful pine trees and what the mountains bring you. And this, unfortunately, is a price that we all have to pay here in Southern California.
You are certainly right about that, Greg. Well, we know that more help is on the way, and hopefully those C-130s can get up to that area and start dropping some more fire retardant for the folks up there. We're going to go to our colleague, Greg, Mark Coogan, who is on the other side of Running Springs. And Mark, what's that? Well, I'm trying to tell if those are flames behind you or not. It's really hazy out there right now. I'm not sure if that's smoke or clouds or what.
Smoke.
Okay, Mark.
Big clouds of smoke, Pat. Big clouds of smoke. We're on Highway 14 to the east of Running Springs, covering the slide fire. That's the fire that caused all the destruction here, the one Greg was talking about and the one we're going to show you shortly. Take a look at the fire over here. This is the smoke coming up from south of Highway 18, south of Running Springs, because overnight the slide fire, which started north of the town, crossed over, jumped 18, cut through a swath of this town and destroyed homes, and then went down into the gulch below. So what we've seen all day today, fire both to the north of Running Springs, where the slide fire originated, and now fire to the south. And during the afternoon, we saw a heck of a firefight on a mountaintop. Pine trees on fire encircled homes on an isolated knoll south of Running Springs this afternoon. But this time there was help from the air. A relay of water-dropping helicopters scored direct hits on the flaming trees. The homes were enveloped in smoke, but it looked like they made it through this latest onslaught of the slide fire. The slide fire began yesterday morning near Green Valley Lake, destroying at least 25 homes in that mountain community. Then overnight, the fire raced through a corner of Running Springs. It destroyed at least 100 more homes here, and then the slide fire jumped Highway 18.
We had this burned out house that was starting, because of the wind change, it was starting to throw embers into what we call a dirty burn over here, where it only partially burned, and then it had a chance of running back up that canyon, back up into the homes. So we just came down to take some heat out of it and to keep it from jumping this road and going back up the canyon.
Yesterday, the gale force winds made it too dangerous to do much flying, but today's gentler winds allowed a fully engaged air assault. The DC-10 jumbo jet joined the helicopters in working the fire north and south of Running Springs. They couldn't save everything. This building at the mountain retreat of the St. John's Korean Christian Church went up in flames. A church member tried his best to save the rest of the complex.
I came here this morning, but it was so dangerous, and everywhere is the fire. So I want to spread some water before I leave.
Before you leave?
Yeah, I will leave soon.
Nearby, we saw 3 ostriches still in a pen. A U.S. Forest Service ranger told us he'd call for help to rescue the terrified birds. Or if he couldn't get help in time, the ranger said he'd turn the birds loose. And now back live in Running Springs. I have to tell you, I don't know what happened to the ostriches. The place where they were, the fire was fairly stable. The fire had burned through that section just south of Running Springs already, and it looked like what was going to be consumed was already on fire and nothing more was going to happen. The big break, of course, the absence of the wind today. That's what allowed the helicopters and that big fixed wing to get back in the air, but now we're just about dark, and so the aerial assault is going to have to stop. Right over there, over my right shoulder, was what you saw when we came back live here. That was that mountaintop in particular where we saw this unbelievable firefight. There are communication towers on top, homes nestled in the pine trees below, and just looking around, while I can still see in that direction, while it's still daylight, it looks like they're intact. This town, Running Springs, is along a ridge along Highway 18 where 330 joins it coming up out of San Bernardino. It's deserted, except for fire crews and the news media. Everyone else has evacuated. There may be a few hardy mountain souls up here, but most everybody got out yesterday when things got really rough. Now back to you.
All right, Mark Coogan, thank you for that report from the Running Springs area. As we take you back to the Santiago Canyon area in Orange County, let me advise you that we're hearing now that the Orange Show Fairgrounds Evacuation Center is reaching capacity right now. They're taking on as many people as they possibly can. They're asking that any future evacuees now, they're encouraging you to go to the Victorville Fairgrounds if that's a reasonable location for you to get to. They're encouraging you to go to that location and they'll take care of you. It's just that the other Orange Show one is just filled to the rim now with people that are looking for a place to stay.
Yeah, too many people there. And as we look at these pictures, it has to cross our minds, insurance.
Yeah.
What do you do before and during and after fire tragedies such as the kind that we have witnessed today? In Canyon Country, where we know at least 60 homes have been lost, we're going to go to our Randy page because he's got some answers for us, and we can certainly use some good advice about now, Randy.
Pat, did you ever stop to think that in just a couple of days the smoke is going to clear, and for the vast majority of us here in Southern California, life will get back to normal and this fire will just vanish into a distant memory? But there are several hundred people here in Southern California who will have to deal with this. This is when the hard work begins, when the excitement is over and it's time to begin to try to rebuild. And as you look at this devastated home, you might want to ask yourself, would I be ready if this home is what my home would look like?
This is what is left after a devastating wildfire tears through a neighborhood. Notice one house is turned into ash and cinder, while the house right behind is untouched. Mother Nature seems to choose her victims at random. A reminder about the importance of being ready before a fire strikes. Jerry McLean is one of the unlucky victims in Canyon Country.
I think I was watching your channel when I saw houses burning, but I didn't know it was mine. So that sucks.
And then you came home and found
this. Yeah, that was it.
Where do you go from here?
Get out what we can, and then get someone to rebuild it. And that's it. One day at a time. That's all we can do.
Experts say you can prepare yourself for a predicament like this by creating a home inventory, using a video camera or digital camera to inventory every item inside your home. That way you can easily document your loss when you have to contact your insurance company. And watch out for unlicensed insurance adjusters who often come calling after a disaster strikes. Jerry McLean got a knock on the door just hours after his house went up in flames.
He approached me, wanting to, like a public defender, he says that he's going to help me out against the insurance companies. I was like, okay. I don't do this every day, so I was like, yeah, I'll get back to you, thanks.
Jerry didn't go for it. He's already been contacted by his insurance company, and he's preparing to rebuild.
And if you ever find that you have a knock on the door and a firefighter or sheriff's deputy is there saying, we need for you to evacuate, you might want to think about what this home and other homes like this look like, and remember to try and follow those directions. I should also point out, you've probably been hearing us talk about this for the past few days, all of us out in the field, that there are mandatory evacuations here, mandatory evacuations there. Well, the truth is, in the state of California, there are no mandatory evacuations for fire. The only kinds of disasters where sheriff's deputies can actually force you to leave your home are some of the most severe, such as a terrorist attack or a plague. In the case of a fire, they cannot force you to leave your home. You can choose to stay, and that is why we've seen many people stay by their homes. As far as being prepared, we put a number of resources on our website for you, so you can easily access this information and hopefully prepare yourself before a fire, and in the event you are victimized by fire, give you some options once that takes place. Just go to our website, KCAL9.com, click on links and numbers. There, first of all, we've put in a link that'll take you to a website which will give you free downloadable software to easily make a home inventory. You can actually insert digital pictures right into the program, put it on a CD, and take it with you and have it with you for reference, and thereby document everything you own in your home. We've also put a website which will give you information as to your rights as a consumer should you have problems with your insurance company. What are your rights and what can you do about them? That's consumerwatchdog.org. Those folks will help you. Also, we put phone numbers for you to help contact insurance carriers if you are one of the unlucky hundreds of families in Southern California so devastated by these series of wildfires. We are live in Canyon Country. I'm Randy Page, KCAL9 News. Back to you in the studio.
Randy, I know you're going to give us some news we can use, and I have another question for you. I think you answered this many years ago during an earthquake. And explain the reason I'm asking this question for you. I think you told me, Pat, even if you have your disc together, you take all your pictures and you get your disc, if you carry it with you, that's one thing. But let's say if it's in your home and the home burns down, it gets destroyed. Let's say if it's in such a devastated area where even a lockbox or something that you put it in a bank and you can't get to it because there could be severe damage to one of those buildings. If you have relatives out of town, I believe you said that may not be a bad idea to send a disc to them and let them have a copy as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Pat, because in the event of a major disaster, such as a widespread earthquake, even like the one we saw in Northridge, so much of the area is devastated, so much of the infrastructure is devastated that you may not have time. Now remember, in fires, we have some sense of warning. In an earthquake, that is not the case. And of course, if a home is destroyed, you don't have time to get the stuff out, your belongings out of the home safely. So absolutely, it's an extremely good idea to take that CD with your information and mail it to a relative or a friend who's out of the area, preferably out of state. And that way you know no matter what, you can always document all of your belongings and you can make sure that your insurance company replaces every one of those items, even those most valuable.
Randy Page, great ideas.
He's got some great ideas.
Tips, yeah.
Yep, I remember that one.
Thank you for that. Reporting from Canyon Country, we're going to take another quick break here. You're watching continuing coverage of the firestorms here in Southern California on KCAL 9 News. We'll return in a moment. Don't go away.
I have a $90 overage.
Woohoo! Nice work.
I thought I could use my minutes whenever.
Well, no, yes, but no. It's whenever. See?
I can use my minutes when?
Never.
Talk all you want for just $35 a month. Metro PCS.
Hello.
Unlimit yourself.
For only $69, you can get a new Nokia 2125i when you sign up for Metro PCS service.
Did you really have to bring 50 wagons of stuff?
What? I like shoes.
We're not going to be gone forever. Oh, I should have just gone to public storage.
Public storage?
Yeah, public storage. You can reserve a storage space and pay just $1 for the first month.
Great. Now you tell me.
Need to store your stuff? Call the experts at Public Storage. We have a variety of storage spaces. Reserve now and pay just $1 for the first month at any of our over 2,000 convenient locations. That's right, the first month is just $1. Public Storage. Call 1-800-44-STORE.
With more than one car, getting our insurance bill was never fun. But with insurance through the Auto Club, we saved more than $300.
I've been with the Auto Club for years. Never even thought about their auto insurance. Then I found out I could save over $400. That's what I call gas money.
With auto insurance through the Auto Club, you could save up to $469. Compare that to what Allstate, 21st Century, or State Farm could charge. Call 1-800-479-1413.
I got a good driver's discount. Then I qualified for 3 more.
But we do more than save you money. You'll save time and worry when you have a claim.
They went out of their way to get me back on the road fast. I'm more than a policyholder to them. I'm an Auto Club member.
And when you use our immediate repair program, you'll get a lifetime warranty on workmanship. So call for your free quote, and when you switch, you'll get a $100 travel certificate for your next trip. In so many ways, in so many places, no one saves you like the Auto Club. Auto, home, life. We're always with you. Call 1-800-479-1413.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness? At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our compatibility program. It's so easy. It's got everyone talking.
They matched me with a great deal on the fuel-efficient Kia Spectra, complete with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, and we've never been happier.
How lucky is that guy? So log on to KiaMatch.com and start getting happy.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Southern California Kia retailers.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Rick Chambers. Again, you're watching KCAL 9 News now at 6 p.m. and special coverage of this California firestorm.
And let's start right here at the 6 o'clock hour with the very latest information we have. Important information on the grass fire, which is separate from the slide fire in Running Springs, but in the same area. That grass fire is still at 1,000 acres, we were told. As of 4 p.m., all mountain communities west of Snow Valley, except the communities of Cedar Pines Park and Valley of Enchantment, are being urged to get out.
Residents should not wait to be told to leave. This new evacuation order includes all of Lake Arrowhead and Cedar Glen, and this is basically the entire western side of the San Bernardino mountain range.
Now, Mountain Community Hospital may be familiar to some of you. That's being evacuated. It started being evacuated a couple of hours ago, actually. CHP also directing residents, but departing residents should not use State Route 330. Residents can use the State Route 18 or the 138, but stay off 330. That's just for emergency vehicles.
Now, the slide fire in Running Springs, we are told at least 4,000 acres have burned and over 200 structures have been lost. 400 are threatened, at least 400. Mandatory evacuations, of course, are in effect there.
Yeah, Castaic Ranch up by Magic Mountain in that area, big fire. 58,000 acres already burned, only 10% contained at this point. Not as many structures as some of the other smaller fires. There are only 7 lost there, and they don't estimate full containment until Halloween.
That's a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, still.
And in the Canyon Country fire, where we know almost 38,000 acres have burned, it is 27% contained now. One person was reported killed in that fire, but we want to make sure that we have that correct because, according to the coroner's office earlier today, we understand that that is not the case. So we have to get that out of our graphic system at this time. So we're going to go with the one person that we know died in San Diego County. So let's go back to Canyon Country. We do not have a death reported there, but in terms of the acreage, at least 38,000. Let's move on to Malibu now.
Malibu fire, of course, this is where it all started back on Sunday morning, very early there. 4,400 acres burned. 15% contained. Some of the good news is, though, that we understand that PCH is opening up this evening, so that's terrific for the residents there. 20 structures were destroyed, Pat. You mentioned before the Presbyterian Church went down.
Malibu
the castle up on the hill, we all remember seeing that as we drive by. They lost
the glass factory.
The glass factory as well. And 3 firefighters were also injured fighting that fire out there.
And in the Arrowhead fire, which has seen so much devastation, especially today because the winds were so high this morning and they weren't able to get any aerial support there. But we know the winds have died down, at least for now. At least 1,000 acres have burned there. 168 homes, at least, have been lost. 1,500 homes are threatened, and there is no containment that we can talk about at this hour.
In the Santiago fire, and in the Foothill Ranch, Irvine area, Santiago Canyon, where Michelle Gili was showing us those homes that were being threatened a few moments ago. 18,000 acres have already burned out there. 30% containment, though, at this point. 2,200 plus homes, though, being evacuated in those canyon areas. And Pat, as you know, this is one of those fires where they're sure that somebody went out and deliberately set this fire. The arson investigation is underway right now.
That's right. This originated, in fact, in 3 different points in Orange County. Now to the Stevenson Ranch Magic fire. 1,500 acres have burned there. There are no injuries to tell you about, and thankfully no structures have been lost. 40% contained, at least. It probably is more than that at this hour.
And these numbers are just amazing down at San Diego.
Yes, they are. That's what, 260,000 acres, at least 260,000 acres burned. We do know for sure this is confirmed. One person has died from that fire. At least 1,000 homes are lost. And just in the last few minutes when we were talking with our reporters there, Dave Lopez in particular, we know that number is going to change. 346,000 people evacuated. Almost a half a million people.
And we saw a lot of them with Dave Lopez's report, went to Qualcomm Stadium.
Yes.
Just kind of hang out watching the TV.
Didn't have room for them there.
Yeah.
And of course, we're seeing evacuations as this fire really kicks up again in Orange County. We're going to go to our colleague, Michelle Gili, who is reporting now. Are you still in Silverado Canyon, Michelle?
Pat, that's right. I'm close to Cook's Corner. Technically, it may be Trabuco Canyon, right across. I'm standing in Portola Hills, just across the ridge from where we see this active fire burning. Good news, we see smoke billowing straight up in the air. For a time, the homes seemed threatened. We know that there are lots of fire trucks dotted throughout this community here. It's Santiago Canyon Estates. This is a relatively new community here, built within the last 7 years, and these are just the kinds of places that firefighters have said they can line up and get ready to protect, because these homes are built with, of course, the most up-to-date fire standards. We know there are green belts of succulents, ice plant. This community has worked very, very hard in light of its location to protect against homes being lost in a wildfire. We spoke to the residents here who say that they left very early this morning. Some of them didn't spend the night last night because this fire has been kind of creeping in and out of the crevices of the canyon where they live. And we have seen for the better part of the afternoon crews lined up here in position doing structure protection, and flames came up very, very close to the backyards of these properties, which is wildland. We're very close to Cleveland National Forest here, and the crews obviously got water on those flames and were able to put the fires out. Now, we've got to stress that ever since Sunday, when we've been reporting on this fire, we were able to say that no homes have been lost. That has changed today here in Orange County. Dave Turner, my photographer, and I spent a great deal of time today along Santiago Canyon Road, near Modjeska Canyon Road and Modjeska Grade Road, and we saw personally a couple of homes decimated by the flames. And as I keep saying, the visuals, which are so dramatic to see, are awful, but also the audio, loud explosions going off in the canyon. We're told that these are propane tanks that are used to service these properties. These are big ranch structures. I saw horse corrals and barns. We do not have any idea at this point in the Modjeska Canyon, Silverado Canyon area how many homes were lost. But earlier in the day, in light of the terrible fire situation in this area, firefighters predicted that scores of homes would be lost, and we're hoping at some point to be able to get some kind of an update. Good news related to injuries. There were fire crews overrun by flames, and they were able to save themselves earlier in the day. We understand they took refuge in a private residence. People were evacuated earlier from this home. These firefighters had flames on either side of them, and so what they did was they ran into this house and they waited for the flames to pass, and they made it out fine. Yesterday, a similar situation close by near Silverado Elementary School. Again, fire overrunning these firefighters. They deployed their emergency tents. They got in them. They waited till the flames moved over them, and they were able to escape. So no serious injuries there. Fire Chief Chip Prather today, during a briefing, indicated that these crews would be foaming down particular structures that they thought were defensible, but those that are built of wood and shingles and wood shake roofs with a brush clearance that wasn't adequate. I mean, there just simply is not the manpower in this situation to be able to fight and protect all of these homes. So lives, of course, is the #1 concern, and that includes the lives of fire crews. And so they're keeping that in mind as they go into this very, very dangerous situation in the canyon. We also saw lots of down lines, these power poles. As the fire moved right down to the road, these power poles were just charred. In some cases, just barely standing because the poles had been burned so much. And in fact, as we went live earlier on Santiago Canyon Road, one of the power poles just collapsed, bringing the lines down with it. So that's another real big concern. This area, of course, the canyon areas are completely off limits. There are CHP crews and sheriff's crews keeping everybody out. So evacuations in full force there. So that's pretty much the latest as we look over here. It looks like the aerial drops have really made a big difference, and the flames are marching upward into the forest land there, away from the structures. And of course, for the people who live in this development here, they are breathing a great sigh of relief.
Yeah, Michelle,
back to you guys.
Michelle, last time we were talking with you and we had this picture of this close-up here, there was an audible gasp from people standing around you as the fire seemed to be catching one of those homes on fire. Did, in fact, they lose a structure there in Santiago Canyon Estates, or was that just trees exploding?
Yeah, it's so hard for me to tell, Rick. I am quite a ways away looking across at the ridge, and so my perspective is not accurate. yeah, we all saw this, just something was burning, and it was big, whatever it was. I cannot confirm that it's a home, but my feeling is that this was a very, very large tree and brush in the back of these homes. I'm seeing streams of water shooting out into the vegetation. And I think what these crews have done is they've worked their way in between all of these are some big properties here, worked their way in between the structures and are laying lines there. You know, it's entirely possible that a home was lost, but I just, I'm not in a position to be able to confirm that.
Yeah. Okay. Michelle, thanks for that report. We'll be getting back to you. We're going to go back to another area of contention where we have seen firefighters take a stand throughout the day, also becoming overwhelmed by the flames at some point that they had. There's not much that they can do. And we're talking about those San Bernardino County communities of Lake Arrowhead and Running Springs, in particular Running Springs, where we saw a major firefight at the 18 and 330 where they intersect where there are businesses. At least 200 homes in those combined communities we know have gone up in smoke. And our Stacy Butler is there in Running Springs. Stacy, can you tell us where you are? Because we talked to Greg Mills and Mark Coogan, and we know they were on opposite sides of Running Springs. So where's your location?
Yeah, Pat, we're 7 miles north of Lake Arrowhead. So we are at the top of one of the ridges right off of the 18, just a couple steps from the 18. Now, this fire started on the north side, and I just saw DC-10 fly overhead doing a water drop on that side. Now, look behind me. You can see the south side very much on fire right now. In fact, they have about another half hour. Final moments of air assaults, and choppers have diligently been going back and forth, bringing water to this hillside. Angie, if you want to pan the camera down right there, you see the smoke coming down. These are all homes lining this ridge. We've been watching this ridge for hours, and really the only thing that has kept this fire at bay have been the tankers, helicopters dropping water on this. So it's a great concern right now to firefighters who have blocked off that road. All they can do in their engines right now, you can't see the engines, but they're out there waiting to do structure protection. In fact, Angie, can you see that flashing light? That is an engine out there. I just spoke with one of the guys when he was on his way out there. He said to us, if this fire keeps burning at this pace, and as we lose the air assistance, you can see a drop right there, water drop. It says as we lose the air assistance, we, standing here, have about an hour left before this fire comes down this ridge. Well, so far all day we've been all right. You can see if you continue down that ridge how dark those clouds are. That down there, you're looking at a live picture of the Live Oaks neighborhood. Residents there have been evacuated. I can tell you, nobody is inside those homes. They've just lost a couple of structures, but they've also had great success. The ground crews have been able to also fight the fire in that area. We did see a couple of dogs. They were left behind. Sheriff's deputies were alerted, and animal control is going to save those dogs right now. Again, very active fire. Now on the south side. Early this morning it was the north side. Tonight, both sides of the 18 engulfed. For now, we're live in Running Springs. Pat, back to you.
Stacy, Rick Chambers here. I'm guessing that's just one of the cruel realities up there in the mountains. If you only had another 2 or 3 hours of sunlight, you might be able to save a couple more of those homes. But as you said, without the planes, without the helicopters, in about another hour, some of these homes may be aflame themselves.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you saw that video of the blue house a few hours ago. Now, that house, you could see the planes dropping the water. The flames were licking the side of the house, and each time they dropped that water, they pushed back. That house is safe because of these guys. Yeah, residents have got to be watching this right now at home, just biting their fingernails, really fearing the worst, because ground crews can do very little. These are, these are redwoods and evergreens here. Yeah,
Stacy Butler, thank you for that. What a horrible feeling, though, to be watching TV right now, maybe from an evacuation center, and knowing that within the hour the sun's going to set, the planes are going to go away, and your home may be the next target.
And not only that, Rick, this is a good time to mention this again because this affects the area that we were just talking about. The Orange Show Fairgrounds Evacuation Center has reached capacity, so they're urging people to go to the Victorville Fairgrounds. That's just north.
I see the
of Lake Arrowhead. We have a shot from Lake Piru where we've been concerned, and firefighters, of course, have been concerned about that fire from Castaic traveling west to Piru, and our Gary Lineberry is overhead now. Gary, can you tell us what you're seeing?
Well, Pat and Rick, this is really not much of a fire here compared to the overall scheme of things. As you said, this fire was the Castaic fire, started up there on Sunday when all these other fires were starting, and came spotting out across the area here north of Highway 126 and west of Interstate 5 over toward Lake Piru and toward the city of Piru and down toward Fillmore. And there's just a lot of little spot fires. I can look around up here before darkness sets in and see maybe 15 or 20 small fires like this one, but burning in a completely open area, not threatening any structures, no problems out here whatsoever as far as that's concerned. They were working earlier on a bigger fire over by Interstate 5, but they got that one knocked down with aircraft, and they've just been working away at all these little small fires for the last couple of days as best they can with the wind and turbulence, but the wind is settling down much more now, and hopefully tomorrow it will be even less. And so all of these fires, they'll have a chance to get in and work on these. We'll open up, pull back a little bit and pan to the left and show you the relationship of this fire to the lake itself here. You can see it's just a small fire on a ridge, and as we come to the left, we'll see that the lake will come into view here. That fire is on the east side of Lake Piru. There's the lake. Top of your screen is the road that goes down to Highway 126, and then if you turn right on 126, you go over to the city of Piru. So there are several fires like that burning around out in this open area, none of them threatening any structures. And as far as we know, the ones that are off to the east back there, correction, to the west toward Piru, are also not threatening at this time. They've been able, Ventura County Fire Department, along with the Forest Service, have been able to manage those to their satisfaction. And so anything can happen, of course, and as long as the wind settles down here, tomorrow morning at first light, they'll be back out with more aircraft and more people to work on these fires and get a chance to pick them up. So we'll keep an eye on them until it gets too dark for us to fly out here. When it gets really, really dark, we won't be able to see much, and then we'll be out of here. But this is really kind of good news compared to everything else. We came up through Santa Clarita, could not find any fire to look at all, and that's really good news. Reporting over Piru, I'm Gary Lineberry in Sky 9. Now back to you.
Well, that is terrific news, Gary. Thank you for that. And of course, I'm guessing that with the how remote these fires are, that they'll probably let these just burn for a while and not waste any resources over there until they start to threaten some sort of a structure.
Oh, certainly, and we're so happy to report that. We want to give you the good news. We are concerned, of course, about things that are happening that affect us in a negative way, but when we could tell you some good news, we're going to do that. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to give you some bad news, but at the same time, we do have a warning to you, so this should be helpful. The fire department is warning the public about scam artists. Believe it or not, there are scam artists claiming to be raising money for fire departments. Well, the bottom line here is firefighters don't solicit donations, so they're urging anyone asked to make such a donation to notify the appropriate law enforcement agency. Fire officials say whenever we have fires like these, scam artists come in right behind them, preying on the sympathies of Californians. And one warning sign of a phony telephone solicitor is the offer to have someone come over right away and pick up a check. Hey, this is even more simpler to remember, folks. The firefighters don't ask for any donations unless it's for Jerry's kids, the muscular dystrophy telethon. That's once a year at Labor Day, and we are well past Labor Day. So just remember that.
It never fails that whenever we have a situation like this, regardless of whether it's an earthquake or a fire or a flood, there's always the scum of the earth that come out and try to take advantage of people.
Nicely put, Rick.
And we already had a couple of people arrested down in Ramona for looting the homes that people had evacuated. I guess I never should be amazed by this, but
no, because we look at how some of these fires started in the first place because of someone setting them deliberately. You know, brings out the worst in some people.
We do, of course, have more good news for you, though. The military now is deploying some of its airborne firefighting assets to assist in battling the California wildfires that have caused just thousands and thousands, almost 500,000 evacuations now, burned countless homes up near the 1,500 mark now. Aircraft from both the Navy and the Marine Corps and the Air National Guard, as well as the Air Force Reserve. They have all been deployed now to help drop flame retardant on a lot of these wind-driven fires, and these are big, big planes. The military released this video, in fact, showing the Air National Guardsmen and Air Force reservists conducting some of their firefighting training runs at the U.S. Forest Service Albuquerque Air Tanker Base down in New Mexico just this past spring. Marines from Camp Pendleton, too, they're getting into the act as well. They've also been offered to assist with firefighting and some of the evacuations. 1,500 members of the California National Guard are also helping to battle these blazes. And while I was coming into work this afternoon, coming down the 5 freeway, there was a whole convoy of big 2-ton trucks and some of the Humvees coming down, guys in full uniform heading south. I'm guessing they were going to Orange County. But this is just great to see, because these planes can really have an impact like those other DC-10s that we saw. These guys dump 3,000 or 4,000 gallons of retardant per pass.
And certainly aren't afraid of flying up there. We know the DC-10s couldn't get up to the Arrowhead area earlier today because of all that wind out there. So these particular transport planes, yeah, those guys are used to carrying some very heavy loads, and we welcome them. And we want to remind you that we are covering the California firestorms from the desert to the sea to all of Southern California. And in any direction that you look up and down the freeway, you will see smoke, whether you're directly impacted or not. We have updates for you and continuing coverage right here on KCAL 9 News. We'll be back after a break.
We've got what you need when you need it. Check out KCAL9.com and click on Classifieds. You can register to win big money. Whether it's a new car, a new couch, or even a new cat, you can find it all in the Classifieds on KCAL9.com.
If you have had a diagnosis of type 1 diabetes for more than 1 year, a local medical facility is taking part in a clinical research study of an investigational insulin drug combined with regular human insulin. Participants will not be charged for physical exams, lab work, ECGs, or nutritional education during this 6-month study. If you have type 1 diabetes and want to find out if you may qualify, call toll-free 866-322-0041 or visit studydiabetes.com.
Name something you might keep on your fireplace mantle.
Cats.
Family portraits. Show me. Family portraits.
Next one's cats.
Your answers could win cash and prizes. Play Family Feud online at worldwinner.com.
This week at Stater Brothers, your low price leader, get exceptional values and savings like fresh T-bone steak, only $3.89 a pound for the family pack. Everyone will enjoy colossal king crab legs and claws, a real treat at $9.99 a pound. Sweet and crisp ambrosia apples are a favorite at 10 pounds for only $10. And stock up on selected varieties of tasty Progresso soup. Now get 10 for just $10. Stater Brothers, the low price leader in your hometown.
And welcome back to KCAL 9 News here at 6 o'clock. Another look at some of the fires burning in the ridges. This is up above Lake Piru. These fires are probably going to be left alone. They won't push any assets over here because there's nothing being threatened right now, which is great news. And the winds are starting to die down. We're getting great news coming out of the Weather Center as well. Huh?
And certainly this is a major part of what's driving this firestorm, that's for sure. So Jackie Johnson, can you give us some more good news?
Oh, Pat, Rick, I like this. At least I'm not doom and gloom tonight, right? I do at least have some good news, and that is the winds are lighter. Again, we are still talking about wind advisories through tomorrow, but at least the wind warnings have been canceled. And with wind warnings, we had winds anywhere from 25 to 45 miles an hour, but gusts above 65. With the wind advisory, we have northeast winds anywhere from 20 to 30, which is still strong, gusts up to 35. But nothing like the hurricane force winds we were dealing with early this morning and yesterday morning as well. So that is some good news. We are still talking about red flag warnings through tomorrow. Are the humidity levels extremely low tonight, below 10%. They will be on the rise tomorrow, very slowly, but that will continue the rest of the week. Relief for Malibu. In fact, by Thursday, maybe even a marine layer moving in. So that is great news because that means higher humidity levels, more clouds, and cooler temperatures, and that will pretty much be the name of the game the rest of the week into the weekend. In fact, take a look. Tomorrow's still hot and dry, but less windy, higher humidity levels by Thursday. Friday, much better, much cooler weather by the weekend, mid-70s, partly cloudy skies. even a slight chance of showers early next week. Have a great night. We'll keep you posted on everything going on. For now, back to you, Pat and Rick.
All right, Jackie, thank you for that. Great news there. We take you back to Lake Piru. This is another one of the latest fires that are burning right now, but not affecting much, not threatening much. We're going to focus most of our attention, I think, and all the assets down in the Orange County area and out up in the Arrowhead area as well.
Yeah, the Orange County area, of course, where we have a number of homes threatened there. When we last left Michelle Gili, there were some homes in the Santiago Estates area that were being threatened by fire. They've had some unusual activities as well, because in those particular canyons, those areas were quite rural and a lot of farming communities, a lot of people that like to hunt. And there were a number of explosions from ammunition going off in some homes in that area.
Propane tanks as well.
So it's just really surprising to see all of the information and things that we have discovered or have been discovering throughout these firestorms.
The good news to report tonight, though, that the winds seem to be settling down a bit. Jackie says that the humidity levels are going to be going up, temperatures are going to be going down. That's what the firefighters need out on that fire line. And PCH is opening up finally after 3 days of closures.
That's right, and we do have more help. We know the National Guard, some of the units are already here. We heard from Michael Chertoff earlier today. That's President Bush's man over the Homeland Security, so we know that we're expecting more forces, some C-130 planes to help us in all that. And guess what? We're going to be playing basketball, so we want you to stay tuned for LTV.
Yeah, we'll be back at the halftime of the game. You're watching KCAL 9 News. Don't.
There are little things that seem little, but they're not little. They're very important in helping us seniors get by.
I remember when we first signed up for SCAN, and we were looking at different plans, and SCAN was the only one that really came out to the house, talked to us, explained everything in detail.
They are there to really help you. They don't just push you out the door.
The minute I heard SCAN was nonprofit, I was sold.
I love the personal service that we get, and they care.
They treat us as real people.
You're not just a number.
Right. They've got a handle on all the things that affect us as older people, specifically geared to your needs.
So their purpose is to support seniors for the right reasons. In fact, I'd say SCAN is the next best thing to having a mother.
There you are.
To schedule your own in-home appointment or to attend an informational event near you, call SCAN at 1-800-547-0895. SCAN Health Plan.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness? At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our compatibility program. It's so easy. It's got everyone talking.
They matched me with a great deal on the fuel-efficient Kia Spectra, complete with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, and we've never been happier.
How lucky is that guy? So log on to KiaMatch.com and start getting happy.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Southern California Kia retailers.
At Mercury Insurance, we're committed to providing our customers with the lowest car insurance rates possible. Anything we can do to lower your rates is fair game. If that means cutting back on our travel budget, well, we say make it so. Looking good, Ted.
Visit MercuryInsurance.com or give us a call at 888-4Mercury to get a fast free quote and start saving today.
Pechanga, one land, one tribe. In the past 10 years, Pechanga has harnessed the power of self-reliance to create over 5,000 jobs and generate over $100 million to California's economy, keeping California strong and moving forward. Thousands of jobs and millions of dollars come from this one place, this one proud place, Pechanga.
If you have had a diagnosis of type 1 diabetes for more than 1 year, a local medical facility is taking part in a clinical research study of an investigational insulin drug combined with regular human insulin. Participants will not be charged for physical exams, lab work, ECGs, or nutritional education during this 6-month study. If you have type 1 diabetes and want to find out if you may qualify, call toll-free 866-322-0041 or visit studydiabetes.com.
For updates on the wildfires across Southern California, stay with us here on KCAL 9 News. Southern California is under siege by raging wildfires. As many as 15 fires are burning out of control. Thousands of homes are threatened as a state of emergency is declared in 7 counties. Now firefighters are digging in for another dangerous day in the trenches as hurricane-force gusts and dry brush continue to fuel these deadly blazes. KCAL-9 has crews in every zone to keep you informed. We're live from the fire lines.
Welcome back to
the development now back live here in Portola Hills. The development you're looking at there with the flames licking at the back doorsteps, that is Santiago Canyon Estates, and all of those residents have been out either since last night or early this morning, and they've been sweating it, standing here where I am, watching their property and hoping for the best. Now, we also have just spoken to some homeowners who live in Modjeska Canyon, and were you the gentleman that we were just talking to? You're concerned. Do you mind just stepping over with me a quick second? What do you know? And that's, I guess, the problem is you know so very little. It's frustrating, isn't it, for you?
Absolutely. The police have no information. The fire department has no information. We saw one of the homes burn down this morning before we were evacuated. So we're just left to kind of find out what we can on our own.
And where do you live, sir? You live
We're on Canyon Heights Drive, which is Modjeska Canyon.
So it's about 3/4 of a mile from where we're standing?
Yeah, exactly.
And when you left, what were you seeing?
We watched the house, which I guess you would call the chateau, burn. You know, the fire encroached on it, and I would say in less than 40 minutes or so, that burnt down to basically studs, and after that we were evacuated. So,
do you know what happened to the people who live there?
I don't. I have no idea.
And so your frustration at this point is obviously concern over your own home. Did you have pets? Did you have a lot of people have horses in this area?
We have dogs, and you know, we just need general information. All we've heard is 10 structures. We don't know exactly. We're bits and pieces. We know what we witnessed and from what we've heard and neighbors, but we have no concrete evidence of anything. And quite honestly, the police haven't provided us information, the fire hasn't, and I understand that they're busy, but we're trying to account for our own property as well.
Do you know you were able to get your animals out when you left? What were you told?
Nothing. We weren't told anything. We just witnessed the fires yesterday. This morning, obviously, the wind changed across the road. We knew it was more dangerous, so we knew it was time to go.
Now, I know that a lot of the houses in the canyon areas were built a long, long time ago, and that was a big concern on the part of firefighters being able to use their resources in a good way, that is fighting defensible structures. In the case of your home, were you very cognizant of your surroundings and keeping the brush clear and that sort of thing?
Very. We have a tile roof, stucco home, appropriate clearance all the way around the house. The county sends out weed abatement notices. You have to keep, clearance so far from your house, and we've abided by all that stuff.
So hopefully you were one of the lucky ones.
I would hope so.
Now, we also have to stress this is arson. The cause of this fire, now more than 18,000 acres here in Orange County, was a fire started by someone. When you hear that after seeing the devastation to your neighbors' homes, what goes through your mind?
I can't comprehend that. That's like you hear somebody looting in the Arrowhead fires. This is the time you give to somebody, not loot them or start fires. I just can't comprehend that.
You have no idea, of course, if you're allowed back in this evening?
We asked just now, and we can't go back, and there's no time frame, no timetable whatsoever.
So what are your plans?
We're staying at my brother and sister-in-law's, so maybe for months, I don't know. I have no idea, really.
Yeah, I know. We spoke to the chief today of the Orange County Fire Authority, and he indicated this fire may burn for as long as 15 more days.
That'll be challenging. Obviously, they didn't start it. They have a job to do, but I think, like most people, we just want information. A little bit of information goes a long way.
You obviously didn't go to work today?
No.
Tomorrow?
Probably not until we find out some information.
All right. Thank you, sir, and we hope certainly for the best for you and your family. So a difficult situation for people here in Orange County. It's one of these situations where the crews at hand are trying to fight the fires, and it's tough for them to take stock of what is actually burned and then get the information out. And I know they're doing the best they can to pass the information on, but of course frustration and concern on the part of homeowners who literally ran with the belongings, the clothes on their back and just a few belongings in their cars. They want some answers. They want to know if their homes are still standing, and hopefully within the next few hours or perhaps by tomorrow morning the authorities can give them some sort of answer. That's the latest here live in Portola Hills. I'm Michelle Geely. Back to you.
Michelle, just to bring everybody up to date, Orange County Fire Chief Chip Prather said what he said was earlier today was that they could be dealing with this fire for the next 5 to 14 days. And so what he means by dealing with it, who knows, he could be talking about mopping up. Something else that we touched on earlier with you today, I asked you about the investigation into the person who set this fire, or persons, and you had indicated that the chief said he was concerned because whoever set it, knew something about fire, in the way it was going to spread and the effect it was going to have. He also went on to say, I was just reading just a short time ago, that apparently they have been flooded with tips to a hotline down in the OC, and he said it's going to take a while to go through all those tips to conduct a full investigation, he said, but he's encouraged by the number of responses their tip line has received. Well, so that's encouraging news regarding the investigation into this thing, at least.
Yeah, exactly, Paul. The chief indicated that investigators are working round the clock to try and solve this one. And he also made a point to say that there are people who obviously are very turned on by, these are people who are demented, of course, turned on by what they're seeing here in Southern California, all these fires burning. And he made the point to say that you see a lot of fire crews working to put out the fires. There are also a lot of people undercover who are, we're talking about law enforcement, fire investigators, who are out at all of these scenes keeping a close eye on the crowd. They're watching people very carefully to make sure that they aren't doing anything that they shouldn't be doing. So just because people think that it's utter chaos out here and that no one is minding the farm, so to speak, there most definitely are law enforcement officers undercover keeping an eye to make sure that there aren't more arsonists out here starting other fires. So that's something that's good to pass on.
We know often, of course, that the arsonists tend to go back to the scene of the crime. They actually like to see their handiwork go up in flames.
Yeah, that's right. They'd have a tough time getting through. The fire started on Sunday at 6 o'clock at Santiago and Silverado Canyon roads. That was one of the ignition source spots, that is. There were two others. So that person wouldn't be able to get back in there at this point. But you're right. Probably over the last couple of days, that person has been watching. And as the chief pointed out, hopefully that suspect is also talking about it, bragging about it, and all that the investigators can hope is that someone who has had contact with this individual will in fact make an anonymous call, report something, so they can catch this person who's now responsible for setting a fire that has encompassed about 32 miles, nearly 20,000 acres, and now has taken a fire that's now gobbled up, we understand, at least 10 structures in Modjeska Canyon.
And it's like that gentleman said who you were interviewing, who's out of his house right now, Michelle. It's hard to fathom someone doing this at this particular time under these conditions, just like it's hard to fathom someone looting properties, anywhere their devastation is taking place. It's just incomprehensible to a reasonable person. Let's jump up to Larry Welk. He's above the fire scene right now. Larry, give us your perspective.
Well, we're flying over the Silverado Canyon, Portola Hills area. And I can tell you that right now, at this hour, there's still a lot of visible flame, but a lot of it is backfiring operations by the Orange County Fire Authority. We see a lot of fire engines inside these areas where there are homes here in Portola Hills. Now, those folks that live on the other side down into the Silverado Canyon area and some of the other areas that have burned today, those areas of fire have pretty much died down for the evening. We can tell you there's almost no wind out here, so that is very good news. I understand that there's the chance that the wind will pick up again as the evening goes on, but for now, the wind is extremely light, and if anything, it's blowing back onto an area that has already burned. Now, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, or I heard you talking about it, that the firefighters believe that this could go on for the next several weeks. And the reason there is they concentrated so much of their efforts on the protection of structures and lives here that they pretty much let the other end of the fire, that would be the eastern end of the fire, burn unchecked up into the hillside, and that is very rugged terrain. So depending on weather conditions, they really could be dealing with this for several days or weeks to come. But right now, at this point, low wind, we still have very low humidity, and the one thing I will tell you is it's very warm outside down here. It's about 80 degrees here in southern Orange County, but as you can see, backfiring operations and the smoke really not moving around a lot. It's going straight up into the air. So I think they're going to do okay tonight here, at least the residents here in Portola Hills. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welkin, News Chopper 2. Back to you.
All right, Larry, thank you so much for the update there. We are going to continue to stay over that live scene there in Silverado Canyon. Earlier, Michelle Gili was speaking to how hard hit Orange County had been hit. We know that at least 10 homes were destroyed in Modjeska Canyon. Susie Suh is there on the scene. She has been able to assess it herself. We're trying to get a live shot up. We'll be coming back shortly with that live shot. These are folks who were forced to get out of their homes because of the impending danger, and she's confirmed for us 10 to 12 homes destroyed there. In the meantime, we'd like to remind you that this is the CBS 2 News. We continue to cover this firestorm burning from Santa Barbara down to the Mexican border. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness? At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our compatibility program. It's so easy. It's got everyone talking.
They matched me with a great deal on the fuel-efficient Kia Spectra, complete with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, and we've never been happier.
How lucky is that guy? So log on to KiaMatch.com and start getting happy.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Southern California Kia retailers.
This Friday, celebrate what makes us laugh.
I miss your eyes. Dad!
And what makes us family. Steve Carell.
I love her. We go get her.
Dan in real life. Rated PG-13. In theaters Friday.
Garlic, blue cheese, peppercorn. 3 new flavors for our signature 8-ounce steak. Served with a Caesar side salad and a piping hot baked potato. Sizzler's all-new steakhouse favorites. Get one for just $8.99.
Sizzler.
All-new Dodge Grand Caravan.
When you get in your car, you're just moments from KNX 1070. Traffic and weather together on the 5s every day. KNX 1070 News Radio.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the California firestorm here on CBS 2. We're looking at video from Running Springs right now, and I think Stacy Butler is there on the ground to give us an update on the situation. Stacy.
That's right, Paul. Nightfall here in Running Springs, and all bets are off. I want to show you a live look behind me. I'm told that this is near the Live Oaks community, and this is an area that's burning that has never burned before. This is primarily an area all day that we have been watching that has the fire has been held back because of air assaults. They have been very aggressive in this area. Tonight, those air assaults, as we know, have stopped. I want to show you just a look at what we saw earlier today in the Live Oaks area.
I see the smoke swirling around like it's creating its own environment. It looks really hot.
Mandatory evacuations in that Live Oaks area, and a couple of animals left behind. They were picked up by animal control, we're told. Now the big story tonight, Lake Arrowhead. This is what it looked like earlier today. We just received new information. We thought that that fire had passed through there. You can see smoke and ash. A lot of homes burned in that area. We understand mandatory evacuation still in effect for the entire Lake Arrowhead. 10,000 homes tonight in that area threatened. We just got a number, 400 homes in Lake Arrowhead destroyed tonight. And this fire is not laying down yet. The Running Springs fire started north of the 18. Lake Arrowhead, as you know, is 7 miles south of Running Springs. That fire on the north side, again, tonight at this hour, it is threatening 10,000 homes in that area. And as you can see behind me on the south side, this fire picked up just this afternoon. They did not expect it to jump the freeway and go to the south side. You can see behind me very much an active fire. Firefighters surrounding this area, this very hilly terrain, just waiting by structures, hoping that they can protect them tonight. For now, we're live in Running Springs. Stacy Butler, CBS 2 News. Now back to you in the studio.
Stacy, you are so right. Perhaps that's what's so upsetting, even more than it has been throughout the last couple of days, is that really people thought they had dodged a bullet there, and then suddenly everything shifted again. One of the newest reports we're hearing is that this fire is moving against the wind, which means that it's being driven by fuel, not by the wind. What is your sense of it? What are you saying?
Yeah, you can tell out here the wind is not bad at all. It's really being driven by a lot of this dry oak. I don't know if you can see it at night, and also just this rugged terrain and so many trees. A big problem, I've been told, are the bark beetles. You know, they ate through a lot of trees. That means they dried them up. We've all seen them. You drive out in the nature areas, you can see them. They're dried and dead and still standing. Well, I was told by firefighters they just didn't have the resources to clear all of those, and they created a big problem. They're tinder dry, just waiting to go up in flames. Certainly that is what happened here today in Running Springs.
Yeah, they had a program, an abatement program for the bark beetle trees that had been damaged, and I think they hauled 1 million trees out of that area up there, and they just completed that several months ago. But obviously 1 million trees, it's like throwing a deck chair off the Titanic and trying to keep it afloat. It's not
it doesn't
helpful,
take
but
too
not
many
totally
trees.
helpful. Yeah, exactly right. Are you getting a sense with what's going on up there, with everything flaring back up, that people are more nervous now than they were perhaps earlier today, or firefighters are more concerned perhaps?
Yeah, I would say firefighters are more concerned. I'd like to talk to someone out here. There is not a resident in all of Lake Arrowhead or Running Springs out here. It is very dangerous. It's not just that there's a fire threat out here. It's a very narrow drive up here. In fact, we're a little concerned about how to get down now that they say that the Lake Arrowhead area is threatened again. So these people are concerned. We saw a lot of downed power lines. As we know, you have to consider them active. That's what we've been told. A lot of gas lines not been shut down. In all of Lake Arrowhead, I spoke with a council member today. He said that it's too much for the city to shut all of the gas down. They would have to go reignite every single home in Lake Arrowhead. They just simply can't do that. So there's a lot of gas fires that are burning. Homes are already burned out, so it's not a danger to those homes. They're just burning through ash, but they're waiting for those fires to put themselves out.
All right, Stacy Butler, thank you for that live report from Running Springs. Meantime, of course, we've been talking about the weather being a huge factor in these fires because they've been wind-driven. We know that the high wind warning was taken down this afternoon, Johnny, but we're not out of the woods yet.
Well, we still have the wind advisory until about 4 o'clock tomorrow, and as a matter of fact, the red flag situation is on tap until tomorrow at 4 o'clock. It may be extended another day, but I'm hearing less chatter about that than we had yesterday, so it may go away by then. Of course, it's just a label. It means not a lot. What these people are out on the fire lines, what they're facing, that's where the real action is. And speaking of action, we are finding a lot. I just did this a few minutes ago. We're finding a lot for the winds, a lot more agreeable winds. We're seeing winds now into single digits in a lot of the areas. And as a matter of fact, the strongest winds that I could pick up happen to be out at Saugus, but it's from the north, and it ranges from 2 miles an hour up to 32 miles per hour. So remember, Saugus, we've been talking about strong winds, 60, 65 miles per hour the last couple of days. Well, that gives you some idea of how winds have been decreasing. Acton still has gusts to 32 miles per hour. And at Simi Valley, remember that was a big story yesterday in the Simi Valley area, the winds that were up into the 50s, 20 miles per hour right now. Keep in mind, I just did 3. Those were the top 3, and it drops off from there down to 8 miles per hour, 5 miles per hour. That's from the coast to Orange County, from San Diego, then north. So the winds have been decreasing somewhat. But we did have 2 record high temperatures today. Camarillo at 97, and at Oxnard it was 96 degrees. Those were record temperatures today. Yeah.
And fairly close to the water.
Fairly
That's
close.
Not very close.
Well, the wind is right off the desert. Fresh wind from the desert has been moving offshore, and so that's why the temperatures even along the coast. As a matter of fact, we'll be doing an update on the forecast for you tomorrow. But along the coast, since you brought it up, along the coast, about 90 degrees tomorrow, and the downtown temperature should be about 93. So we have some warm temperatures out there, but very low humidity, single digits.
All right. Well, you're watching continuous coverage of the California Firestorm right here on CBS 2. We have it covered from the mountains to San Diego County. We're going to take a short break and be right back.
We went to California and swapped people's vehicles for 1 week. We didn't tell them we were from Ford. We told them it was market research.
I swapped my Nissan Murano for the Ford Edge.
It's gorgeous. It's very smooth. I mean, it's almost effortless.
I think I'm really getting a little spoiled.
Nice. No way.
I guess it's the little things, and I didn't realize how much the little things matter.
Now you can lease a Ford Edge SC for only $299 a month. So go ahead, swap your ride. Visit your Ford dealer today.
When his whole life changed,
You're deaf.
he found the courage
What do you want to do with your life? I want to help people.
to change the world.
They want me to create a program on hiring the disabled.
Based on the inspiring true story.
The differences that you make, the ones of lasting importance, are the little differences that you make in the life of another person.
Music Within. Rated R. Exclusive engagements begin this Friday.
Just how new is the all-new 2008 Accord? Well, we could tell you about its more powerful, more fuel-efficient engine, or the addition of race-inspired suspension for superior handling. We could also mention that it's been totally redesigned with a larger, more comfortable cabin and all the engineering and safety features you'd expect from Honda. But we think it would be more fun if you discover these things for yourself. The all-new Accord from Honda.
Everyone has one word on their mind.
Bees! B! B!
Barry, just be B.
I'm B. B.
B? Bees?
I gotta start thinking B.
Hi, B.
Hi.
Gene Shalit says B-Movie is an A.
It was genius, man, genius!
It's the best animated movie of the year.
Sounds like quite a scene. I'd love to hit that sometime.
DreamWorks B-Movie, rated PG, Friday, November 2nd.
Cannonball!
Southern California continues to burn 7 counties under a state of emergency, including Orange County. This is Silverado Canyon, where some 10 homes have been lost. Of course, we know that Governor Schwarzenegger has been very visible today. He has toured several of the emergency sites. Most recently, he was up near Santa Clarita. And our reporter, Dave Bryan, has the newest information on what the governor had to say. Dave?
Laura, the governor hopscotched across Southern California today, as you indicated, beginning in Lake Arrowhead, where he went on an aerial and ground tour of damaged areas, then on to San Diego, where he met Homeland Security Secretary Michael Chertoff. Finally, tonight, he held a press briefing in Santa Clarita, where he said the hundreds of Californians who have lost their homes in this disaster will need a helping hand to rebuild.
The key thing with all of this is that we help people rebuild their homes as quickly as possible, because it's very saddening when you know that people have worked their whole lives for saving money to create their own home, and then in 1 hour the home is gone. So we all have to work together. It's all one family, and make sure that the locals, the state, and the federal government works together and puts money together so that the people can rebuild those homes as quickly as possible.
Now, at the governor's request, President Bush today declared an emergency, a federal emergency, in the 7 affected counties. Now, this evening, Governor Schwarzenegger has written a letter to President Bush asking him to effectively raise the ante by declaring a major federal disaster area in those counties. That would make them and the people who live in them, who are victims in this disaster, eligible for federal loans and for assistance in rebuilding. That's what the governor wants now from President Bush. Live in the newsroom, I'm Dave Bryan, CBS 2 News. Paul, Laura, back to you.
Dave, thank you very much. We know that the president's coming here on Thursday, Dave. Let me ask you this question. Being an astute political observer, do you think it's likely that President Bush would make that announcement on Thursday here in Southern California?
I think that's certainly a very good possibility, although the other side of that is that the federal government, the Bush administration, is still very sensitive to the Katrina fallout, and so they're moving as quickly as possible in every way they can, and that might include issuing this disaster declaration even before he arrives here in the state.
You know, Dave, earlier today, Orange County officials were complaining about the fact that they had a lack of resources there, particularly from the air. What is your sense of it? Do you think that this will have some legs to it, or is this just frustration spilling out as people watch their homes go up in smoke?
Laura, I think it's a little bit of both, to tell you the truth. I mean, clearly part of the problem was that there were so many fires that hit so quickly in so many different locations that there simply was not enough firepower, in a sense, not enough aerial assault equipment, which was one of the biggest deficiencies. And what the firefighters did was they made a priority list. Most of the aerial support went to San Diego County, which is the hardest hit area. That left Orange County vulnerable. Now, that explanation doesn't do much good if you lost your home in Orange County because there was not aerial support. But the fact of the matter is they were short of equipment, and in addition to that, it was an unforeseen situation, the likes of which we haven't had here in this state for many, many years.
But 4 air tankers did arrive from the federal government today.
That's correct, and there are more on their way. These are planes that are outfitted with 3,000-gallon tanks, and they are, as you said, 4 of them are here today. More are on the way.
C-130s with retrofitted fire suppression, so that would obviously be a great aid to those of us here in Southern California. Let's go back up to Running Springs. Mark Coogan, who started this venture on Sunday in Malibu, has made his way up to the mountains. He's been there. Did you get there yesterday, or was that today? I get confused now, Mark.
You're talking today.
Yeah.
We got here today, this morning.
Obviously,
I'm going to go through my own inventory.
Yeah, I was going to say my confusion has jumped into your body.
Malibu, the first 2, and today Running Springs, and it's been extremely interesting. Quite a firefight here today, but let's get some up-to-the-date information immediately now from Veronica Magnuson of the U.S. Forest Service, who has the statistics for both the fire over in Arrowhead and the one around here, the slide fire in Running Springs. What do you have?
Hi, Mark. For the Grass Valley incident...
And that's Lake Arrowhead area.
Yes, correct. That's Lake Arrowhead. It's still at 100 structures that have been destroyed. It's still at 1,000 acres, and we have 0% containment. Now, for the slide fire, which includes Green Valley Lake and Running Springs and Arrow Bear, we have 200-plus structures that have been destroyed since this morning. We have still the same amount of acreage, 4,000 acres, and it's 0% containment.
And overall, I think there's an evacuation, quite a widespread area is being evacuated.
Yes, from Crestline all the way to Snow Valley, we have evacuations. All of them are mandatory except Crest Park and Valley of Enchantment. Those are voluntary.
Zero containment, any estimate as to when things might be contained?
No.
How were things today versus the day before?
Yesterday was more chaotic. We didn't have very many resources to aggressively attack the fire. Today we had more resources to attack it, but it's still...
You're at the whim of the wind, basically, right?
Yes.
And it's getting better.
Yes, and it's basically a wind event fire.
Thank you very much. Let's show you now a little bit of what we... thanks again, Veronica. Yeah. No, that's fine. We've been talking all day long, and Veronica's been giving me lots of good information about what's going on here. Let us show you now some of the places she told us to go to. This is our day, if you will, in Running Springs, beginning with a tremendous firefight on a place called Mount R. Pine trees on fire encircled homes on an isolated knoll south of Running Springs this afternoon. But this time there was help from the air. A relay of water-dropping helicopters scored direct hits on the flaming trees. The homes were enveloped in smoke, but it looked like they made it through this latest onslaught of the slide fire. The slide fire began yesterday morning near Green Valley Lake, destroying at least 25 homes in that mountain community. Then overnight, the fire raced through a corner of Running Springs. It destroyed at least 100 more homes here, and then the slide fire jumped Highway 18.
We had this burned out house that was starting, because of the wind change, was starting to throw embers into what we call a dirty burn over here, where it only partially burned, and then it had a chance of running back up that canyon, back up into the homes. So we just came down to take some heat out of it and to keep it from jumping this road and going back up the canyon.
Yesterday, the gale force winds made it too dangerous to do much flying, but today's gentler winds allowed a fully engaged air assault. The DC-10 jumbo jet joined the helicopters in working the fire north and south of Running Springs. They couldn't save everything. This building at the mountain retreat of the St. John's Korean Christian Church went up in flames. A church member tried his best to save the rest of the complex.
I came here this morning, but it was so dangerous, and everywhere is the fire. So I want to spread some water before I leave.
Before you leave?
Yeah, I will leave soon.
Nearby, we saw 3 ostriches still in a pen. A U.S. Forest Service ranger told us he'd call for help to rescue the terrified birds. Or if he couldn't get help in time, the ranger said he'd turn the birds loose. And now back live in Running Springs, we have to tell you we do not know what happened to the ostriches, although that area, the fire had burned through it. It was a pretty static area. Whatever had caught, and it looked like perhaps the animals were going to be safe even if they were left in place. But remember, that ranger had called the Animal Rescue Service or the Animal Control for San Bernardino County, so help presumably was on the way. Right now, this time of night, well, we have almost a full moon out. It is quiet here and calm. No wind appreciably, a little cool. The town of Running Springs, a little community where Highway 330 joins Highway 18, dark, power out, evacuated, no one here but fire service and news media. And in the hills here and there, well, the fire is a lot less than it was. Just take a look when you were watching at the top of the show when Stacy Butler was doing the report. There was a tremendous amount of orange glow. Now it's going away because there are fire trucks down there in that particular area, and they have been hard at work now that the aircraft have had to stop flying. Live in Running Springs, Mark Coogan, CBS 2 News. Back to you.
Thank you, Mark. You gave us a snapshot of what your day was there. I wondered if I could ask you another question. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, yes, go ahead,
You
Laura.
still with us, Mark? They're talking about this being the largest evacuation in the history of California. Are you able to speak to some of the people there who have been evacuated? Do you know where they're ending up? I know at least at the fairgrounds in San Bernardino, people are being allowed to camp out there. What can you tell us?
Well, the Orange Show Fairgrounds is the official evacuation site, and there should be more people going there if there are people leaving Arrowhead. But a lot of people just go with relatives or friends. We have not really talked, period, flat out, not talked to anybody who lives here today because they're gone. Except for one man we met in a Shell gas station down in San Bernardino on the way up, and we were getting gas. He was in his pickup truck with his dog. He'd gotten out of this area here. He was staying at a Motel 6 in Riverside. He said, I'm not going to the shelter because I just can't sleep on a cot.
It's like a ghost town there then.
It's empty, completely.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Let's head back down to Orange County. Michelle Geely in Silverado Canyon covering the Santiago fire. Michelle.
Paul, that's right. Fortunately, not much wind is blowing. When we look up at the trees, we barely see the leaves moving at all, and no doubt that is working in firefighters' favor at this hour. Ever since nightfall, there have been no aerial drops here. That's normally the policy, unless I think lives are in jeopardy. So this is now burning up toward Santiago Peak. That's the peak above the fire that you see burning there, and then off to the left there's a glow there, and I understand that's Modjeska Peak. I'm going to bring in Captain Ron Smith with Costa Mesa Police, and the reason Ron Smith is here is because he lives here. He lives in this development that we've been talking about where we've seen the flames licking up to the back property there. This is Santiago Canyon Estates where Ron lives. Ron, because you're law enforcement, you were allowed to stay in last night. Kind of describe for me what was going on and what you were doing.
Sure, Michelle. We're monitoring the progress from Whiting Ranch and looked that it wouldn't hit the development very soon, but it came a lot quicker. The wind came up, it gusted hard, it changed direction unexpectedly, and we had 5 firefighters in the development, myself and a neighbor, and it came up right on the property line, big 100-foot wall of flames and then smoke, and then the cinders just went up like fireworks, mortars, and they just were raining down on the whole development. So a neighbor and I hosed down the embers in the backyard, and the firefighters kept knocking down the flames as best they could, but it burned right up to the property line.
And this was about what time last night?
This was about 3 o'clock yesterday morning, and then by daybreak it looked like it was pretty well under control. There's a few hot spots or so up in the back part, and by about noon it looked like it was pretty well under control.
So again, we're talking about noon today under control.
Noon today under control, and then I went into work, and then I've come back and found that apparently the wind has shifted or something is rekindled, because now it's burned above the development where it hadn't burned before, and it's actually swept above and past the housing development very unexpectedly. I would not have thought that would have happened.
All right, so you're not able to go back in right now?
No, I'm going to have to find another place to stay for the night, and that's fine. My heart goes out to people that have lost their houses, and those that are threatened. Just hang in there as best as you can.
Yeah. Now, your development, I know, because you're in Silverado Canyon here, you're in a wildland area, or at least you back right up to it. Your development, which is relatively new, as I understand, about 7 years old, there are about 75 homes in there. Your homes were built with this in mind. There are a lot of green belts within your development here, a lot of ice plant. Can you talk about how you've been preparing for something like this? Of course, always keeping your fingers crossed that you wouldn't see this day, but knowing that the possibility was very real.
Right. Well, the houses were constructed with that in mind, because actually there's 77 and 75 of them are in the fire zone. Mine just incidentally happened to be one that wasn't. But the shrubbery around it is maintained very low. It's watered, it's graded. It's designed to be fire resistant. The places that caught on fire were the brush that were beyond the wildlife. And it was very apparent that it was dry, it was kindled, and it just went up, exploded. But the stuff that was around the development did what it was designed to do. That the houses are designed so that the embers don't get up into the eaves and catch fire up in the attic. So we're paying the dividends of good fire coding and development.
And as far as you know, there haven't been any homes lost in your development, correct?
Yeah, I don't think any of ours have had anything. We had the embers rain down. One of the things that we did with the neighbors was have everybody take in their patio furniture or umbrellas, anything where the embers could come down and kindle, and they did that, and then they left, and then that was pretty easy for us to go in the backyard and hose down the embers as they landed. But we're feeling pretty confident that it was designed well, and this is what it was supposed to do, to withstand a very, very violent and very sudden fire attack.
Ron, help us out with the people deeper in the canyon. We understand that at least 10, maybe more, maybe up to a dozen, and we know it's difficult to count at this hour, that their homes were lost. And I know in speaking with the fire chief earlier in the day, these homes, many of them were not built in the way that you just described, with the latest fire codes in mind. Some of these structures have been here for decades. Kind of paint a picture, if you will, about the narrow winding roads and how a lot of these places are nestled in trees, and it would be a tough place for a skeleton crew, if you will, to battle a blaze.
Well, just behind our development, there is an older ranch barn, and it was a very windy road, narrow, with eucalyptus trees, and it was very difficult. In fact, the firefighters couldn't get one of their rigs up that road to fight that fire. So they had to wind around and try to get at it from different angles, and it took a lot of time, and the fire went on by them. But a lot of the houses, they're very charming because they're rural and country in look, but they're wood frame, they're wood shingles. They got a lot of overgrowth, a lot of undergrowth, and it provides for a lot of privacy, and it gives it that nice country feel. But this is exactly the problem that it creates, is there's just so much fuel for it to explode. And there's a lot of houses that have all nestled in here, and windy roads to get there makes it hard for the fire rigs to get there. So it's very difficult for the firefighters to combat this.
Something else, and I want to pick your brain because you've had many, many years of law enforcement experience being a captain with Costa Mesa PD. We know that someone started this fire. Help us out. What are investigators doing right now to try and catch this person? And based on your experience, who starts a fire like this?
Well, there's a number of different fire setters. Some are like juveniles that are doing it for a thrill. But this, according to what I've heard, was designed, it was planned, it was schemed, and it was pretty well executed. So there's some sophistication behind this. What the motive is, not sure. What's driving it wouldn't be economic, like insurance or something like that. What often happens is somebody will hear somebody bragging about it or talking about it, or maybe they help pre-plan it, and then they've lost their nerve, they've seen the tragedy that was unexpected, and then they come forward. And if there is such a person, I highly recommend, I encourage them to come forward and be truthful. There's the hotline number to call. Arson investigators will take it from there. But they'll be examining the scene, they'll be looking for all the physical evidence, they're going to bring in all their CSI teams, very sophisticated arson investigation that'll take place with this, especially given the extent. And if anybody were to be killed behind this, well, that could be considered to be arson leading to a murder, and that could make it a death penalty case potentially. Very serious.
The psychology, when we look into why people do these things, I think it's hard for many of us to comprehend. And maybe the person never dreamed it would grow to be 18,000 acres, but Malibu was on fire at the time that this fire was set on Sunday at 6 o'clock. So we know that these people watch TV and they get their jollies, if you will, seeing all of this. Why do arsonists do what they do?
Well, there's one school of thought that says that some arsonists, it's tied into a sexual thrill. When you say jollies, I mean, it's just exactly that. It's a psychosexual release, and they will relive it by looking at the footage that might be being televised, or maybe they're in the crowd someplace, and they'll relive the thrill again and again by it. And that's when they become serial, because they have to keep escalating to get the continued thrill. It becomes something similar to an addiction. So that's probably one of the more dangerous of the arsonists, because they become uncontrolled. They have to keep escalating to make it more exciting, create more drama within themselves. Whereas somebody who's doing it calculated for insurance fraud or something like that, there wouldn't be quite the danger, because there's a very specific purpose for it. This person could be very dangerous.
I think when we watch this, we wonder if they'll ever be caught. And you indicated that oftentimes these people brag, or there were others involved in the planning.
That's Michelle Geely reporting along the fire line there in Silverado Canyon, giving us all the new information. We're happy to report tonight now that Malibu is 75% contained. PCH is reopened, although Malibu Canyon still remains closed down, Paul. And these are all signs of life getting back a little bit more back to normal.
Yeah, all encouraging news. And the nice thing, we knew that Malibu was dying down, because they were able to take not only they were able to take personnel out of there and move them to fight fires in other parts of Southern California. So that's certainly, as you say, it's encouraging news. It's nice to hear. Johnny's give us encouraging news about the weather. Mark Coogan up at Running Springs talking about the winds dying down up there, as they had late in the afternoon. So there are positive signs out there, and it's getting easier to see them. You don't have to exactly peel the bark off the tree. So it's nice to have information coming out like that. What we're going to do is take a short break right now and remind you that when we come back, continuing coverage of the California firestorm right here on CBS 2.
It's the way our vehicles come together that sets us apart. The Chrysler 300. Now, well-qualified returning Chrysler lessees get a low-mileage lease on an entry-level 07 300 for $239 a month. Chrysler, engineered beautifully.
So, you're in my daughter's 5, huh?
Yes, sir.
I'm in there, too.
Oh.
My picture's right next to yours. It's almost like I'm watching you all the time.
Is that my phone?
Yes.
Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Bye, Daddy. I love you.
Love you.
Who's in your Fave 5?
Have a good night.
With My Faves, each family member gets unlimited calls to any 5 people, any number, even landlines. T-Mobile, stick together.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness?
At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our compatibility program. It's so easy. It's got everyone talking.
They matched me with a great deal on the fuel-efficient Kia Spectra, complete with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, and we've never been happier.
How lucky is that guy? So log on to KiaMatch.com and start getting happy.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Southern California Kia retailers.
This is Silverado Canyon, where fire continues to burn unabated. To the south of there in San Diego, they have been hit the very hardest. By one estimate, as much as 1 million people could be forced to flee their homes when this fire emergency is finally over. Our reporter Dave Lopez is reporting live from Qualcomm, where a lot of folks have had to take refuge during this. Dave?
Well, indeed they have, and the crowd has thinned out somewhat. I know many of them are going back to their cars. They've certainly picked up a lot of mattresses and blankets and pillowcases and all of the necessities that you need when you get up in the morning. So at least they do have a nice place to stay, a safe place to stay. It's not exactly very comfortable. Many of them would be sleeping in their cars or else the little pup tents that they've been given. Again, the number is 300,000. By the time it's all said and done throughout the state, it could be 500,000, as you mentioned. And in San Diego, the toll is just devastating. As we've been reporting, over 160 square miles of area burned, and this is what we saw earlier today in a little town called Del Dios. Del Dios is located right off Highway 56 between the 5 and the 15, and this area was hit extremely hard today. I am told that when all is said and done, there'll be at least 50 homes that burned in that area. This one was captured by one of the photographers locally down here, who actually overheard one of the firefighters say, "We've done enough, we cannot continue, let's get out of here." The area went quickly, the wind was gusting through there, and this is one of the areas, I'm told, where they will have some water dropping helicopters to make sure that there are no hot spots or embers that can repeat what happened there today. A very quiet little hamlet, someone described it. Del Dios is the name of that town, and it'll never be the same, obviously. Now, the people who have survived all of this have come here to Qualcomm, those who couldn't get a place to stay or those who simply had nowhere else to go. They have tried to be as comfortable as they can, and we try to capture a little bit of what they were going through and what they're thinking. This is what we reported earlier. A little music in the background for some of the evacuees who spent all day at Qualcomm Park. And for the children, a little something to make it easier for the fact that they can't go home again. For everyone here, it is a time of uncertainty and no doubt some anxiety as they are trying everything to take their mind off what they just went through. The fact that they're no longer home, the fact that their homes may not be there when they can go home.
Sorry, I wish your house was like one.
No problem.
We'll keep updating the information though as best as we can.
Okay.
You know.
Thank you very much.
Hey, no problem.
You couldn't move his house into the area?
Well, I only have 2 guns.
At a time like this, perhaps laughter is indeed the best remedy. If not laughter, maybe a free phone call that was being offered all day today. It turned out to be one of the most popular spots. And so it goes for many of them here at Qualcomm, their new home away from home, wondering and hoping soon, maybe, they'll get to leave. And just as we speak, there are some helicopters flying above us, and maybe that will be a prelude of what's going to happen tomorrow. Mr. Chernoff promises an air brigade, if you will, because the skies will be clear and the wind will be down. You know, you talk about San Diego and what it's gone through. You talk about a 1-2-3 punch. Of course, they've been reeling with the pension problems. Then a couple of weeks ago, we were here for the La Jolla landslide, and now this. President Bush is coming to town, hopefully to announce that there is federal help on the way. Reporting live from Qualcomm Stadium, Dave Lopez, CBS 2 News.
All right, Dave, thank you very much. We're going to take a short break right now, but when we come back, we're going to have new information about the situation in Modjeska Canyon. You're watching continuing coverage of the California firestorm on CBS 2.
Dodge Ram, the longest lasting, most durable line of full-size pickups. And with an available Cummins turbo diesel, Ram is the strongest and cleanest full-size pickup ever, helping you to make the most of every mile. Get 0% APR for 60 months or $6,000 cash allowance on 2007 Ram 1500.
Long before Dorothy dropped in, two other girls met in the land of Oz.
So if you care to find me, look to the western sky.
They became best friends until they called one good and the other one wicked. Wicked, the musical phenomenon and the untold story of the Witches of Oz.
The wizard will see you now!
At the Pantages Theater. Call Ticketmaster.com now.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness? At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our compatibility program. It's so easy. It's got everyone talking.
They matched me with a great deal on the fuel-efficient Kia Spectra, complete with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, and we've never been happier!
How lucky is that guy? So log on to KiaMatch.com and start getting happy.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Southern California Kia retailers.
In a world of countless little choices, among mountains of megapixels and a gaggle of gigabytes, shouldn't you spend less time sifting through the nonsense and go straight to the happy ending?
We continue to monitor this fire emergency. This is Lake Piru, Ventura County, and our Gary Lineberry is flying above the scene. There had been some concern about the condor preserve out that way. Gary, do you know anything about it?
I hadn't heard anything about the Condor Preserve itself, but I don't think it has. There's any real problem with it as we watch. This is the Castaic fire that started on Sunday when all the other fires started, west of Interstate 5, a little bit northwest of Lake Castaic, and spotted its way across the countryside here, down toward Lake Piru and out toward Piru, the city itself, and out toward Fillmore. There have been numerous fires burning out there. We are quite a ways off from that, so we flew up here tonight to look at the Santa Clarita fires, and we could not find a speck of fire, which is very good news. We're out here over Castaic right now, looking off to the west toward Piru. Way too dark to be flying over there, so we're looking several miles, and what we're seeing there are fires that are a mile or two to the west of the Lake Piru itself. Several small fires burning around out in the hills there. Tomorrow morning at first light, they'll get on those with some aircraft and begin to work those out, but the winds have subsided considerably. It has been a very smooth flight up here tonight compared to the last couple of nights where it was very, very rough. And last night when we were out here in this general area looking at this huge fire west of that was burning west of Magic Mountain and Stevenson Ranch, we looked out there and saw 30 or 40 small fires in this area now, where we only see maybe 4 or 5 or 6. If we pull to a wider shot, you'll see that there are just quite a few small fires burning out in there, but they're way out in the dark in the wilderness, away from any structures, not presenting any threat to structures. And as far as the Condor Preserve is concerned, I haven't heard. I was talking to Erratic earlier today, and he didn't mention anything about having a big concern for that, so hopefully it will not bother that. And as we have improving conditions with the winds and the weather, hopefully they'll get these knocked down before they create any problems. So at least for the fires out here in Santa Clarita, as we look over towards Santa Clarita itself, no evidence of fire that we can see at all. There's still a lot of work to be done out there around those fires that burn, and the firefighters will have a lot of work to do here. Ventura County and U.S. Forest Service will have a lot of work to do, but for right now, this is the only fire we can find out here. Reporting live over the Santa Clarita Valley, I'm Gary Lineberry at News Chopper 2. Now back to you.
Gary, thank you very much for conveying all of that good news. It's nice to hear. Just a short while ago, you're looking at a picture here down in Orange County of Silverado Canyon, and we know that there are structures destroyed, damaged in Modjeska Canyon, and 10 to 12 structures, as a matter of fact. That's been confirmed by one of our Orange County reporters, Susie Suh. Just a short while ago, she was in there, and she filed this report.
All around our house is burned and destroyed. It's almost like a divine protection that over our house. It's eerie, but as you drive through here, it just feels like a war zone. And most of it's good news. I mean, we have a lot of homes that should have been destroyed, and so there's a lot of good news, but for a few, it's going to be devastating.
Very thoughtful gentleman right there as he's describing some of the travesties that are occurring. 10 homes destroyed in Modjeska Canyon, 10 more in Silverado Canyon, we're able to confirm. A lot of folks do not know. They have just left the area. They fled with whatever they could take and got out for their own safety. Susie Suh is now up and running, and she's going to bring us up to date. Susie? Come on in, Susie. Can you hear us?
You know, when we drove up here earlier this evening, you know, we thought that there were maybe 2 to 3 homes burned in the Modjeska Canyon area. We are now just learning from fire officials that that number has jumped to 10 to 12. And what you're looking at behind me right here is one of those homes, the devastation. I mean, you can see it all around here. We're looking at one home that had a pool, a car in the garage at the time, and residents just had to leave with absolutely nothing. This area, along with Black Star Canyon and Williams Canyon, are all under mandatory evacuations at this hour. Residents have not been allowed back into this area, so if you can imagine, they have yet to see the devastation as you're seeing right now. At one point during their fight, firefighters were forced to pull out of this Modjeska Canyon area due to erratic winds and dangerous conditions. Most homes were saved. Unfortunately, again, 10 to 12 homes lost. The biggest challenge for firefighters today on this fire has been the constant spotting. We're definitely noticing some hot spots still here in Modjeska Canyon. As you mentioned earlier, hot spots are flaring up now in Silverado Canyon. We're looking at 18,000 plus acres, 30% containment, more than 2,900 homes threatened at this hour, and fire officials in a press conference earlier today said that this fight could take at least 5 to 14 more days. Back to you.
All right, Susie, thank you very much. Not so much good news there, although as that gentleman pointed out, it could have been worse. But let's get one very quick recap from Johnny about what we can expect in the next couple of days weather-wise.
Winds will be decreasing. Looking for temperatures tomorrow along the coast to be about 90 degrees, downtown about 94. Make that 97, 98. There's our stage manager just walked through. As you can see, we're beginning to wrap things up here. And we're looking for another front to come through, and we think we'll start cooling off.
All right.
That's going to do it. We'll see you then.
Indicated he was overwhelmed by the level of devastation.
I have to say that this is really one of the biggest fires that I've ever seen, and very intense fires.
In fact, this is one of the biggest fire events anyone has ever seen in California. While he toured damage at 3 locations, Governor Schwarzenegger was also working on a letter requesting that President Bush declare 7 Southern California counties a major disaster area, freeing up federal dollars for low-cost rebuilding loans and other forms of federal recovery assistance.
The key thing with all of this is that we help people rebuild their homes as quickly as possible.
The president, who was already declared a federal emergency in the affected counties, mentioned the fire victims in a speech in Washington.
All of us across this nation are concerned for the families who have lost their homes and the many families who have been evacuated from their homes.
Homeland Security Secretary Michael Chertoff, who flew out from Washington, says the federal government is already doing everything it can to help fight the fires, providing military air tankers, ground crews, and firefighting equipment.
I can tell you that we have put our full court press forward on the part of the federal government, having the military, having our civilian agencies like the Department of Interior and the Department of Agriculture, put all of their firefighting assets and expertise into the field.
But it comes too late for many who lost their homes in Orange County, where fire officials believe local residents paid the price for the diversion of air support to other fires.
It is an absolute fact, had we had more air resources, we would have been able to control this fire.
And the frustration boiled over as local residents fled their homes.
There's just no fire engines here. There's no fire engines. We've got lots of friends, but no fire engines. There's the flames, really big, big flames.
Well, you heard the Orange County Fire Chief in that report tonight. The chief says the number of fires stretched resources to the breaking point. He charges the bottom line is there just aren't enough helicopters, tankers, or ground resources to adequately attack the massive firestorm. Rick, Sylvia, back to you.
All right, Dave, thank you very much.
Winds and humidity, that's been the big factor of the last couple of days. They're changing as we speak. Jackie Johnson's going to join us with weather when we come back. Don't go away.
Breakfast savings now at Subway restaurants. For a limited time, try any new 6-inch omelet sandwich or new breakfast stuffer for only $1.99. Subway restaurants, now open at 7 a.m. Stop for breakfast, get lunch to go. Subway, eat fresh.
Feeling alive all over.
Dodge Ram, the longest lasting, most durable line of full-size pickups. And with an available Cummins turbo diesel, Ram is the strongest and cleanest full-size pickup ever, helping you to make the most of every mile. Get 0% APR for 60 months or $6,000 cash allowance on 2007 Ram 1500.
You don't do this in your daily lives, so why do you do it in your car? Courtesy is contagious, and it begins with you. Look for other important driving tips from the Auto Club, and in the meantime, drive safely.
Why did we give the new C-Class almost 260 foot-pounds of torque? Why did we engineer suspension that automatically tightens for aggressive driving? Why did we equip it with Bluetooth, Sirius satellite radio, and a digital surround sound system? And why did we engineer every component to perform at Autobahn speeds? Why? Because we promised you a Mercedes-Benz. That's why.
The 2008 C-Class, starting at $31,975.
Breakfast savings now at Subway restaurants. For a limited time, try any new 6-inch omelet sandwich or new breakfast stuffer for only $1.99. Subway restaurants, now open at 7 a.m. Stop for breakfast, get lunch to go. Subway, eat fresh.
Okay, we've been seeing the winds diminish for much of the end of this day, and we are hoping that trend continues. Jackie Johnson's here now with a look at our weather forecast. Jackie?
Thank you so much, Sylvia and Rick, and we've definitely turned the corner with the winds. We've been through the worst of the winds, so that is the good news. I'm not saying it's perfect out there, still breezy. I'm going to step out of the shot. We're going to zoom into a few locations. Wind advisory still in effect. High wind warnings have been canceled. We're taking a look at areas such as Running Springs, Lake Arrowhead. Winds are out of the northeast right around 12 miles an hour. We'll take you over to Santa Clarita. Northeast winds 10 miles an hour. And then we'll take you over to Malibu, where winds are also light. So again, the winds are much lighter. Temperatures still hot. I'll have more on your full forecast in just a little bit. For now, back to you guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you for that.
And we'll be right back with more on KCAL 9 News at 10.
Bluetooth hands-free link, MP3 connectivity, ELS surround sound. All the luxuries of the modern world to go. The Acura TL. Acura. Advance.
Take advantage of attractive lease rates on the 2008 Acura TL for well-qualified customers.
Portable just got more affordable with KFC's Grilled Chicken Snacker. All white meat chicken marinated and grilled to juicy perfection. Right now, get 2 for the price of 1.
Vegas is incredible. There's a casino in every hotel.
Oh, yeah?
And the people are so nice. Today, I learned how to double down.
Wow.
They even comp my room because I'm down $5,800.
$5,800?
5,800 chips.
$5,800.
$5,800 chips.
Keep your unused minutes for when you really need them with Rollover, only from AT&T.
Now buy this Nokia and get one free.
We went to California and swapped people's vehicles for 1 week. We didn't tell them we were from Ford. We told them it was market research.
I swapped my Nissan Murano for the Ford Edge. It's gorgeous. It's very smooth. I mean, it's almost effortless. I think I'm really getting a little spoiled. Oh, nice. No way. I guess it's the little things, and I didn't realize how much the little things matter.
Now you can lease a Ford Edge SC for only $299 a month. So go ahead, swap your ride. Visit your Ford dealer today.
Hello, everybody. I'm Rick Chambers.
And I'm Pat Harvey, and this is KCAL 9 News at 10 with breaking coverage of the California firestorm that continues to rage across our area tonight. Now, here is the latest on the California firestorm on our third night. Evacuations are underway in Lake Arrowhead and all surrounding communities. More than 400 homes there have burned since yesterday. 10,000 more homes are threatened. In LA County, the ranch fire in Castaic has burned more than 47,000 acres. It is 10% contained.
The buckwheat fire, this is, of course, Agua Dulce, Saugus, Canyon Country up that way, that has burned nearly 38,000 acres at this point. The good news is it is now 80% contained. And in Orange County, Santiago fire has destroyed a number of homes down there tonight. It's burned some 18,000 acres at this hour. It now only 30% contained.
And in San Bernardino County, the Grass Valley fire near Lake Arrowhead has burned 1,000 acres and 100 structures. While the slide near Running Springs is up to 4,000 acres, 100 structures lost, and 0 containment.
Let's go down to San Diego County, the Witch Fire, as it's being called. That's burned nearly 200,000 acres at this point. The numbers in San Diego are huge. It's also destroyed some 650 homes and buildings there. This one, though, only 1% contained at this hour.
And the Harris Fire, Rick, has burned 72,000 acres and 200 homes. Tonight, it is at least 10% contained, and we're glad to give you the containment when we can, because we haven't been able to up until this point.
Yeah, the Santiago fire down in Orange County took a turn for the worse earlier today, sweeping into Silverado and Modjeska Canyons, destroying homes as it burned through all the brush there.
And our KCAL-9 Sharon Tay is live in Silverado Canyon, where the fire is still burning unchecked. But she's talked with some people there, and at least we can find out how they're feeling about, unfortunately, losing their homes and not even knowing the condition of their homes tonight. Sharon?
Yeah, you know, the hardest thing is not knowing. I think that was the biggest thing here among a lot of the people. A lot of evacuees were here at the corner of Vista Modjeska and Ridgeline, taking a look at this fire burning in Silverado Canyon, asking us, a lot of our reporters, you know, do you know whether our house is okay? Do you know if our house is okay? We couldn't tell them, really. What you're seeing here is the Silverado Canyon. Let me give you an idea of where we are. And to the left is Santiago Estates. About 70 homes there. It's a small community, but they've all been evacuated. They were evacuated about 3 p.m. today. Fire is burning very closely to that neighborhood, but in the adjacent canyon is Modjeska Canyon, and a lot of those homes have burned. We are told from the Orange County Fire Department that about 10 to 12 homes have burned. We went up there and we found one homeowner who just realized and found out that his home just didn't make it. Just be careful of the propane, okay? That's what I'm concerned about.
Oh my God. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Everything is gone. It's just, this is some sand. It's gone.
I don't even know what to say to you, that I'm sorry, but...
You know, I don't know what, how do you prepare for your house burning down? I don't know what to say. I don't know, but, you know, I would love to have known, that's for sure. It's amazing. I don't know.
Thank God that your family's out, that you're out safely.
Yeah, I mean, everything else is replaceable, but, you know, it's your home, it's your, you know, it's home base. I don't know, it's
your sanctuary.
Yeah, and it's a lot of work. I mean,
Didn't you just do, like, brush clearance?
I've worked on this house every weekend for 3 years. I mean, it's, yeah, I've done a lot. I don't know. It's shocking.
Have you told your wife yet?
No. That'll be shortly. It's 4,800 square feet, so it was a good size house. It was a good size house.
And you know what the interesting thing is that the house right next door to Jim's was spared. It's just incredible. Andy Zepeda here is a former firefighter with the Huntington Beach Fire Department, and he can give us a little bit of a perspective of the Silverado Canyon fire right now. Now, it looks like it's picked up again. Is that true?
During nighttime, the winds typically settle down, the sundowner winds. They're not as erratic as they are during the evening, late afternoon, and then in the morning time they will pick up again. Ideally, this is a good time for firefighters to get a handle on this. Unfortunately, it's nighttime and aircraft cannot fly during the nighttime because of the danger of wires and just the danger of flying at night. Now, if these winds continue to be non-erratic in the morning, you will see inundation of a lot of aircraft and many helicopters dumping loads of water on this fire and getting a good handle on it in the morning, because the wind is one of the factors that determines how this fire is going. And up in the canyons here, living here 17 years, it gets pretty erratic. So if we can continue to not to have these winds in the morning, you will see the firefighters get a good handle on this fire.
From our perspective here, it seems like the fire is moving upward. Is that true? And is that good if it is?
Firefighter burns upward a lot faster than it does downward. 16 times faster when it's climbing upwards on a hill. You cannot outrun it. So there are no firefighters up there. It's too dangerous. But it's typically burning downhill right now very slowly, and that's a good move. That's a good, typically a good topography thing to happen right now. Now, it's in some of the ravines, it could be burning uphill and it'll burn faster. But from my perspective, and I've been watching it here, it is burning very slowly downhill, and that is a good thing.
So where are the firefighters stationed? I mean, it's difficult to get to that canyon.
It is very difficult to get to that canyon. The fuel there is very heavy fuel, a lot of scrub oak, many oak trees with heavy fuel and oils in them. A lot of the firefighters are resting right now, getting ready to hit this in the morning. Now, you do have firefighters that are stationed at every cul-de-sac in every neighborhood that are doing structure protection in case this fire takes off and gets near any home. So that is their priority.
You've lived here in the Portola Hills neighborhood for 17 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what has it been like here, I mean, in this neighborhood, the last, say, 24 hours or so?
We have never seen anything like this this early in the season. Typically, we have the Santa Anas hit very strongly around Thanksgiving and in November. Right now, it's very unusual to have fires of this magnitude at this time of the year.
Andy Zabeta, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
All right, that's it from the Silverado Canyon, Portola Hills area. Back to you in the studio.
You for that. You know, it's hard to believe, Pat, that some 2,000 families tonight are having that same type of conversation. They've lost everything. How are we going to go on? Where do we go next?
And some of them haven't even been able to return. Yeah. And I imagine a lot of people, for the first time, are seeing pictures on our air showing their homes burned, or certainly the areas where their homes were. And they are faced with a lot of questions tonight. But you know what? If they can look their loved one in the face, that might be of some comfort to them.
As long as the family's still alive. You know, various parts of southern Orange County are in dire straits tonight because the fires are breaking through there, and that's where an arson fire has destroyed a number of homes and continues to threaten a number of homes as
Absolutely. We're going to go to Modjeska Canyon now. This is a live picture from there. That is certainly active fire. And Susie, how far away from you, from those flames, are you? We can even see fire in back of you.
Absolutely. This is, Pat, if you look behind me, this is some of the flames that are left over from a fire that ripped through here earlier this afternoon. But if I look up on the hillside just above us, we can see an orange glow, and I believe that is where Sharon Tate was reporting from Silverado Canyon. We do want to mention also that as you talk about residents and they were evacuated maybe late last night or maybe even earlier this morning, this is specifically an area, Modjeska Canyon, where residents have not been allowed back. So if you can imagine coming home to something like this is exactly what we're looking at. We're talking about just piles of bricks, ashes, I mean, everything that you see here, bent fencing, and what you're looking at back there is a swimming pool. We talked to one resident who did come by here, and his home was just miraculously saved. Take a look.
It just feels like a war zone. It's just eerie to watch the fire and watch what's happening.
Decades of memories, cherished belongings, merely ashes within a matter of hours.
And this is a little tiny tucked away place in Orange County that's kind of really precious.
10 to 12 homes were burned in Modjeska Canyon. The devastation residents have yet to see. Mandatory evacuations were ordered in Modjeska and other nearby canyons, leaving residents with little hope and faith.
So I have no idea if it's burned. My neighbors told me the canyon was burning as they evacuated and that they got out in a nick of time. And they said they locked my doors, closed my windows, and said a prayer and left.
Further down the road in Santiago Canyon, those prayers were answered with aerial support and ground crews spraying water and foam. A precise, choreographed attack just before flames could move closer to homes.
Watch them control the fire at every house around this whole community, and so we're pretty blessed to have some amazing firefighters here.
But firefighters didn't have that luxury here in Modjeska. Dangerous conditions forced crews out before they could beat wind-driven flames. Amazingly, most homes were saved.
All around our house is burned and destroyed. It's almost like a divine protection. We're a little community, and it's, you know, we're here, and we're going to need a lot of help here in the next few months.
And firefighters will definitely need that help. At a press conference earlier today, a fire official told us that this fight could take up to 5 to 14 more days. 100 more firefighters were brought on today to help with firefighting efforts, along with 2 air tankers. Right now, we're looking at 18,000 plus acres burned, 30% containment, the same figure we were looking at just last night around the same time, and more than 2,900 homes threatened at this hour. We're live from Modjeska Canyon. Susie Saw, KCAL-9 News. Back to you.
Yes, Susie, that's one of those stories we have heard, Pat, over and over and over again over the last 3 days. One home is burned to the ground, the home right next to it, the home across the street, not a scratch.
Yeah, no, and you can imagine even some of those homeowners who were fortunate enough to have their home saved, just how they're feeling tonight. And we do have other areas to tell you about. A lot of breaking news going on in the Lake Arrowhead community, so stay with us here on KCAL-9. We'll be right back after this.
When you have a Jeep Commander with 3 rows of stadium seating and available exclusive Command View dual skylights, or the Jeep Grand Cherokee with available best-in-class 4x4 capability and MyGig multimedia entertainment navigation system, it's easy to turn your world into a playground.
You remind me who I am.
A shift has been made. Now power isn't sacrificed to achieve fuel efficiency. And cars that perform great on the road also perform great at the pump. Introducing the 36-mile-per-gallon Nissan Versa, 36-mile-per-gallon Sentra, 35-mile-per-gallon Altima. 3 powerful Nissan sedans with 35 miles per gallon or higher. Versa starts at just $11,925 after $1,250 Nissan cash back. Now, when you think power and fuel efficiency, think Nissan.
The way our vehicles come together that sets us apart. The Chrysler 300. Now, well-qualified returning Chrysler lessees get a low-mileage lease on an entry-level 07 300 for $239 a month. Chrysler, engineered beautifully.
Welcome back to KCAL-9 News at 10 o'clock. You know, we've been talking about a number of places being hit very hard by the fire. Down in San Diego County, of course, is one. We've been listening to reports from Orange County. But the resort communities up near Lake Arrowhead in the San Bernardino Mountains have just been hit tremendously hard, and most of those communities are like ghost towns tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. You can imagine how that looks tonight. Residents were forced to evacuate the area because wildfires are still threatening thousands of homes. And this is significant because even when it isn't ski season, you still have people in those communities. Many people live there year-round. KCAL-9's Mary Beth McDade is live in Running Springs now, where fierce flames have destroyed at least 100 homes overnight. Mary Beth.
Yeah, that's right. And yes, you're right about so many year-round residents. I think we heard a figure about 75% of the people up here are actually year-round residents. Now, I do want to start out with a touch of good news, and that is these 2 fires have not joined forces. We are in Running Springs. We're on the 18, just north of an area known as Fred Alba. And if you look out there, you can see the glow, and that's where the flames are still burning tonight. This is just one of the many spots that firefighters say that they are concerned with tonight. Now, from basically Crestline all the way to Snow Valley, there are mandatory and voluntary evacuations in effect. And for the most part, people have heeded the firefighters' warnings because, as you said, it is a ghost town up here. The only vehicles that we've seen on the road are basically emergency personnel racing from one flare-up to the next, trying to put them out.
We found home after home in and around the Running Springs area reduced to charred rubble.
The only things left standing tall between the ashes, brick chimneys. As of Tuesday night, the slide fire near Running Springs and the Grass Valley fire near Lake Arrowhead had destroyed more than 300 homes and businesses and put 10,000 more in jeopardy.
A lot of times we have a lot of these ground fires that are spreading around over the hillsides, and the problem we're having is there's not enough people up here right now to knock them out, and then it's causing problems, creeping up to the homes and lighting a lot of homes off. But
Hundreds of ground crews, clearly exhausted, will continue to fight the ground fires overnight. The two fires have already claimed more than 5,000 acres.
we're just going from one fire to another. We're patrolling a certain area, and then we see a fire, and then we put it out. Or if we see potential for a fire, we knock it down. And so a lot of homes we're coming up to are getting ready to light up, so we knock down the ground fires.
Throughout these San Bernardino County mountain communities, we saw flames flaring up and glowing hotspots ready to explode. Although there's no containment in sight, firefighters are keeping their fingers crossed that the winds will continue to keep calm, or at least till the morning when the air support can lend a helping hand again. And more than 2,000 people have been evacuated from these mountain communities. As for the cause, that is still under investigation for both fires. And at this point, the cost to fight both of these fires, about $2 million. For now, reporting live in Running Springs, Mary Beth McDade, KCAL 9 News.
Mary Beth, thank you for that, Pat. It's the same conversation we were just saying, the same conversation. We hear it at every spot of a wildfire. Not enough people there to fight it.
Not enough people, and certainly with fires like these, the aerial support is going to do more probably than the boots on the ground, if you will. But because the winds were so rough today, they couldn't get aerial support. I heard fire officials say when you have flames that are over 8 feet long, they're unstoppable. And certainly when you're in a situation like that where you've got those beautiful pine trees and such, it's very, very difficult to actually fight the fire itself. You know, they go for damage protection if they can, or structure protection.
You mentioned last night that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. And I think Jackie is going to give us more. And it's a long tunnel.
It's a teeny tiny light, but we're getting closer to it. No, I have better news tonight, and we are getting closer to it. We've kind of started to turn the winds, or turn the corner with these winds. So the winds are lighter. But keep in mind, when you've got fires like this, they actually create their own weather systems at times. But overall, we are talking about some lighter winds. So that is the best news of all. Still extremely dry out there, although humidity levels will be going up slightly each day. Overall, things will be improving. So I do have some good news. Okay, I'll walk in the picture now. This is a look. Now, first of all, the high wind warnings, those were canceled. So again, that just is a good sign that we do have lighter winds. There are still wind advisories out there. You can see where the shades of yellow are. Those are the wind advisories. Now I'm going to zoom into each fire location so you can see the conditions out there tonight. It was a hot day today. It was the hottest day of the week. Temps are cooling down. We still have northeast winds sustained at 12 miles an hour. I'll tell you, that's a lot lighter than they were earlier today. And again, at least we are through the worst of it. In fact, so we take a look at Santa Clarita, temps still into the mid 70s, but the winds are in the single digits. Malibu also looking good after a hot day today with temps into the 90s. Well, the winds are lighter and temperatures now into the mid to lower 70s, taking you down to Orange County. Winds are also much lighter with temperatures into the 70s. Hardest hit, of course, San Diego, so we will also take you down there, especially those inland locations. Winds are sustained now, coming in out of the east now at 12 miles an hour, so much lighter than earlier today. Today, of course, the hottest day of the week, but again, at least we are through the worst of the winds. I'm not saying the winds are over. It's still breezy, gusty at times, but the strongest winds, we are through that, and we are talking about wind advisories now instead of wind warnings. Wind warnings, we had gusts well above 65 miles an hour. In fact, let's switch over to the other computer. I want to show you the peak gusts from today back into the 70s, so near hurricane force winds in Wiley Ridge. So of course we are not going to be dealing with that tomorrow, so that is some good news. So the wind warnings have been canceled. However, wind advisory still in effect through tomorrow. Red flag warnings in effect through tomorrow. Relief for Malibu through Thursday. Cooler, cloudier weather to come. I'll have more on that extended forecast, but for now, back to you guys.
And we're actually thinking about possibility of some rain next week.
That's what Jackie's been saying, so we're going to hold her to her word. Right.
Yes, we will.
And our coverage will continue after this quick break.
When you have a Jeep Commander with 3 rows of stadium seating and available exclusive Command View dual skylights, or the Jeep Grand Cherokee with available best-in-class 4x4 capability and MyGig multimedia entertainment navigation system, it's easy to turn your world into a playground.
You remind me who I am.
I've lost 75 pounds on Jenny Craig, and I've kept it off for 1 year.
Was it hard?
Nope. Jenny helped me change the way I eat, so I didn't go back to my old habits.
Oh, Miss Bertinelli.
Hey, what are you doing?
I've lost 30 pounds. Jenny was so easy for me to stick to.
Valerie, this is my commercial.
Yeah, but I'm still losing it.
You're losing it all right.
Kirsty lost weight, so can you. Lose 20 pounds for $20 plus the cost of food. Call 1-800-JENNY20 now.
I have a new boyfriend.
What's his name?
Tell us. Have you called Jenny yet?
The name Toyota to me means reliability, and that's important to me.
Now it's Toyota's Real Deal Savings. Be the first to lease a new 08 Camry for just $249 a month. Yes, get a special lease of just $249 a month on a new Toyota Camry, America's best-selling car.
Change the oil, the filter, and away you go. They last 200,000 miles.
See your Southern California Toyota dealer today.
So what's new?
Oh, I just got high-speed internet from AT&T. It's really fast.
Yeah? What's that like?
Kind of like that.
Experience the fastest internet for the price and get $50 cash back from AT&T. Wireless, broadband, home phone, and TV. The new AT&T. Your world delivered.
all-new Dodge Grand Caravan.
And as we mentioned earlier, the largest fires are burning in San Diego County tonight.
KCAL 9's Manuel Gallegos has the latest now from there.
70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the relentless enemy in the fight to save Southern California.
I told you to get out. You need to get out now.
While some just refuse to give up at home, more than 500,000 people have been evacuated from fires that showed no mercy, most of them in San Diego County.
The trucks couldn't get through from this side, so they had to go back around.
Scott Jacobs watched Rancho Santa Fe burn on TV. He's an artist for Harley Davidson and can't believe the fire left his home and priceless collection of work untouched, while many of his neighbors lost it all.
It looks like the moon. It's unbelievable.
Getting people out of the neighborhoods before they catch on fire has been the top priority, and fortunately, people have been obeying the evacuation warnings. Firefighters just can't be everywhere.
Chairs will be in about a half hour.
The only game at San Diego's Qualcomm Stadium is the waiting kind. Here, an estimated 15,000 evacuees are taking shelter. Police and National Guard are patrolling, and evacuees say they're being treated well.
It's okay here. It's nice here. Everybody's nice.
The director of FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security came to tour what's grown into the biggest evacuation since Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. And if the stadium is the fire's safe haven, the Del Mar racetrack would be its Noah's Ark.
If they don't have a barn to bring their horse back to, we'll go ahead and keep the horse with us.
7 counties are now federal disaster zones, and with more than 1,400 homes and businesses destroyed, these fires have already left too many high and dry. Manuel Gallegos, San Diego.
Manuel's exactly correct. More than 500,000 people tonight, Pat, high and dry, not knowing what they're going to do tomorrow. Depends on what the flames do, I guess.
And the interesting thing about that, Rick, is that number could even be deflated because this is just an estimation of how many people have are out of their homes. I heard a report a little bit earlier tonight, maybe 900,000 to 1 million people, because if you have more people per household and it's over, well, 400,000 homes evacuated.
Numbers are crazy.
They could be a lot worse. And we'll be back with more firestorm coverage after this.
Introducing the new Jeep Liberty with a completely redesigned interior and a smoother... Hey, what... and a smoother on-road ride with more comfortable seats, added legroom, and... You gotta be kidding. Introducing the new all-Jeep Liberty.
In 1998, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians made promises to the people of California. Promises we have kept. We kept gaming on reservation lands.
Invested in our people.
Creating non-gaming businesses means jobs on and off the reservation. And San Manuel delivered on our promise to help our neighbors. Promises made a decade ago continue to benefit all Californians. Join Californians for self-reliance.
You're eating that again? Try this.
What is it?
It's Quiznos.
Eee.
What?
I know it's the wrong letter. It's just been a while since I've eaten anything that's good. P.
No.
No.
It's still the wrong letter. Stop.
Quiznos Classic Italian, toasted to perfection. Now only $3.49. Quiznos.
The sun burns at 11,000 degrees, especially when it's on your side of the cabin. But the Acura MDX monitors the sun and adjusts to keep you comfortable. If it knows where the sun is, imagine everything else it knows. Satellite-linked, fully automatic climate control. Only from Acura. Acura Advance.
Take advantage of attractive lease rates on 2008 Acura models for well-qualified customers.
Carroll Shelby has designed a custom Mustang for Southern California. And it could be yours. With a cold air intake V8, a short throw stick, performance rear axle, and his legendary racing suspension with aluminum foot pedals, a 500-watt stereo with MP3, and charcoal leather seating. Each is numbered and personally signed by Shelby, but there are only 300, and they're going faster than 0 to 60.
And welcome back to KCAL 9 News at 10. It was a devastating loss of homes in Running Springs, but firefighters are locked in a fierce battle to save another neighborhood there tonight.
Yeah, KCAL 9's Glenn Walker is on the ground now and live in Running Springs. He's got more on the situation there. Hello, Glenn.
Hi, Rick, Pat. Our viewers that were with us this afternoon around 3 o'clock on KCAL, we saw a dramatic firefight as firefighters from the air and on the ground were fighting desperately to save 5 homes, which they did. We've lost 200 homes here in Running Springs, but this is a story about 5 homes that were saved. Tonight, we talked to the firefighters who were in that battle. Tonight, the battle continues. Ranks still depleted by too many fires elsewhere. These firefighters are just battling to hold back the flames. Snuffing them out would be a bonus.
We're just kind of holding the ground here and watching for the fires to start creeping back up. The fire really flared up today, and the helicopters came in and hit it pretty hard.
This is what Captain Arden is talking about. Just after 3 p.m., flames racing up to the back of 5 homes along the road leading up to Keller's Peak. Air support arrived just in time.
Got pretty wild. We got some air support in here, pretty much just in the nick of time to save these homes in this area.
The fire line came up to right where you're at, and there's the house right there, right beyond those trees. And we were able to stop the fire right before it got to the house.
The house up here that was in most danger of going up in flames this afternoon was this one. Ironically, it is actually owned by a firefighter, Brian Shropshire. He is with the Ontario Fire Department. And as you can see by looking up this hill, his home and the others in this neighborhood are still in danger tonight. That hill is Keller's Peak. This is what it looked like this afternoon. Tonight, the winds continue to fan the flames.
Well, we're real short-handed here. We're doing 24-hour shifts right now. We got in late last night from Malibu. Got a few hours of sleep and have been out here all day and won't be out here all night tonight.
Now, that firefighter whose house was saved, Brian Shropshire, we did talk to him off camera, tried to talk him into doing an interview with us. We said, you know what? Look, the guys here, they're the heroes. Talk to them. They saved my house, they saved my neighborhood, and they're continuing to try to save it tonight. That is the latest from here in Running Springs. Glenn Walker, KCAL-9 News.
All right, Glenn Walker, thank you for that. We go back to the picture there. You can see the fire line burning again. Pat, we're just getting news now that a couple of new fires are burning down on the grounds of the Marine base down at Camp Pendleton.
In fact, they've asked some families there that stay on the base to get their things ready and get out of that area.
That's
so
amazing.
Just, I don't know, just when you think we've turned the corner, you know, something else happens.
There is good news, though. Firefighters are making significant progress tonight containing the buckweed fire up near Castaic.
That's right. That's burning in Bouquet Canyon, Canyon Country, and Saugus, where you are doing fine tonight. And it has chased 15,000 people from their homes. KCAL-9's Christina McClarty is live in Santa Clarita to show us some of the damage left behind. Christina.
Yeah, that's right, Pat. You know, more than 35,000 acres burned in this area. And driving through a canyon tonight, I have to tell you, there was not much sign of life. Homes were either burned, or even though there isn't a mandatory evacuation, people simply had not returned home. The only indication of things to come, we did see a lone deer, and he was entering the brush cautiously, perhaps on his way home.
You okay? It was a nightmare.
Were you scared?
Oh, my wife, she was ready to lay down. Yeah.
Residents of Bouquet Canyon, still shook up from the fires, found some normalcy hours after the blaze was extinguished.
Flame goes all over. You can't control the flame. Well, the fence back there, whole thing is burned.
At John Joseph's house, Joseph, his dogs, and family stayed inside as flames surrounded them, destroying this bridge, which runs right in front of his house. The remains are still smoldering. These homes further up in the canyon were not so lucky. Scorched furniture is the only sign of what once stood. It feels like a ghost town. The only indication of the past 24 hours, this spot fire on its last burn.
I have my own pump that I pull out of the stream, 130 gallons a minute, and I was up on the roof, wetting everything down. When you think you're about to lose everything that you have, you freak. You don't eat, you fast, and you pray.
And that resident tells me that the fire came within 5 feet of his house, but he has survived fires in years past, so he says he was absolutely prepared for this one. Now, just a warning to those people who live in the area or going into that area. That bridge that you saw is on Vasquez Canyon Road, and it's right where Vasquez Canyon Road and Bouquet Canyon Road meet, and that obviously is still not working at all. But crews were there pretty immediately cleaning that up and getting it back so that people can get back to business as usual and home where they need to go. For now, live in Santa Clarita, I'm Christina McClarty. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Christine, thank you for that. A touch of good news as well from that area. Lombardi's Ranch, which is a fixture for people that live up in the Santa Clarita area. Lombardi's Ranch apparently was not touched. And that's where we get a lot of our fruits and vegetables up at Lombardi's, so that's a little bit more, another hair of good news coming out of that fire there.
And since you were able to go back home today, then we expect some tomatoes and stuff like that.
Yeah, we were lucky. We were some of the lucky folks. We were allowed back in last night, and it was nice to get back, and nothing happened to the house, so we lucked out.
Yeah, just a little harried for one night.
Yeah, for one night.
All right. Okay, Rick. Well, the Santiago fire in Orange County is a different story. In fact, it took a turn for the worse today, sweeping into Silverado and Modjeska Canyons and destroying homes as it burned right through.
Yeah, we want to go back now to KCAL-9's Sharon Tay. She's live in Silverado Canyon, where the fire is still raging, and it's raging unchecked. Sharon.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty bad. Just over that ridge line is Modjeska Canyon, and in the last few minutes or so, it's just been flaring up. Standing out here, you can just the ashes it's raining ashes, and it's difficult to breathe. Smoke is just incredible out here, drawn a lot of people out in this location. Santiago Estates is just below that ridge line. The concern, of course, is that the fire from the Modjeska Canyon is going to creep over that ridgeline and affect and burn up those homes. Those homes, about 70 homes in that community, those families have left. They've been under mandatory evacuation since 3 o'clock today. We are in the Portola Hills neighborhood, which is a foothill of these canyons here. They are still under voluntary evacuation. Rachel Dreyer here has been. You've been standing by, haven't you? You've been packed and ready to go, right?
Yeah, Amy and I and all of our neighbors and our families have been packed up for 3 days just waiting, and it's really scary because we have no idea what's going to come out of this.
Are you scared?
Scared?
I mean, really?
I don't know. We're really prepared, so it's not like as scared as I would be if we were unprepared. And the rate it's going, I think we'll be okay, but the thought of it is scary.
Rachel, thanks a lot. So there you see the fire burning Santiago Estates right below it, Silverado to the right. Still burning, a lot of smoke coming from those fires, and over the ridge is the Modjeska Canyon fire. Reporting live from Orange County, I'm Sharon Tay, back to you in the studio.
Okay, Sharon, you know, people out there seem to be a little less rattled than they were last night. We really had some close calls tonight, and we've seen the devastation from last night, at least 10 to 12 homes destroyed in the Modjeska Canyon area. You know what I'm worried about, Rick, and maybe we'll have an opportunity to talk with Gary Lineberry or somebody about that. We know that they did close the Cleveland National Forest tonight because they were afraid that these flames would start turning east and go up to Cleveland National Forest if it already hasn't done so. Okay. And fire officials say if that happens, they are very concerned about that because that could be forever before they get out of there.
You won't be able to stop it for a long time if it gets into that thick timber up in the Angeles National Forest. You're watching KCAL 9 News at 10 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll have the very latest on the Southern California firestorms when we come back.
No matter where you live, no matter how far you commute, there's one simple way to make it all a little more enjoyable. The Honda Civic. Every model designed with fuel efficiency in mind. The very affordable LX, the sleek and sexy SI, or the Civic Hybrid, the most fuel-efficient car in its class. The Civic from Honda. Join the family.
Now get APR financing as low as 2.9% on 2008 Civic models for well-qualified buyers.
When you have a Jeep Commander with 3 rows of stadium seating and available exclusive Command View dual skylights, or the Jeep Grand Cherokee with available best-in-class 4x4 capability and MyGig multimedia entertainment navigation system, it's easy to turn your world into a playground.
You remind me who I am.
Catch the new bold taste of Chipotle Ranch Pubsters from Wiener Schnitzel. A grilled hot dog topped with onion straws, cool ranch dressing, and smoky Tabasco Chipotle sauce on King's Hawaiian Rolls. They're going fast, only at Wiener Schnitzel.
Why did we devote 7 years to creating the new C-Class? Why did we road test it 14 million miles and wreck so many before we let you behind the wheel? Why did we engineer door hinges that could hold a 200-pound man and brakes that could slow the car from 80 to 0 in just 4 seconds? Why? Because we promised you a Mercedes-Benz. That's why.
Introducing the all-new 2008 C-Class, starting at $31,975.
Welcome back to KCAL 9 News, and this is the aftermath, folks. Tonight we're getting so many up-close looks at the devastation left behind from this California firestorm.
Yeah, a lot of memories lost as homes are reduced to ashes all over Southern California. KCAL 9's Jaime Garza now shows us, and he starts in Bouquet Canyon.
Don Benson walks onto an ash-covered concrete slab that used to be his living room. And there on the side sits what's left of his pride and joy, a 1957 Thunderbird. This is the first time Benson has been back since flames chased him and his wife away on Sunday.
I had seen a fire truck come up here. I tried to catch him. I saw him from inside the house. By the time I got out and got around, they were moving. They were just blowing out of here.
Benson says they threw a few clothes in a duffel bag and ran to safety. Returning here to see 28 years of hard work and memories gone is heartbreaking.
My wife and I are safe. And like they say, and it's hard to keep saying this, they're just material things. They were all I had.
Benson's house is one of about a half dozen that firefighters couldn't save along Bouquet Canyon Road. Sylvie Rousset Blancot thought her cabin that she bought just 2 weeks ago was one of them, because that's what she'd been told.
My husband went there yesterday with a sheriff who escorted him. I don't know if that's the word. Yeah. So he saw the cabin, everything was black up to the mailbox. And the sheriff said, well, sorry, no more.
The problem is that the smoke was so thick her husband couldn't see it clearly. Today, we found it still standing and phoned her to tell her the good news. Unfortunately for Mr. Benson, he has to figure out how to rebuild his longtime home that just 3 months ago he had decided to sell. He's encouraged that President Bush has ordered federal authorities to work closely with local agencies in providing aid, and that U.S. Homeland Security Chief Michael Chertoff and FEMA Director David Paulison are here in Southern California now assessing the situation.
I can only hope that it's in their hearts or whatever, or they can give some help to us. Really need it.
Jaime Garza, KCAL 9 News.
Well, if you're lost your home or you're in danger of possibly losing your home, and there are tens of thousands of people in that category, one of the most important things you really need to know right now is about your insurance policy and what in your home is going to be covered by it.
That's right. Well, Randy Page is offering us some very insightful information and some helpful tips. He's going to give us more about how we can make sure we're prepared.
This is what is left after a devastating wildfire tears through a neighborhood. Notice one house is turned into ash and cinder, while the house right behind is untouched. Mother Nature seems to choose her victims at random. A reminder about the importance of being ready before a fire strikes. Jerry McLean is one of the unlucky victims in Canyon Country.
I think I was watching your channel when I saw houses burning, but I didn't know it was mine. So that sucks.
And then you came home and found
this. Yeah, that was it.
Where do you go from here?
Get out what we can, and then get someone to rebuild it. And that's it. One day at a time. That's all we can do.
Experts say you can prepare yourself for a predicament like this by creating a home inventory using a video camera or digital camera to inventory every item inside your home. That way you can easily document your loss when you have to contact your insurance company. And watch out for unlicensed insurance adjusters who often come calling after a disaster strikes. Jerry McLean got a knock on the door just hours after his house went up in flames.
He approached me, wanting to, like a public defender, he says that he's going to help me out against the insurance companies. I was like, okay. I don't do this every day, so I was like, yeah, I'll get back to you, thanks.
Jerry didn't go for it. He's already been contacted by his insurance company, and he's preparing to rebuild.
That's Randy Page reporting. Now, we put everything you need to help you with your insurance coverage, including downloadable forms to help you take inventory of your belongings. You can find it all on our website, KCAL9.com. Just click on links and numbers on the left side of your screen.
And you had a great tip earlier. If you do take all the digital pictures and you put it on a disc,
right,
keep one at your house. But I thought it was a great idea. Send one across country to a neighbor or relative.
Absolutely, because if there, God forbid, there was a really major disaster here,
lose the
Rick,
disc. Yeah.
and your home goes up, say the insurance company or wherever else you sent the disc, here locally, if something happens, you don't have a record, but if you send it to someone, a loved one or a friend out of state, then there's your copy.
There you go. Great tips here. KCAL 9 News at 10 o'clock. We're continuing your best coverage on the Southern California firestorm. We'll have more on it when we come back. Don't go away.
It's the way our vehicles come together that sets us apart. The Chrysler 300. Now, well-qualified returning Chrysler lessees get a low-mileage lease on an entry-level 07 300 for $239 a month. Chrysler, engineered beautifully.
Hi, I'm Keith Hernandez.
And I'm Walt Clyde Frazier.
What a marvelous night for the action.
Let's go to the play-by-play.
Oh, there's Mr. Graybeard approaching Miss Hottie. Oh, no.
Rejected.
Clyde, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, no play for Mr. Gray. Get that man our Just for Men brush-in color gel.
It's specially formulated to penetrate coarse facial hair and gets rid of gray in 5 easy minutes.
Home run! Another win with Just for Men.
Introducing the new Jeep Liberty with a completely redesigned interior and a smoother... Hey, what... And a smoother on-road ride with more comfortable seats, added legroom, and... you gotta be kidding. Introducing the new all-Jeep Liberty.
Our coverage of the California firestorms continues. You're looking at a live picture now over Silverado Canyon, where we've been concentrating a lot of our coverage efforts, obviously, because this is one of the hardest hit areas. Hundreds of people misplaced from their homes tonight, and actually, we are really paying a close look here to find out if this fire is going to spread east and possibly reach the Cleveland National Forest, which would certainly be a disaster for fire officials.
Now let's go upstairs now to Larry Welk. He's over Silverado Canyon in Sky 9. He's got the latest from that view. Larry.
Well, we're looking at the fire lines here. We've been looking at them all night, and this actually was part of a backfiring operation that had started before the sun went down. Now, I will tell you that the wind has shifted directions completely. It was blowing out to the west and is now blowing back over to the north, so headed up into the forest. So right now you can see homes on the left, bottom side of your screen. That's the homes that we had been looking at all afternoon. And then up to the right, that controlled burn. But if we go even more to the left there, deeper into the Cleveland National Forest, you will see that there is a bright glow back there. And that is not a controlled burn. Unfortunately, that is a completely out of control wildfire that was, again, purposely set and part of this fire as it continues to grow now over 500 acres and continues to grow tonight. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welk at Sky 9. Back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Larry. And we heard from fire officials earlier saying that if it reaches to the forest and continues there, they will be there forever fighting this thing, trying to get it out of there. I guess the good news is if it's getting away from homes, but at the same time, that's an awful lot of work. That almost looks like a tornado.
I was just going to say, I don't remember the name of that phenomenon, but it's always amazing to watch when the smoke and the flames just start whipping around in that funnel
vortex,
cloud look.
A wind vortex,
Yep.
fire vortex?
Yep, and that's very common with these systems. I mean, they create their own weather disturbances, so it's a very scary situation out there.
Mesmerizing to look at.
It is from afar, but you know, unfortunately, this is what we are dealing with tonight. Fortunately, I am talking about some lighter winds at least today. I know it doesn't help much when we look at pictures like this, but the winds are lighter. The high wind warnings have been canceled for now, and wind advisories are in effect. So overall, the worst of the winds are done. But again, we are still talking about windy conditions, just not as bad as we've been dealing with for the last few days. But it is still breezy, gusty at times. And again, we are still talking about wind advisories. You can see all the shades of yellow. That's where the wind advisories are in effect. And they will stay in effect through at least tomorrow, along with those red flag warnings. We will take a look at the winds at this hour. Running Springs, Lake Arrowhead winds sustained out of the east now, right around 12 miles an hour. So these winds were mainly out of the northeast yesterday. Now some of these winds are starting to shift more out of the east. Northeast winds sustained at 12 miles an hour, also in Santa Clarita, into the mid-70s. In Malibu, temps still into the upper 60s, and winds are much lighter there. Orange County will take you further to the southeast. Winds now sustained at 7 miles an hour. San Diego, of course, hit the hardest. Winds are back up in those inland locations, sustained out of the east at 18 miles an hour. So again, winds are still strong tonight, not as bad as the last few nights. Wind advisory still in effect. Let's talk more about what we need to know. Wind warnings have expired, but we are talking about red flag warnings through at least tomorrow. So it is dry out there. Today was the hottest day. It will still be hot tomorrow, but each day things will get a little bit better each day. So again, at least there is some good news out there. Temps into the 60s, mid-70s, a strong ridge of high pressure in place, bringing us those Santa Ana winds, which are slowly starting to die down. Eventually, a trough of low pressure will move in. Might even talk about a slight chance of some shower activity, which we definitely need Sunday night into Monday. But tomorrow it's going to be hot, it's going to be dry, but at least we're talking about less winds, higher humidity levels Thursday, Friday, Saturday, starting to see more clouds, temperatures cooling down, maybe even a slight chance of rain, and even looking good into the extended forecast. But for now, back to you guys.
All right, well, we thank you, Jackie. Those are more favorable conditions, at least, and more favorable news tonight, at least from Camp Pendleton.
Yeah, they had 2 fires there. One is fully contained. The other one's moving out into rugged terrain away from structures, so they're not really worried about it.
All right, then we'll have more on that after this, so stay with us. KCAL-9 News coverage of the California firestorms continues after this.
Closed captioning for KCAL-9 News is brought to you by...
Portable just got more affordable with KFC's Grilled Chicken Snacker. All white meat chicken marinated and grilled to juicy perfection. Right now, get 2 for the price of 1.
Looking for a better night's sleep? Then you're looking for Living Spaces, California's biggest furniture store. We've got an enormous selection of the best mattress brands like Sealy, Serta, Stearns & Foster, Casa Cristina, Diamond, and Circadian. Not only that, Living Spaces is Southern California's home for the amazing Tempur-Pedic mattress that conforms to every inch of your body. And with our same-day delivery, you can buy it today and sleep on it tonight.
Living Spaces
In Rancho Cucamonga and La Mirada.
It wasn't a Mercedes or a Lexus, BMW, Land Rover, Cadillac, Volkswagen, or Volvo. The winner of Car and Driver's comparison of luxury SUVs was the Acura MDX. Best on the road, best on paper. The 5-star crash safety rated Acura MDX. Acura. Advance.
Take advantage of attractive lease rates on 2008 Acura models for well-qualified customers.
Over 1 million people ride Metro every day. Let's find out why.
It's so convenient. It's fast. It's right across the street from my job. It's great.
If we go up to Hollywood, it's just easy to catch Metro up there.
It's clean and it's nice. This line, the gold line, yeah.
Gas prices are outrageous now.
And yet, another great reason to ride Metro.
It's safe for me and my baby.
Oh, really? What'd you say? Well, that makes sense to me. It's safe, it's smart, it's fun. Go Metro.
And we're back with breaking news. And of course, this fire has exceeded that of the Cedar Fire in San Diego County in terms of acreage burned and people being displaced. And now we have to concentrate on putting some kind of value monetarily on this, as is always the situation and the case. So Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger has written a Dear Mr. President letter requesting more federal aid for us here in California.
Yeah, the governor is saying tonight that the cost of repairing just the infrastructure and the damaged or destroyed buildings already topping about $75 million. And of course, those numbers, they're still counting tonight. KCAL-9's political reporter Dave Bryan now has the latest on that.
After touring scenes of fire destruction from the air and on the ground around the mountain town of Lake Arrowhead, 100 miles east of L.A., Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger indicated he was overwhelmed by the level of devastation.
I have to say that this is really one of the biggest fires that I've ever seen, and very intense fires.
In fact, this is one of the biggest fire events anyone has ever seen in California. While he toured damage at 3 locations, Governor Schwarzenegger was also working on a letter requesting that President Bush declare 7 Southern California counties a major disaster area, freeing up federal dollars for low-cost rebuilding loans and other forms of federal recovery assistance.
The key thing with all of this is that we help people rebuild their homes as quickly as possible.
The president, who has already declared a federal emergency in the affected counties, mentioned the fire victims in a speech in Washington.
All of us across this nation are concerned for the families who have lost their homes and the many families who have been evacuated from their homes.
Homeland Security Secretary Michael Chertoff, who flew out from Washington, says the federal government is already doing everything it can to help fight the fires, providing military air tankers, ground crews, and firefighting equipment.
I can tell you that we have put our full court press forward on the part of the federal government, having the military, having our civilian agencies like the Department of Interior and the Department of Agriculture, put all of their firefighting assets and expertise into the field.
But it comes too late for many who lost their homes in Orange County, where fire officials believe local residents paid the price for the diversion of air support to other fires.
It is an absolute fact, had we had more air resources, we would have been able to control this fire.
And the frustration boiled over as local residents fled their homes.
There's just no fire engines here.
There's no fire engines. We've got lots of friends, but no fire engines. There's the flames, really big, big flames.
Well, tonight, the fire chief of Orange County, who you just saw a minute ago, says the number of fires stretched resources to the breaking point. He charges the bottom line is there just aren't enough helicopters, tankers, or ground resources to adequately attack the massive firestorm. Pat, Rick, back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Dave. And if you'll pardon the pun, we know when the smoke clears, there will be a lot more finger pointing and interfighting over this, that's for sure.
It's going to be a long time, though. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be back with more.
Hi, I'd like to return this Honda CR-V.
Yeah, once you drive a car off a lot.
Because I bought it before I saw that Mazda CX-7.
Sorry.
Then I heard the CX-7 has more horsepower. It also has a 5-star crash test rating, and folding down the second row seats is easy. Plus, it's getting some great reviews. Look, I saved the receipt.
Get a 2008 Mazda CX-7 front-wheel drive sport for $229 a month for 24 months with $28.24 due at lease signing. Discover a better way, the Zoom Zoom way, at your Mazda dealer now.
See the most dramatic moment in sports. It's the Carl's Jr. Play of the Week. Catch it Sundays at 10:30 during Sports Central on KCAL-9.
Introducing the Lincoln Navigator and Navigator L Monochrome Limited Editions. Created in limited supply, this unique Navigator features 20-inch chrome aluminum wheels and includes no-charge exclusives such as specially painted monochrome exterior, ebony wood trim, premium two-toned leather trim seats, and more. Now, lease the Navigator Monochrome Limited Edition for just $539 a month. But you better act fast, because once they're gone, they're gone. Hurry to your California Lincoln dealer today.
Glad Force Flex trash bags are so strong. One bag is all you need to pick up the pieces from even your biggest disasters.
Where do you want the piano?
Get Glad Force Flex and find out why 7 out of 10 consumers prefer it over the other leading brand.
Check out that dude!
Oh, killer costume.
Are you supposed to be one of those Honda guys?
I hate buying cars.
You know, right now during the Helpful Sales event, you can save a lot of money on a wide range of Hondas. Awesome! Oh, dude, you nailed it! Just trying to be helpful.
Oh, helpful!
Wash my sheets!
Pay my rent!
So here's my card. See you at the sales event. You made cards! Dude, that's commitment.
Where'd you get the shirt?
My sales manager.
And that's it for us at 10 o'clock. For the very latest now, switch over to our sister station, CBS 2, at the top of the hour.
We will also be on at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning on CBS as well. And certainly we hope we wake up to better news. You can also get the latest on our website anytime at KCAL9.com.
In 1998, the San Manuel abandoned mission
destroyed, another 10,000 threatened, and we've already seen the figures going up just this morning. And once again, you know, it's the whole case of deja vu, because this is so reminiscent of that scene just 3 years ago when the same area was burning before, and now we've got the additional problem, Suzanne, of the bark beetle infestation that killed literally millions of trees, turning them all into fuel for these flames we're looking at this morning.
Yeah, you know, when you look at this picture...
and I'm sure the numbers...
Christine, I was just going to say, when you look at this picture that we're looking at right now, it is hard to believe, and we just want to let viewers know, if they're just joining us right now, that there are firefighters, you say, just over the ridge down there, and I mean, this thing just looks like an inferno.
Yeah, I mean, it is bad. It is very bad, and there's a big orange glow. We've seen the flames kind of shoot up, but from what I can tell, even though it is all orange down there, I would guess the flames are still about, I don't know, a couple hundred feet from this home. So there is space for those firefighters to be. They were watching this. They knew it was coming this way. So they were down here, they were staging. I walked down, I even tried to kind of talk to one of the firefighters, and he didn't even really see me. They are in the zone here. They are watching this fire. They are aware of what it is doing. They are watching the patterns, and all they can do is just surround these properties, stay as long as they can. But again, with this home, we've been talking about how it's new construction, and really, I mean, I've kind of hopscotched along the Southland covering a couple different fires, and it seems like the homes that burn are the older construction, the homes they can save are the newer ones. precautions, and unfortunately, that's really the dividing line.
Christine, we know you're going to keep an eye on things. Just quickly, we're going to start things up again in the beginning of our 5:30 half hour, but before we leave you, what kind of a roof is that? It looks like shingle. Obviously, of course, it's not because that's illegal, but are those asphalt tiles, or what do they have up there?
You know, from where I'm standing, it's kind of dark. I can't really tell, but it definitely looks like it's not shingles. It looks like it lies flat.
Yeah, it looks like it might be asphalt construction, and that's as fire resistant as stuff can get. It's just all about keeping the embers out from underneath. Hey, Christine, thanks so much. Keep a real close eye on things, and get back to us as soon as you need to.
Yeah, okay, we will.
She needs to be ready to break
Definition. This is CBS 2 News at 11 a.m.
Wow. We've been watching the fires burn up in the Arrowhead area this morning, as well as the rest of them burning across Southern California. Many of them sparking up as we watch this morning. We first went on the air at 4 a.m. Suzanne Rico along with Ken Shocknick once again here with live fire coverage.
The California firestorm continues this morning on 5 big fronts. Here's the map showing you our breaking news. We show you a couple of the areas right now that get special focus for us this morning, looking mostly to the south of Los Angeles, down into Orange County and also San Diego County as well. So we start this half hour with the very latest for you this morning, continuing our team coverage in our 5:30 half hour. The Santiago fire in Orange County now has claimed at least a dozen homes in Modjeska Canyon. Even with the blaze about 30% contained this hour, hundreds more homes do remain threatened.
We do have live team coverage for you this morning all across Southern California. This time we go to the fires burning in the canyons around Irvine.
The area burning is roughly north of Lake Forest. It's east of Irvine. It's in and around Modjeska Canyon and neighboring Silverado, Santiago, and Williams Canyons as well.
Boy, this morning we're going to begin with CBS 2's Dave Meekum, because you're right in the middle of it, Dave. You are up Modjeska Canyon where, boy, it looks like a ghost town. Nobody around. Everyone's been evacuated.
Yeah, you nailed it. It looks just like a ghost town. Modjeska Canyon is a place I'm guessing a lot of people have never even heard of. It's right off Santiago Canyon Road here. It is backcountry. It's a long ways away. Let me show you just it all burned through here. Come take a look right down here. And this, well, I'm going to tap my foot a little, and you see right there, I haven't seen that. This is dating me a little. I was a kid at Mount St. Helens. And all that ash, this reminds me exactly of that time and place. As far as what happened here, we're talking right now 14 structures, 6 of those homes that are completely destroyed. The others burned in various ways, not completely to the ground, but 6 homes completely to the ground. So it is, we got the pictures, it is quite a scene. The canyon this morning we tried to get through. There's basically one road in, one road out. You can't get through. They're fearful that trees are going to be coming down. So it is a ghost town. It is very difficult to breathe. It is, you just really feel for these people around here. What a sight it is. To give you a little better sense of the geography here, we're talking roughly 5,600 feet is what Modjeska Peak rises up to, and it basically rises up from this little community of about 250 homes. So it's a 4 or 5 miles as the crow flies from the flats of Orange County, and what a mess. It is right up to the Cleveland National Forest. No power. Everybody's out of their homes this morning. There are law enforcement here protecting properties. There's little embers lighting up. There's certainly fire crews around, and we told you about the losses so far. The fire as a whole, 19,200 acres. A little earlier tonight, we actually talked to somebody, caught up with them, who gave us a first-hand sense of just how bad it is, although his house was saved.
All around our house is burned and destroyed. It's almost like a divine protection that over our house. It's eerie, but as you drive through here, it just feels like a war zone. And most of it's good news. I mean, we have a lot of homes that should have been destroyed, and so there's a lot of good news, but for a few, it's going to be devastating.
Very devastating, and no word yet on the famed Modjeska mansion going back to the 1800s. Checked in with firefighters this morning. No one is saying one way or the other just how that is doing, so we'll keep you posted on that. Reporting live just off Santiago Road at Modjeska Canyon, Dave Meekum, back to you guys.
All right, Dave, thanks very much. Now, as you look at these flames, we have additional breaking news this morning. It's not all just about the California firestorm. Just reported now in about the last 10 minutes, a 4.3 magnitude earthquake of all things, about 18 miles north of Ridgecrest in the Central California area. So 4.3 magnitude earthquake rocking California as if we don't have enough to deal with. 4.3 at 5:22 this morning, 18 miles north of Ridgecrest. No immediate reports of any injuries or major property damage. We'll keep an eye on that. 4.3 is enough to feel a good shake, but may not cause a lot of damage. We'll keep an eye on that part of the story. If it needs to be updated, we'll bring you that as well. But for now, let's get back to the firestorm.
Yeah, we don't need any additional problems, and we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, we want to take you back to Lisa Siegel. She's on the ground this morning in Live Oak Canyon. This is the same fire that Dave Meekin was reporting on. Lisa, you're just in a little bit different place, but more of the same views.
More of the same view, and this is what firefighters were worried about, that this fire would flare up. Residents have been watching this on Live Oak Canyon all night long. It has just been going down the hillside, kind of slowly laying low, but once in a while we see a flare up, and this is what firefighters are concerned about. Right now it's hit some brush, and when it hits those trees, that brush, it flares up, and there is a lot of brush which separates Live Oak Canyon, the areas in between, and Portola Hills, which is where I'm at, which is under voluntary evacuation. The problem is if this brush fires up and comes over this line, it truly could start a fire in these areas, and that is what firefighters are concerned about. In fact, right where I'm standing, they are going to be bringing fire trucks in the next half hour, possibly hour. They were supposed to come a half an hour ago, but I'm sure they're tied up with other things right now. They are going to make this a staging ground because they are concerned that that fire that you are looking at could jump over and come up this canyon, and that would not be a good thing because this is all housing developments. Of course, residents here keeping a very good attitude, hoping for the best, but expecting, if possible, the worst, some of them ready to leave if they have to. That's the latest from here. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Lisa Siegel, thanks. The time now 5:35. California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger has had another first-hand look at the fire disasters. He was here yesterday, first that bird's eye view of Lake Arrowhead from the helicopter, and now here on the ground, the governor saying he was amazed by the massive amount of smoke that now hovers over nearly half of our state. Schwarzenegger is asking for more federal aid to deal with both the firefighting and the aftermath. It's way too early to tell as of this morning, but in the final analysis, insurers believe damage could run into the hundreds of millions of dollars, and that seems like an easy enough figure.
The key thing with all of this is that we help people rebuild their homes as quick as possible.
President Bush already has declared a federal emergency for the 7 counties most impacted by the fires. There's a difference between declaring an emergency and a disaster area. For now, it's the lesser status of emergency. The president now has announced he is planning to come to Southern California. That's a change from an earlier indication from the White House. President Bush will be here tomorrow to take a look at the aftermath and the firefighting efforts, to talk to the firefighters, and also help California residents deal with what's ahead.
California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger will speak about the California firestorm a little bit later this morning. Right now, he has a news conference scheduled for 10:30 a.m. And of course, we have continuing coverage this morning. We'll bring it to you right here on CBS 2. You can also get the latest of anything we've been talking about on CBS2.com. You can just click on. We've got tons of information there. We'll bring it to you on our website as well as right here live on the air.
And we want to be able to help you prepare for disasters right now. As you look at this live picture this morning, the wildfires already have resulted in hundreds of insurance claims. The Insurance Information Network of California says nearly 1,800 claims have been filed statewide so far. That number is expected to quadruple at least. And by the time the wildfires are extinguished, insurance claims could reach maybe $500 million. That would be $500 million. We talked about hundreds of millions, Suzanne. We could be talking closer to a $1 billion figure.
And if you've ever been through the process, Kent, it is so confusing. I was in the earthquake. I lost my apartment in 1989 in San Francisco, and it is just so much paperwork and red tape. So this morning, CBS 2's Randy Page has a little more on how to protect yourself in the event of a disaster.
This is what is left after a devastating wildfire tears through a neighborhood. Notice one house is turned into ash and cinder, while the house right behind is untouched. Mother Nature seems to choose her victims at random. a reminder about the importance of being ready before a fire strikes. Jerry McLean is one of the unlucky victims in Canyon Country.
I think I was watching your channel when I saw houses burning, but I didn't know it was mine. So that sucks.
And then you came home and found
this. Yeah, that was it.
Where do you go from here?
Get out what we can, and then get someone to rebuild it. And that's it. One day at a time. That's all we can do.
Experts say you can prepare yourself for a predicament like this by creating a home inventory, using a video camera or digital camera to inventory every item inside your home. That way you can easily document your loss when you have to contact your insurance company. And watch out for unlicensed insurance adjusters who often come calling after a disaster strikes. Jerry McLean got a knock on the door just hours after his house went up in flames.
He approached me, wanting to, like a public defender, he says that he's going to help me out against the insurance companies. I was like, okay. I don't do this every day, so I was like, yeah, I'll get back to you, thanks.
Jerry didn't go for it. He's already been contacted by his insurance company, and he's preparing to rebuild. Randy Page, CBS 2 News.
Time right now is 5:39, and of all of the fires in Southern California, you're looking at one from the series of largest fires. This is San Diego County, where the losses are staggering. Latest tallies and tolls, 5 people believed to have died. 1,100 homes and businesses here have burned, and now an estimated more than 500,000 people, 560,000 who've been evacuated.
Those numbers are staggering. The losses are staggering. The pictures that keep coming into us are staggering. And this is the area of most concern this morning. Firefighters, of course, getting a handle on the Malibu fire. But down in San Diego, things just remain very, very precarious. So let's check in now with CBS 2's Terry Okita. She's live for us this morning at Qualcomm Stadium. That's the big place in San Diego where the Chargers play, Terry. Lots of people spending the night there once again.
Right now, Suzanne, people are just starting to wake up, but it's been a pretty quiet morning and people are pretty tired and exhausted. This is the main staging area for some 10 to 12,000 evacuees who've come here for supplies, anything that they could ever want, they can get here. It's very organized here. They've got food and water and shelter. There are dozens of RVs and campers outside the stadium. Inside, you see this, lots of sleeping bags and tents and cots where people are just trying to find any quiet corner they can. With unrelenting winds whipping wildfires into a frenzy, more than 500,000 people have fled in the largest evacuation in state history. 650 square miles have been blackened, along with 1,300 homes. Tens of thousands more are threatened. While authorities have gotten a hold of the blaze in Malibu.
Yesterday, Mother Nature was in charge. Today, the Los Angeles County Fire Department and local law enforcement, all the agencies you've heard, are now in charge.
Elsewhere, and especially around San Diego.
I told you to get out! You need to get out now!
Exhausted firefighters are conceding ground to the monster flames. Unless the winds die down, they will give up land to try and protect people's homes. Ridge after ridge, the fires are relentless, chewing up hillsides fast and furiously.
We got out of here with the clothes on our backs. We have nothing.
Some residents are being allowed back into evacuated areas. Even in areas where fires have been put out, the devastation is so widespread, it looks like a war zone. Nothing but rubble and a heavy layer of smoke that doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. There's hope the shrieking winds will die down today, but even if they do, there are still massive walls of flames to contend with. President Bush will see all the destruction for himself in a tour tomorrow. FEMA, insurance companies, and disaster relief organizations have all set up booths along these corridors so that residents can ask questions that they're sure to have in the coming days. Live from San Diego, Terry Okita, CBS 2 News.
You can get really anything you need there, including a cell phone charge. Right now, we're going to break away from fire coverage for just a moment because you see this police cruiser involved in a pretty serious accident.
This is Coto de Casa, and Alex Calder is overhead in News Chopper 2. Alex, do we know what happened here?
We do not, but we happened to spot this while we were hovering nearby. This is an officer-involved traffic collision here. That is a slick top CHP unit that was involved in a traffic collision. His lights are on. We believe that he was responding northbound, possibly to assist with some activities related to firefighting, perhaps evacuations. He was northbound, as far as we can tell, on Antonio Parkway right here at Station when he collided with another car. This car here is the one that he collided with, and that's car now off the side of the road dramatically. Now they've got the fire authority down here working on trying to get this officer, or possibly these officers, not sure how many officers in that car, but they have been working diligently there to get whoever's in that patrol car out. Right now, the roadway here, Antonio Parkway, blocked off with firefighting activity here as you make your way through Coto de Caza as a result of this traffic collision here. And if we get any more information on it, we'll certainly bring it to you. I'm Alex Calder, live overhead, News Chapter 2. Back to you.
Alex, thanks. The time right now is 5:43, and let's once again bring in meteorologist Henry DiCarlo. Another live view of the fire lines this morning. And the question now, Henry, what happens to the Santa Ana winds today? We're expecting things to calm down a little bit.
You know, Kent and Suzanne, the good thing is at least the winds have pretty much gone according to plan. We thought that we'd have a little bit of a flare-up yesterday morning, then they'd die down, pick up a little bit in the afternoon, and then quiet down overnight into this morning. Now, of course, we're still waiting for sunrise. We know that the winds will pick up just a little bit, but what we're getting is about a 15-mile-per-hour decrease in sustained winds this morning compared to yesterday morning. So things are looking a little bit better. We would like to see the winds completely go calm, but we know they will pick up just a little bit as we enter sunup, which will come here just a little more than an hour from now. You can see 7-8 mile-per-hour winds in through Running Springs and also the Lake Arrowhead area. We move down to Silverado and Modjeska Canyon. Again, the winds there much calmer. Yesterday at this time we were looking at 12, 15, 16 mile-per-hour sustained winds with gusts even stronger. So the winds, although not completely calm, are beginning to quiet down. So the conditions will improve, at least as far as the wind is concerned, throughout the morning and also through the afternoon hours. What will not improve is going to be fire concerns because we still have some very low humidity and the temperatures very, very warm. I want to talk about a wind advisory that was still in effect and also the red flag warning. I talked about the winds. They're definitely more quiet this morning than they have been in some time, but we still have a red flag warning in effect through Southern California until 4 p.m., mainly due to the heat and the very low humidity that will continue. Also a wind advisory until noon, so that tells us at least for a few more hours there's a chance that we'll pick up some gusts between about 20 to 35 miles per hour. Yesterday, if you were with us, you may recall that the temperature difference between Santa Barbara and Oxnard at this time was 28 degrees. Well, today it's 10. Now, all of these factors, the fact that we're not seeing a huge deviation with the temperatures and that the winds are quieting down, tells us that that pressure gradient is relaxing. So the Santa Anas are relaxing. As we move through Southern California, you may have seen a lot of red up on the screen. We're talking about the air quality, about the only place you are going to find decent air quality today going to be the coastal areas, Santa Barbara, northward, and also areas to the north and to the east of the fire zones. Other than that, very unhealthy. Don't get out and about unless you have to today. Look at the temperatures. By and large, this would pretty much be the story of the day if it was just about temperatures, but of course we know it is not. It is about a red flag warning and the fires that continue to rage out there. Temperatures taking a backseat, but everyone should keep in mind very poor air quality today and also tomorrow. By the weekend, things will get a little bit calmer around here. The temperatures will come down, get back to average, but that is still 48 hours away. We still have fires that will be raging over the weekend, even though the temperatures will come down and the air quality will be poor as a result, perhaps through the weekend as well. That's a look at your weather. We'll continue to update these numbers as far as the wind is concerned. I'll keep you apprised of the situation. Until then, Kent and Suzanne, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Henry, let's do a little more right now before we get to Vera Jimenez with time saver traffic on that unhealthy air, because the smoke is not just itchy eyes and itchy throat. We're talking serious health risks here. Smoke inhalation, by the way, #1 cause of death in fires. Symptoms can include coughing, shortness of breath, hoarseness, noisy breathing, headache, nausea, vomiting, disorientation, change in the color of your eyes or your skin. These are all things you want to watch out for, and you need to seek medical attention if you have them. Also, I'm going to remind you again, although Henry just did it, avoid the outdoors today, especially right near the fire areas.
Not this last time we checked with him, but the time before. Henry, I think, said it best. If you can see it or smell it, you shouldn't be exercising. Basketball, running, soccer, football, tennis. Even if you're in a swimming pool and you think it's nice and cool where you are, no swimming, no water polo, don't do anything vigorous for more than 1 hour's time or so. That's what the health experts say.
Yeah, give yourself a break.
Let's give ourselves a break on the roads, if that's possible. Vera's got time saver traffic. Vera, you're sort of lifting your hands going, maybe not so much today.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be tough. In some areas, you're just going to have the usual commute. But right now, what you're looking at is the 15 right around El Cerrito. And this is as you make your way out of the Corona area. And we're going to be keeping an eye on this because keep in mind that the 15 is going to be used as an alternate to get into San Diego County. If you had any business or were planning on going, even though probably not advised just because of all the emergency activity that's taking place. So here's a Caltrans camera making your way out of the Corona area towards Lake Elsinore. This is the 15, and you can see that the volume is definitely there. Not only that, but there's only 3 lanes on this highway, so it is going to be impacted pretty heavily. Let's go ahead and go out to the maps because we do want to talk about those ongoing closures. This is the 5 north and southbound closed at Las Pulgas, and that closure is going to remain in effect until further notice. You will have to take, if you're in Southern Orange County, you will have to take the 74, which is also known as Ortega Highway, to the 15, and then take the 15 southbound. And if you must go to San Diego, that's probably, in fact, that's your only choice this morning. I also want to give you a little update. If you haven't been with us all morning long, do know that Metrolink has suspended service until further notice between Oceanside and San Diego. That means the Oceanside, the San Clemente, and the San Juan Capistrano stations are all closed until further notice. And then we finally got the update on Amtrak, and here's the situation with Amtrak. Between San Diego and San Juan Capistrano, no service, absolutely none. However, north of San Juan Capistrano, so between San Juan Capistrano and all points north, there is going to be service. So there's a little bit of good news there. But south of San Juan Capistrano, even Amtrak is going to be done for the day until further notice as well. And that's also too because of safety reasons. What you're looking at right now is one of our maps that takes you up into the mountain areas. Do know that status quo, all roadways leading into the San Bernardino Mountains closed until further notice, unless, of course, you're an emergency vehicle and need to get up to the mountains, or if you're leaving the mountain areas, that, of course, is going to be closed. Also know that you're not going to be able to go north of the 15 interchange along the northbound side of the 215. The southbound 215, however, is going to remain open, and that, of course, makes perfect sense because if you're leaving the mountains, you want to be able to use the 215 to get out. But north of the 215-15 split, forget about it. Not going to happen. It's going to be completely closed. So a little bit of changes there. Let's see. Elsewhere, things still a little bit funky in the Newhall area. Still plenty of closures to talk about. Know that there are no Magic Fire related closures, so everything related to the Magic Fire has been reopened. The Ranch Fire, if you're in the Ranch Fire vicinity, Chiquito at the 126 is now open to residents only. Only to residents. Stay Route 126 is open in both directions to everyone. Regarding the Buckwheat Fire, Bouquet Canyon from Vasquez to Spunky Canyon still closed. Vasquez at Bouquet still closed, and Pico Canyon and Gate is still closed, and that's related to the Buckwheat Fire. Because of the Malibu Fire, PCH is open, but intermittently. It's open in some spots, closed in other spots, so just be aware that they will route you around, but you can use PCH. What's closed, Malibu Canyon still closed from Civic Center to Piuma. Carbon Canyon, that is also closed. Tuna Canyon between PCH and Saddle Peak. Canaan, which had been opened yesterday late evening, now closed. They closed it once again, and they haven't given us the parameters, so assume that it's closed between PCH and Mulholland, and Topanga at this point remains closed as well. That, luckily, though, good news there, closed because of a water main break. And that's it for me, guys. Back to you.
All right, Vera, thanks for that. At 5:51 right now, we break away from our fire coverage once again to bring you some other breaking news and take a look at the seismograph right now. A moderate earthquake striking this morning at 5:22 a.m. It's a 4.3 magnitude quake, and it hit in Kern County. That's north of LA, about 127 miles, in a small town called Ridgecrest. Ridgecrest, about 25,000 people there, so they're definitely getting a rocking and rolling good morning. We're not hearing of any damage, any injuries coming in from this quake, but we do want to let you know a 4.3 shaker hitting this morning about 5:20 a.m. to the north of Los Angeles. We'll keep you posted if we get more information into us.
A seismically active area, and this morning especially. Let's come back to Southern California as we continue watching the California firestorm. It is our breaking news story of the week, of course. And the area of intense concentration this morning up in the San Bernardino Mountains, the resort area between Arrowhead and Big Bear, that whole vicinity, Running Springs. This morning, CBS 2's Christine Lazar is right there. Christine, the last time we checked with you, that house behind you was very much imperiled and there were firefighters between the home and the flames. What's the update?
Well, we have good news. It looks like the firefighters got the upper hand on this fire. If you take a look over my shoulder, you can see the flames, especially when you compare them to about a half an hour ago. They have subsided quite a bit, and we no longer see them shooting up right against the house. The great news here with this home is they have about 200 feet of defensible space between the home and the canyon. So one of the photographers went down there and actually counted. There was 4 firefighters lined up along that defensible space. They had one hose and they were just spraying those flames with water, and I'm told yesterday the air support came through here and wet that canyon, so that helped as well. If we can show you some video though, shot just about 25 minutes ago, you can see how close of a call this was. These flames came so close to this home, a beautiful home, probably upwards of $1 million. Fortunately, it's a newer home, so these newer constructed homes really stand up against these flames. We saw the embers just shoot up into the air and land on the roof, and nothing happened. So clearly the construction working in this homeowner's favor. These firefighters, though, working tremendously hard. We tried to talk to them earlier and they're just in the zone. They are focused on protecting these homes, and they have 4,000 acres so far that has been burned by this fire, 0% containment. And one neighborhood, not so lucky, a neighborhood we shot a couple hours ago. It was along Brookings and Whispering Pines. Several homes in that area, they did burn right to the ground. There are now in the slide fire more than 200 homes that have burned. Firefighters telling us the real problem here is that they're in these neighborhoods. They believe that they extinguish the fire, they move out, they move on to another spot, and then a new fire starts within another home and it spreads. And unfortunately, in these older homes, the construction is not very durable when it comes to these fires. So more than 200 structures lost, about 10,000 homes in the line of fire, no containment on this fire. So it is going to be a long road. Firefighters saying it's going to be several days until they're able to contain this fire. But gosh, the great news is if you look at this live picture, they have really pushed that fire back away from this home. And you know, I imagine if anybody who lives on this street, we're on Stonewall, is watching, they are going to be so relieved because they all butt up against this canyon. I imagine they have spectacular views. Of course, we can't see them because we're covered in smoke, but good news. It looks like this home's okay. Back to you guys in the studio.
Boy, Christine, incredible. And you know what? We'll take any little bit of progress that we can. So thanks for bringing us the update there. We'll check in with you in just a few minutes. And right now we want to give you an idea of the areas evacuated in the slide fire that Christine is on and the Grass Valley fire in the San Bernardino Mountains. Take a look. This is the area you see right here in red on the map. It's a big area, about a dozen communities under mandatory evacuation orders. That's about 10,000 homes, so you can imagine the people that equals. From Cedar Glen east of the lake all the way to Crestline to the west and Gregory Lake, everyone being told to get out and stay out. This morning, CBS 2's Jennifer Davis continues our live team coverage with a closer look at the evacuation efforts. Jen, you are off the hill in San Bernardino.
That's right. 15,000 people have been evacuated. 700 are here at the Orange Show Fairgrounds in San Bernardino. Red Cross is set up. They have the cots and food, showers, everything that they will need. I want to bring in Patty Wagenstein, and she has a great story. She lives in Running Springs.
Yep.
Your house is okay.
Yeah.
And how do you know the house is okay?
A friend called last night and told us.
But you also saw it on, our sister station, KCAL-9.
Channel 9 we saw on Channel 9. It showed a firefighter putting out the front grass area, caught on fire, and so we know it's okay.
This has been really back and forth. You've been out since Monday. You've heard it's burned down, it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. We saw it on TV. It's fine.
How has this been? You've been through this many times.
5 times. It's something you got to deal with when you live in the mountains.
Now we know that you now have a motorhome because of past experiences.
Yes, that's why we bought it.
So you just packed it up?
Packed it up, we came down, we got our toys off the mountain, and we've been here ever since.
Now you live on Easy Street. We've talked a lot about Easy Street, so you must be very sad and concerned for your neighbors.
We heard that there has been 7 homes lost on Easy Street, so we don't know whose is there and whose isn't. So it's just a waiting game until we get home.
What did you feel when you saw your home on TV? A lot of people are not so lucky. Most people aren't as lucky.
We're happy it's still there. We're happy we have some place to go back to, and we just hope for the best.
Now, you've been through this 5 times. Does it ever get any easier to pack up your belongings, to figure out what really means something to you that you'd really like to save?
We have been evacuated so many times that we didn't take as much as I should have, because we always go back home. This is the closest this ever came to us.
How are people doing? Have you been talking to people here?
No, we've been just staying in the trailer and hanging out here. My brothers came by and brought us some in and out, and we're just hanging out here for a while.
So you have actually a good story in comparison. A lot of folks just don't know what's going on, what they will come home to, if anything.
That's right, and all we can do is hope that everybody's okay and just go from there.
All right, Patty, we're very happy for you. Thanks for talking to us this morning. So, a lot of people, or some people, I should say, are in the parking lot. They have tents. A lot of people brought motorhomes. And then the rest of the people, 700 people here at the Orange Show Fairgrounds. Red Cross is set up and ready to help anyone who needs it. Let's send it back to the studio.
All right, Jennifer, thanks. So we know it is so frustrating for all of these people, and yet there are these stories of hope, because at least some of them are going to have homes to go back to.
Yeah, and that one woman, she said she was so happy to see it on KCAL-9, our sister station.
Yeah.
And we do try to bring you all the very latest and greatest pictures of what's going on right now so you can be informed.
And the very newest information as we come up on the 6 o'clock hour, just about to turn 6 on the dot. Good morning once again. Kent Shocknick, Suzanne Rico, live in the CBS 2 News studio, along with meteorologist Henry DiCarlo, keeping an eye on the winds fanning the California firestorm. This is a live view of our breaking news in Live Oak Canyon from News Chopper 2. Also, Vera Jimenez is going to tell you about some major brand new road closures this morning, including Interstate 5 near Camp Pendleton. We've got a lot to get to with our live team coverage.
That's right. We do have reporters fanned out across Southern California, all the way from far northern Los Angeles County, all the way down to Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego. We'll begin our live team coverage right now, though, with Lisa Siegel. She's in Orange County this morning. Lisa, you're in Live Oak Canyon. Good morning.
We are just above Live Oak Canyon in Portola Hills. This is one of the areas that is under voluntary evacuation. Most people have stayed, but they are ready to go if they have to, and they may have to. Take a look behind me. What you are looking at is Live Oak Canyon, and that ridge of fire, it has been slowly creeping down the mountain. And what fire officials are concerned about, they are concerned that it could spread. It could actually cross over into Portola Hills, and that would be devastating because this is a fully developed area with condos and with houses, and that is one of their biggest concerns. In fact, the area that we are standing on, they are going to turn this into a staging area at any time. They are going to bring fire crews in to make sure this area is covered. I am going to bring in a resident, Carrie Tellis. You live here. Tell me a little bit about what your biggest concern is.
Our biggest concern is this fire that's going over on the other side will cross Santiago Canyon Road and come up Los Lomos and come up there and burn the condos that we're in back of. I hope the firefighters can make a great stop. They've done a great job so far. God bless them. They've done a great job.
Now, Los Lomos, is that Los Lomos? That is very popular. Tell us about that, because that involves animals. And have those animals been evacuated?
As far as I know, I think they have. That's where they have weddings, and they have Bengal tigers and all kinds of birds. Hopefully they got rid of them all and they're gone.
Okay. And the wind. Tell us about the feeling up here, the smoke in the air, the wind.
The smoke in the air is kind of bad. The wind's picking up a little bit out here, which I hope it dies down. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for talking with us. I want to tell you about some evacuations. I don't know if we have a full screen or not. Do we have that full screen? Okay, we want to tell you these are the mandatory evacuations. Black Star Canyon, Silverado Canyon, Ladd Canyon, Williams Canyon. Next we have Modjeska Canyon, then Live Oak Canyon, Hamilton Truck Trail, Trabuco Canyon, Holy Jim Canyon, Baker Canyon, and Harris Grade. There are also some voluntary evacuations. That is Foothill Ranch and Portola Hills, where I am standing. And take one more look at the fire line. Again, that is what they are concerned about. If this comes down any farther or if the winds pick up, this will not be a good situation. That is what they are watching for, and we expect fire crews to arrive where we are any moment now. We'll send it back to you.
Hey, Lisa, you know, you were talking about the fact that some of the communities in your area, like Portola Hills, are fairly new developments built to withstand fire. And we were looking up in Lake Arrowhead. They just saved a brand new home that was exactly that. It was built to withstand fire. So a lot of people getting a break because of where they live and the house that they live in.
You're exactly right. Portola Hills was one of the new developments that was built to resist fire. There is plenty of areas for, you know, firemen to get on. Actually, I'm just going to walk around and show you, and we'll pan down. Take a look at this ground area. If you can pan down here, Greg. Just on the ground here, this is an area that is completely open, and it was made as open space for fire trucks. So they've done their job here. They have made sure that if there is a fire, there is plenty of space for firemen to get up here. They've also made sure there is plenty of clearance. So they've done their jobs in these newer housing communities. The question is, will this fire reach over here? The residents hope not.
Boy, you can understand that. Lisa, thanks so much. The time now, 6:04. Let's keep moving ahead with our live team coverage this morning. The California firestorm now near Silverado Canyon. We go upstairs overhead. Alex Calder is in News Chopper 2. And Alex, this is the scene we've seen so much these past few days, but this morning we're not seeing so many fires like this one.
That's right, although there are certainly fewer fires, but this fire in particular, this Santiago Canyon fire, is still burning very, very aggressively at this hour. Now we've been watching it make its way through some of these canyon areas here just north and east of Portola Hills and Foothill Ranch. It's up in the Modjeska Canyon area, as you've seen all morning from Lisa Siegel and Dave Meekum, and the fire does continue to burn. And as we look off to the south, we can see the remnants of what is the Camp Pendleton fire, which for a short time there was burning very, very intensely. Now it has actually laid down a little bit, although we understand that I-5 is still closed as a result of those firefighting efforts. And as we pull out, give you some perspective here, we're over the Ladera Ranch area, which is farther south of Rancho Santa Margarita, and you can see all the city lights there just on the south side of this fire. We'll actually pan over to the right, show you that's Santa Margarita proper, Rancho Santa Margarita proper right there, and you can see that this fire burning very, very close to some majorly occupied areas here in terms of residences and businesses, very much inhabited areas here. We'll be watching this fire very closely and certainly be watching the winds, although I can tell you, in comparison to the last 3 days we've been over this fire, today the wind's much, much lighter at this hour. That's certainly good news. We'll be overhead bringing you the pictures from News Chopper 2 all morning. I'm Alex Calder. Back to you.
All right, Alex, and we'll remind people as we stay on your picture right here that Alex and all other choppers in the area, the media, have flight restrictions this morning, 8,000 feet, so he's staying way back and just using the camera to zoom in, as you see right here, to get us a front row seat for this fire.
The time now coming up on 6:06, and if you're just joining us this morning, CBS 2, again, first on the air this morning at 4 a.m., as we have been every morning this week, bringing you all the latest. We've gotten the two big areas out of the way right now for the top of this hour. Let's go area by area for the Southern California fires, starting with the latest figures from the Arrowhead fire, now standing at 2,000 acres. It's about 5% contained. This figure of 400 homes lost is a fluid one. By some counts, it's 300. By some counts, it's closing in now on 450. Still at this hour this morning, some 10,000 homes in the area are threatened. And the reason for some confusion over the numbers is because the Arrowhead and Slide fires are very close to each other. This fire, also 4,000 acres, it is 0% contained up in the San Bernardino Mountains. 200 structures lost in this one. Again, some of these figures get combined with the Arrowhead fire. 500 firefighters are on the scene working this blaze this morning.
All right, let's bring it back down to Los Angeles County because still a lot to talk about here. The Castaic fire now, that is a big one. 47,000 plus acres consumed now. Just 10% containment on this fire, and this is a 7-structure fire. We're not sure if those are homes or outbuildings. We'll get a clearer picture of that in the days to come, but 7 structures we do know have been lost, and containment still not expected until October 31st. Moving ahead right now to the Stevenson Ranch fire. That's at about 1,750 acres this morning. This one, they are really making progress on. A lot of progress yesterday afternoon and overnight. 93% containment. So this one almost out. No structures lost here. And this one, if you remember from yesterday, caused by a spark from a construction crew. That happens, especially with the Santa Ana winds. They just get blown right out of control. And now continuing in LA County, the Canyon Country fire. 37,800 acres. This one also 80% contained. So containment numbers really going up on these last couple of fires. 25 damaged or destroyed structures. Several of those we do know were homes, and this one being investigated this morning as a possible arson fire.
The Santiago fire, it's in Orange County, the Foothill Ranch and Irvine areas. This is where we've got this morning Lisa Siegel. Dave Meekum is nearby. Some 19,200 acres burned. This fire, they're starting to get a ring around part of it. It's about 30% contained, but already there have been 34 structures either damaged or destroyed. And this is one that they really do believe to be an arson case outright, because they say this is a fire that ignited in 3 separate areas earlier this week. We come back now, almost full circle, to Los Angeles County, the Malibu fire. Some real progress here. It is a big one, 4,500 acres, but look at this. As of this morning, it's now 75% contained. That's really good news. 22 structures damaged or destroyed since this fire broke out on Sunday. 3 people have been hurt in the Malibu fire.
And now San Diego, this is the big one that we're worried about, and it's actually 3 fires: the Witch Fire, the Harris Fire, the Pumasha Fire, and the Rice Fire. 4 now because a new one breaking out overnight. Here are the latest numbers from our extreme south. 623,920 acres have been consumed by these fires. 1 person killed. We are hearing about other major injuries, but we hear those people still in critical condition, so we're trying to get more information on them. What we do know, around 800 structures damaged or completely destroyed. Those numbers going up and constantly being updated this morning. 23 firefighters have been hurt fighting these fires.
Now the state and federal government response. Governor Schwarzenegger getting a bird's eye view of the Lake Arrowhead area yesterday, and then right on the ground, the governor saying he was amazed by the massive amount of smoke that now hovers over nearly half of the state of California. Schwarzenegger asking for more federal aid to deal with both the firefighting and the aftermath. FEMA now on the ground here in Southern California. The damage estimate from all of this in the very preliminary going could be some $500 million or $500 million.
The key thing with all of this is that we help people rebuild their homes as quick as possible.
The president already has declared a federal emergency for the 7 counties most impacted by the fires, the same 7 counties that Governor Schwarzenegger early declared as a state emergency area. President Bush now does, in fact, plan to come to Southern California himself tomorrow to keep an eye on what's been happening, to thank the firefighters, and also help Southern Californians deal with the long road ahead.
California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger will speak about the California firestorm a little bit later this morning. He's got a news conference scheduled at 10:30 a.m. and of course we'll bring it to you here on CBS2. And for any of the numbers that we've been talking about, we have the very latest for you at CBS2.com.
Time now is 6:10 on this Wednesday morning. It's the middle of the week, and as our California firestorm live team coverage continues, this is the helicopter view, live Oak Canyon. Once again, a couple of areas of big concern this morning. If you exclude San Diego to our far south, we're looking at the San Bernardino Mountains and right in this area in Orange County. We are a couple days now into the Santiago fire. It's nearby where this view is being shown to you right here. Flames have consumed at least a dozen homes in Modjeska Canyon. And residents are trying to cope. They've got a lot of losses to deal with, but a lot of them say they're just grateful that they just have their lives.
So the Malibu fire, Kent, the Castaic fire, the Stevenson Ranch fire, a lot of progress being made there. Yesterday afternoon, we were seeing much progress on this particular fire. We're calling it the Santiago fire. Not so much this morning. Alex Calder flying above it all in News Chopper 2. Alex, you've had the bird's eye view since we first went on the air at 4 a.m., and this one just continues to rage.
It does continue to rage here, and I'll tell you, the fire just getting more and more visible as we watch this area burn from the south. We're over the Ladera Ranch area, which is just south of Rancho Santa Margarita, and as we look up to the north, we get a real good view of the fire that is burning here. Now, it's back up in the Modjeska Canyon area. It's headed towards Portola Hills and Foothill Ranch, and we can tell you that the fire is very visible from two different places, both from the south, where we're located, and also from points north. We took a look at it earlier from the 241-261 interchange. You could also see the fire burning from there. If you're to the south and west of this fire, I'll tell you, you're feeling the effects of the smoke this morning. Some of the times as we've been moving around the Orange County area here, we flew through that band of smoke, and it is very thick and will certainly cause you some breathing difficulties. We've got a little bit of a scratch to our throats here in News Chopper 2 this morning, all because of that smoke, and there really is a huge dense layer of smoke really laying over all areas now south and west of this fire, all as a result of the smoke. It's a little too dark for us to be able to get in there and tell you exactly where the fire is headed, but as the first light comes up, we'll certainly be watching it here. We can tell you there is no aerial firefighting going on yet. It is just too dark for that right now, but we will be watching as those helicopters, those water-dropping helicopters, first start making their way in. We'll be curious to see what the smoke does this morning. Yesterday when we were here, there was a huge column of smoke that extended up to about 7,000 feet before drifting off to the south and the west. Now, this morning it appears the smoke more making its way southwesterly without the climb. That could be an indicator of the winds that are working their way through the canyons right now. Again, we'll be watching it throughout the morning here from News Chopper 2, but for right now, the fire in Santiago Canyon continuing to burn at this hour. I'm Alex Calder, live overhead News Chopper 2. Back to you.
And we do wait for sunrise, which is now less than 1 hour away, and that is when the earth starts to warm up because of the sun's heat, and that's when the winds start to pick up as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Alex Calder, thanks so much. Do want to tell you about some new information just in: additional evacuations. This is word just coming in. Residents of Duluth now are under mandatory evacuation orders.
The unincorporated community is just north of the Camp Pendleton base. It's being threatened by a wildfire that's burning on the Marine base right now. And we'll go straight to Steve Price. He's live in that Camp Pendleton area this morning. Steve, you've got the very latest from there and can bring us an update. Good morning.
Good morning, Suzanne and Kent. I'm literally standing on I-5 northbound. I-5 shut down both directions, so if you are heading from the north, from Orange County, from Los Angeles to San Diego today, you will have to find a different route, at least for the next while. They're hoping to get the freeway open this morning to try and ease things up for that morning commute. And as you take a look behind me, you can see the flames. They seem to be dying down here at Camp Pendleton. This officially now known as the Horno fire, which started as a controlled burn, unfortunately got out of control. The flames started to jump across I-5, and so they had to shut down I-5 both directions. They are allowing employees, though, from the San Onofre power plant, essential employees to that facility to come on through, and they're hoping to try and get the freeway reopened. The good news, the flames not nearly as bad as they were this morning. So CHP, I just had a chance to talk to them a few minutes ago. They are hoping to reopen things here. Of course, San Diego still fighting 7 different fires throughout our county. Thousands of residents still at Qualcomm Stadium, sleeping there, sleeping at other shelters that they have now set up throughout the county as well. Just a tough situation on a day out here, to be honest, when a lot of people in San Diego were hoping for some sense of normalcy. They were hoping that the fires were starting to calm down a little bit. But at this point, it doesn't seem to be the case. As soon as the sun comes up, though, we'll be able to get the choppers in the air and get a better look at the situation here in San Diego County.
Steve, thanks for that. We appreciate it. So we've got Steve Price right next to Camp Pendleton this morning. And Vera, let's bring you into the picture with Time Saver Traffic 3D because you've got the maps. Let's go to the maps. Steve, thanks again. Here's the live view of showing you what they're dealing with in the Pendleton area. And you can tell us about 5 just being shut down, kiddo.
Further notice, and that's going to be in both directions. It's closed at Las Pulgas. At one time, they were turning you around at Basilone. What you're looking at right now, though, is a live picture from the 15, and the reason why you're seeing this is because this is our Caltrans camera right around El Cerrito as you make your way out of the Corona area, and this is what you would take. This would be your alternate for that 5. You would either take the 91 eastbound or the 74. That's also known as Ortega Highway to the 15, and this will take you into San Diego County if you do have to go there. Of course, it's not advised just because of all the emergency activity. Also know that Metrolink has suspended service. Go ahead and go back to the maps. Metrolink has suspended service between San Diego and the Oceanside area, and that's going to be until further notice. That means Oceanside, San Clemente, and San Juan Capistrano, those Metrolink stations are closed. And then Amtrak has also suspended service between San Diego and San Juan Capistrano. North of San Juan Capistrano, though, not to worry. Everything is going to be okay through that stretch. Some road closures as well in the Orange County area, but those are mostly canyons. Everything in Orange County is open in terms of the toll roads, the 261, the 241, the 55, the 91, and nothing to worry about there. The 74, obviously. And in the mountain areas, no one is allowed to go into the mountain areas other than emergency vehicles. Non-emergency vehicles will not be allowed into the mountain areas, so just be aware of that. If you have to do the normal commute today, I'm showing you the 5 just so that you get an idea of what's going on in terms of the regular morning commute while I talk about the closures. Northbound side of the 215 is going to be closed at the 15. The southbound, however, is open, and then there are going to be ongoing closures because of the Malibu fire. PCH is open, but only intermittently, which means that today the southeast side of the 101 is going to be moving a little bit better. And at the top of your screen here, you can see that the 101 still seeing plenty of green, which is great news. And that again is probably because a lot of people are starting to use PCH once again. People were using the 101 instead of PCH to get to work and to route around that way. Some of the ones that are still closed: Malibu Canyon, Carbon Canyon, Tuna Canyon, Canaan, Topanga, and then with regards to the other fires, the 126, because of the ranch fire, is now open in both directions. Chiquito Canyon, though, still closed between the 126, open, but only to residents. Otherwise, it's closed. Pico Canyon at Gate still closed. Vasquez at Bouquet, and Bouquet between Vasquez and Spunky still going to be closed until further notice. Mostly we're talking about fire-related closures and how to get around them if you have to. But if anything major breaks out in terms of SIG alerts on the roadways that I think is going to have a major impact on the morning commute, not to worry, folks. We'll go ahead and we'll keep you up to breast in terms of that. But right now it's mainly about the fires because it's such a big story. And that's it for me right now, though. It's back to Ken, Suzanne.
As it should be, Vera, and we know you'll let us know if anything else major happens, as you said. Right now, as we look at the fire down in Orange County from News Chopper 2, we can talk a little bit about the Santa Anas and the wind conditions. Winds reducing from 24 hours ago, but still a red flag warning in effect today. So still a force to be reckoned with. Let's bring in Henry DeCarlo right now, 2View Doppler forecast. Henry, you've been watching them kind of wane just a little bit, and hopefully you've got better news. Well, we definitely have better news. The wind's not nearly as much of an issue. We have the red flag warning. Remember, a red flag warning tells us that fire danger is high, and the ingredients for a red flag warning would be we need low humidity, we need high heat, and we also need strong winds. We need 2 of the 3 components. We're losing the winds today, but the other 2 components still stay the same, and that is the heat today and the low humidity. So that is why we have the red flag warning. High wind warnings, they have expired. We do have a wind advisory that is in effect for all of Southern California until noon. So that gradual decrease in the winds continues. We'll start up in through San Bernardino County, Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, and also Running Springs. Definitely we're seeing some of the stronger winds out there today in this area, but they are a good 15 miles per hour calmer than yesterday at this time. Some good news as we head down in through Orange County, Silverado, Modjeska. The winds there very, very quiet for the most part. Now we do know the sun will come up in about an hour or so. As it does, the winds will pick up. We may be a little gusty at times, but for the most part, things are looking fairly good. Now, just to give you a perspective of things, the winds have shifted to the east. They were out of the northeast. Now, east winds would take that fire for the most part into the Whiting Ranch area. Now, this is some good news because there's not a lot other through here. If it takes it due south, then we're getting into Portola Hills. I'm not saying that that won't happen. I'm just saying right now, the wind shift to the east within the past hour probably bodes well for firefighters as we try to keep that fire from making that assault down south into Portola Hills. Interesting, guys, as we take a quick look at our advisory and our high wind warning for today. Interesting that this area has never recorded a wildfire before in its history because through the years, very little inhabitants in here, but over the past 10, 15 years,
We've seen a lot of growth in this area, especially since the toll road was built. This was all done by the Irvine Company. They started to build these developments. So this will be the first official fire that has affected any homes in this area on record. And of course, it's due to all the growth. And I mentioned this because you were talking about the newer homes, a little bit better, obviously, in fire defense. So that bodes well for us, too, hopefully, as we get into the afternoon. Red flag warning until 4 o'clock. This does exclude the Santa Monica Range. There is a wind advisory in effect, as I mentioned, until noon. Now, for all of us, keep in mind it is going to be a very hot day today. And more importantly, it is very smoky and very unhealthy. We have pretty much unhealthy air quality all throughout Southern California. There are some exceptions. Areas north of, say, Santa Barbara seem to fare a little bit better with the air quality. Of course, not as affected by the winds as they blow to the south and to the west, and obviously areas to the east of the fire zone. So some of the inland areas doing a little bit better. If you are affected by the smoke, if you could see it or smell it, it is going to affect you. It is going to affect your health. Keep your exercise to a minimum. That is the main theme for all of us today. I'll update your the fire concerns in a few minutes. Until then, Kent and Suzanne, back to you.
All right, Henry, thanks so much. Also, we'll have school openings and closings in just a moment. Stay with us. It's 6:22. The California firestorm right now, a live view from Live Oak Canyon. That's where Lisa Siegel is this morning. And Lisa, you're keeping an eye. This is an area of concern down here out of the mountains. What's going on?
Well, what you are seeing is Live Oak Canyon, and this fire continues to rage down that mountain. What they are concerned about is that if it jumps, if it goes over the brush, if it jumps El Toro Road, it could come up the hill up to Portola Hills, which is under an voluntary evacuation. Now, as you said, this is a new housing development for the most part, but the first thing that this fire would hit, if it hits Portola Hills, is an older condo development which was built more than 20 years ago. So there is a lot of nervous residents that have been watching this fire grow, and it doesn't seem to be letting up. Now, I want to show you over here, as we walk, we saw something else pop up. If you can see in the distance, that is Santiago Canyon Estates. Now, they have done a lot of work on that yesterday, but we are now seeing another flare-up over there. So that is another spot that firefighters are going to have to work on today. I want to bring in resident Jeremy Freeman. Tell me a little bit about that area over there, what they did yesterday, and what your concern is.
Well, that's a newer development there, high-end executive homes. Those are probably very fire safe. Yesterday afternoon, late into the afternoon, they really hit it with a lot of planes and a lot of Fostech. So those flames are coming up over a ridge, and then they'll hit that Fostech and hopefully die down. Those are actually upwind of us right now, so that's the big concern, because anytime we're downwind and the embers blow towards us, we have the dry brush that we're standing over here.
And let me ask really quick, are we in your shot? Are you able to see that? Greg, okay, I'm going to step over here. I want you to be able to see that. So Greg will step you over here as we talk. Tell me a little bit, Jeremy, about how you feel about the situation up here with all of these fires kind of burning around your area.
Well, they're burning pretty far away. There's a major road, Santiago Canyon Road, between us, so it would have to jump that. And then, as you've mentioned in this cast, we're standing in an area where there'll be staging. As long as the fire department comes out here and starts staging, we feel a whole lot more comfortable because we're behind the firemen. The firemen in the Foothill Ranch area did a swell job. They were in people's backyards. When the flames came up, they'd douse it and move over to the next backyard. There were no issues with the houses there that I'm aware of.
Okay, and again, we are looking at Live Oak Canyon, which is what you were talking to me, what you all are looking at, because that is potentially what could, jump over. And there is a very special area that is right underneath here that has animals. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it's called Las Lomas. They have some exotic animals. I'm not sure what types. I personally have never seen them. You can hear them at night sometimes. And my understanding is they have not evacuated them. They've held them because the animals are it's too dangerous to move them for health reasons. They'll move them at the last minute if they need to. That's what we heard. But it is a private ranch, so I don't know a whole lot about what their activities are down there.
But they have exotic animals like?
My understanding is they have tigers down there. I know they've got peacocks and llamas, that sort of thing. Very strange animals to have out in this area.
Lots of wedding receptions and parties there. Thank you so much for talking. So back with us. This is not a neighborhood that is out of the woods. There are a lot of evacuations that are in place, and hopefully people are taking heed of those and doing what they should, getting out if they need to. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Lisa Siegel reporting live from the Live Oak Canyon area. And a great interview. Definitely lots of new information coming in from where you are, and we'll check back with you in a few minutes. We want to talk about some stuff that's going on this morning, Kent, because if parents are getting up this morning and thinking, boy, what am I going to do with the kids? We've got school reopening. So that's a little bit of progress, and we'll take any progress we can get. The Simi Valley Unified School District reopened this morning. Moore Park College, Moore Park Unified School District, all of those open and ready to take the students back.
Long list. Let's continue it here. Malibu Public Schools, except for Webster Elementary, reopened today. Webster's still closed, but other Malibu Public Schools are open. Santa Clarita Valley Schools, once again, will open today. And Pepperdine University is going to reopen for classes today. First time of the new week. We're halfway through the week. They were off yesterday and Monday.
Yeah, that's a big one. Okay, school closings for you this morning. Schools that remain closed. Chatsworth Hills Academy, Cal State San Bernardino, Beatty Middle School, Highland Grove Elementary, Cram Elementary, Arroyo Verde Elementary. The list is long, so we're going to list them here for you, and you can also look on our website, cbs2.com. San Bernardino Valley College, San Bernardino City Unified School District, and the Rim of the World up in the San Bernardino Mountains Unified is closed.
8th Street Community Day School is closed. Tri-City Community Day School, ditto. Highland Community School, they're all closed this morning. Some additional school closings: Santa Clarita Christian, Sulphur Springs School District, Silverado Elementary, all closed today.
Saugus Union Schools, Hart District Schools, College of the Canyons, Bethlehem Lutheran Preschool, and the list goes on for you this morning, but we want to make sure everyone is up to speed before the kids need to get out the door. Topanga Elementary, Northwood High School, Viewpoint School in Calabasas. Kent, you want to take over now?
Legacy Trinity Christian, Rainbow Promise, Pinecrest School, Sunshine Preschools, Sierra Montessori Preschool, Agua Dulce Unified School District, closed again today. So keep an eye on things. The situation is changing. A lot of them are getting back into business more quickly than others. Some of them today, kids going to class, some of them not the case.
So the latest numbers are coming into us this morning. We're trying to get a wrap on everything, so we want to show you a map. These are the major fires that are burning this morning. We've had a lot of progress on the Stevenson Ranch fire, the Castaic fire, the Canyon Country fire, and the Malibu fire. Those are all up in the 70, 80, 90% containment rate. Lake Piru as well. That one, they're getting under control. It's when you head up to the San Bernardino Mountains, the Running Springs area, the Lake Arrowhead area. We've seen Christine Lazar reporting up there this morning as flames have licked within a couple of 100 feet of new homes this morning. Firefighters making a stand there and able to save those homes, but still a lot of smoke and active flame there. If you go down to the Foothill Ranch area where CBS 2's Lisa Siegel is, that is the Santiago fire. She's in Live Oak Canyon this morning. Definitely seeing the active flames there as the fire makes its way along the ridge and then all the way down to San Diego.
The time now, 6:30 on the dot. You are watching live extended, expanded coverage here on CBS 2 of the California Firestorm. And let's continue things right now with the CBS Early Show anchor and host Harry Smith, who's live this morning in Spring Valley. Harry, good morning. You've come out from New York for a first-hand look. It's a shock to Southern Californians. It must be doubly so to you.
I'll tell you what, just flying in the airplane last night, flying right into San Diego, we just couldn't believe what we were seeing. Acre after acre after acre after acre consumed in flames. We're just a little bit south and east of San Diego downtown in this gorgeous canyon, and you can see the flames burning. Can we go to the B camera? Look at this. I mean, the place is, this kind of fire is erupting all over the place here. Of course, they're thankful because the temperature went down last night. There were almost no winds whatsoever. But we traveled around with a Cal Fire all night last night, and we would go past a place where there might be an ember or two. 10 minutes later, we came back, and the entire hillside was engulfed in flame. One firefighter described it to us as it being like a sea of gasoline. That's how much how much fuel is out here. So it's quite an eye-opening experience for me, I've got to tell you. And the one fireman we talked to here said, as far as these fires south and east of San Diego are concerned, they don't believe they'll be contained at least until the 31st of this month.
Yeah, Harry, that's what we're hearing. And let's just take a minute to give people a better idea. I know that you're just east of the 805 and the 5 that run kind of parallel to the coast. And this area, I used to work down there. This is a highly populated area. We're not talking about, you know, Otay Mesa or places closer to the Mexican border that are sparsely populated. There are massive developments in here.
Right, there are some subdivisions behind us, a lot of, well, just up the hill on the, if you look on the B camera, I don't know if you can see the outline, there's a house just above where that big flame is brewing right there, is percolating right there. But literally just down this canyon from Steele Canyon High School, there's a major population. So this is a very serious concern to get this all burned out ahead of time so that if the winds do in fact come back the way they've been the last couple of days, that they don't go over the hill to where the real population is.
Harry Smith from the Early Show, we thank you so much. Good luck on the Early Show this morning. Some 560,000 people evacuated. Thanks, Harry, so much. Glad you're here in Southern California. The Bush administration's disaster assistance chief, FEMA, promising no repeat of the Hurricane Katrina experience. Earlier this morning, talking out, federal officials are weighing their options to best help victims of all of our Southern California wildfires. And David Paulison, who's the FEMA boss, says that a big concern is going to be the availability of a sufficient number of aircraft to spray the fire. And Suzanne, again, even though they're down dealing with the Santa Ana winds, they're still out there.
Yeah, obviously going to be a lot of political controversy and criticism because a lot of folks saying, and if you're in the fire-prone areas, you can understand why'd they wait till now? You know, those tankers, did they have to be grounded? We're seeing other tankers flying. So what was the delay? And that controversy will rage for months.
And most of the pilots are going to say, yes, the delay in this case was caused by nature. You just can't fly when it's not safe. And the good news here, lessons have been learned from Katrina, and we're going to see them put into place. We'll see how well they work. We have already seen much better cooperation between the state, the local and the federal government levels, all working and communicating better, getting things moving a lot faster than they did in 05 and Katrina in the Gulf.
So our news chopper, too, flying this morning for us, as it has been all week long. We started at 4 a.m. And here's a map for you just right now, again, to see where the major fires are burning kind of down in the southern area of our Orange County. We want to go straight to Dave Meekum. He's on the ground right now. He's up one of the canyons that we've been talking about in this Santiago fire. Dave, for the last 2 days, we've been seeing you go without a mask. Today, you just can't stand the smoke, you say. It's just too heavy.
Yeah, I did basically my best to avoid the mask. It's not a lot of fun to wear, but it feels so much better this morning. Let's come right down here, take a look at a little show and tell. I'm going to tap my foot. Looks like a whole lot of ash there, and it's all over this canyon. And then photographer Joe, let's go ahead and swing up. And I want you to take a look in the distance here at the light that we're using behind me. The sun's just coming up here, and you get a sense of just the air quality, what I guess we're breathing here. This is Santiago Canyon at Modjeska Canyon, right where they come together, the mouth of the canyon. We took a drive up just a short time ago to get a look, and I got to say it looked a lot better than I thought it would. They have lost 14 homes in one form or another, 6 completely gone. So it is quite a sight up this canyon. Basically 250 properties make up Modjeska Canyon, so it's a historic place in a lot of ways, going back to the 1800s, in fact. And the geography, you're talking just real peaks and valleys around here. Modjeska Peak, for example, 5,600 feet up, so it shoots straight up, and so it's really trapping the air in here. One guy we talked to earlier gave us a sense just what he's going through. Everything around him has burned.
All around our house is burned and destroyed. It's almost like a divine protection over our house. It's eerie, but as you drive through here, it just feels like a war zone. And most of it's good news. I mean, we have a lot of homes that should have been destroyed, and so there's a lot of good news, but for a few, it's going to be devastating.
And you talk about that war zone analogy. It certainly feels like that right now. This whole entire area has been evacuated, as we say, 14 properties affected in a big way, and right now waiting for the sun to come up to get a better sense of just how they fared overnight. Right now, we see fire off in the distance on top of these canyons, but that's about where it is right now. It is clearly a place you'd want to stay out of. Even if your home was okay in this canyon, you wouldn't want to be spending the night here. Absolutely not. So that's where things stand here. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Dave just said the war zone phrase. Dave, if that's the war zone, look at this videotape. Here comes the Air Force. The DC-10 that made its big Fostech chemical fire retardant drops yesterday. A number of runs, a half a mile each with the orange dye going down into the area, showing the areas that have been treated. This was a real risky operation. There's no two ways about it because this plane has to fly low and slow, very close to a stall speed where a plane would just fall out of the sky, about 170 miles an hour. You land and take off faster than that when you're taking a trip out of LAX. It did it up in the Running Springs area, up in the San Bernardino Mountains, then would go back to the lowlands to get refueled. The whole thing about this Fostech deal is it's more effective as a fire retardant than water alone. CBS 2's Dave Malkoff has gone to find out how Fostech works. It's made right here in Southern California.
When firefighters need water, a 9-pole water hazard in Stevenson Ranch will do. When they need fire retardant, this is often the place. Fostech's main distribution plant in Ontario.
Turn around and back it right into here.
After 30 years on the fire lines, George Roby now works for the chemical company.
This is one of our trucks.
10 to 15 trucks have gone out just today.
22 tons on each truck.
This is the powdered fire retardant right here. And this is how it arrives. They literally weigh a ton on their way to the plane.
This is taken by the California Department of Forestry, now CAL FIRE. And you'll see how fast and easy it drops to the ground. And we got about a 15-20 mile an hour wind. And the Fostech high viscosity drops straight down.
But just how does it stop a fire? Here's the cellulose paper towel demo.
If I light it, you're going to get almost 100% consumption. As it burns uphill into the treated cellulose, you will see that it stops because it has changed the fuel type.
As long as the fires burn, the trucks keep loading up.
And it's been that way for about 3 days now.
It's better firefighting through chemistry. Here at the warehouse, right next to the train tracks.
One more time with that demonstration because it's so dramatic and so important to the firefighting effort. The woody material just burns and burns uphill until it hits the part that's treated. It won't burn. Even if I try to light it, it will only char. Amazing stuff there.
Dave Malkoff, CBS 2 News.
One last look at that tanker coming in with that Fostech drop. It's pretty incredible. And here's the area that they were working in yesterday. We want to try to give you a visual idea of the areas evacuated in the Slide and Grass Valley fires up in the San Bernardino Mountains. So here it is for you. It's the area in red you're seeing right here on the map. About a dozen communities under mandatory evacuation orders this morning, and that equals about 10,000 homes. So you can imagine how many people are actually displaced this morning. This goes from Cedar Glen, east of the lake, all the way out to Crestline to the west and Lake Gregory. Everyone being told to get out, stay out this morning. So where are they all? CBS 2's Jennifer Davis continues our live team coverage with a closer look at the evacuation center down in San Bernardino. Jennifer.
Hi, Suzanne. Good morning. We're at the Orange Show Fairgrounds, I should say. This is where 700 people are. This is only a portion of the people who have been evacuated. As you said, 15,000 people evacuated from the Arrowhead and Running Springs area. I want to bring in Tom Van Beber.
Mr. Tom Van Beber, yes.
You lost your home in 2003. Here we go again.
Yeah, we lost everything we owned. We were at the shelter in Victorville at the high school. At 2 in the morning, I see my house burning down on Rim Forest on Bridle Path. I guess they staged it there. Me and my 3 sons and my Rottweiler here was 3 months old when we evacuated into Victorville, and like I say, it's devastating. Just to see really, all the clients and people that I've been affiliated with. My kids have gone to school up there, Grandview. They went to high school, wrestled. My son's a varsity wrestling coach at Rim of the World High School right now. I mean, the kids.
How are you feeling now? Because you just don't know.
Right now, it's just about when we see our wives and our kids right now, they're not the same people. we can't even communicate. So no one's thinking right now. When you see what you see up there, it's just something you would dream about. So
it's so difficult.
But just the family, trying to keep your families together and trying not to fight with your wives, tension, or going out trying to do something stupid. Right now, I'm staying in a motel room, and the lady this morning when I went in there told her, you know, I've been here 2 nights, paying $90 a night. She said they never charge over $45. So it's bad enough for some of us that aren't staying in shelters. Some of these people, they don't have money, they don't have nothing. We're relying on help, and some of us have a little money. We can afford to stay, but I mean, if we're here 10, 14, 20 days, these guys are gouging us $90 a room. Food, if we don't come here, then we don't eat, and if we stay out there, they're getting us good. So there's no support.
There's so much. It's so overwhelming.
We need help from the town. We need help from these people in Orange County and down here in San Bernardino to help us. To like I say, there's people in hotels, motels, parking lots. We don't know what's going on. Finally, you guys are out there showing us, telling us what's going on. It don't look good at all. You know, our mountains burn.
It's so hard to watch the pictures.
It's fair. I haven't seen it. My room, my motel room, the TV don't work. I look and the whole line just, I mean, it's bad. The showers don't work or nothing. You're better off here at the shelter than you are out there on hospitality because they just want our money. We're being victimized again. This whole state of California is being victimized. I don't know who, where, what. Maybe it's just the devil out there. But it's the second time for me, and I don't know if I lost my house or not, but I know more people's lost their homes, and I know what they're going through. Because my sons were state champion wrestlers. I mean, everything they did, I don't have no pictures to show from 4 or 5 years ago. When I go to my family's house, I see my son's pictures on the wall. I can't ask my mom or dad for their pictures, or my aunt, my uncle. That's their pictures. We give them to them. But right now,
it's hard. Most people can't understand what it's like.
No one knows. No, I mean, you have to go through it. You have to be evacuated. We've been evacuated. This is our second time. Most of these people, they're not rookies up here. They've done this. They know what to do. They know what they lost. Quad runners, all terrain. There's things that aren't covered in insurance too. So we're trying to get our stuff out of the houses. Some of these people didn't get nothing out, nothing at all.
Were you able to get something?
Yes, I did. This time I stayed up there until they've absolutely forced me. I have trucks. I took all my tools. I got a lot of stuff out this time. I had time to get it out because I knew last time I came home to nothing. This time I know when when anybody that lives on the mountains, that they can use our service when I get back up there. If you need your house clean or yard, let me know because
say Tom does brush clearance, and
we're licensed landscaping trees. And you clients out there that know me, I love you guys. I pray for you folks, and I'll be up there, me and my family, to help you guys again and to stay up there and to rebuild our lives. So. You know, my number's 337-9228. You guys know it. Another thing I want to help these people is call your phone companies. Tell them that your cell phone, they'll roll it over for you. Call your financial institutions anywhere. If you're paying bills on your banks, if you're paying on your cars, they'll give you extensions anywhere from 30, 60, 90 days.
You really have been through it. You know what to tell.
Call your phone companies and tell them, roll your phones over. So people call in your house, they go to your cell phone. There's no charge for that. And again, call if you owe your mortgage payments, if you owe for your car payments, they'll work with you folks. They'll call them, call GM, call whoever your financial institution. Get 30 days, get 40 days there, so you don't have to worry financially.
Yeah, Tom, thank you so much. I'm sure that was helpful information to lots of people. You know, the stories, people can go on and on. It really is just heartbreaking. People have been through this before. Some people have lost their homes, as you just heard. So again, 700 people here with the Orange Show Fairgrounds in San Bernardino, and that's it for now. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Jennifer, thanks so much. 6:44 right now. Just so heartbreaking to listen to that man's frustration and his story repeated, as you say, Jen, 700 times over where you are.
I know. Let me run. Hold on.
He's looking for work. He's once he gets back up on top of the hill. Now that's just, in that area. Let's go down to San Diego County, where you take the losses that Jennifer was just talking about with the folks from around here and multiply it by thousands. Because in San Diego County, in addition to the 5 who've died and the 1,100 homes and businesses that have burned, there's an estimated 560,000 people, more than 500,000 people, who have been evacuated, just like the man we just heard from where Jennifer was. That's where Jennifer was in San Bernardino County. CBS 2's Terry Okita continues our live team coverage at Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego, where, Terry, I don't know if you could hear the gentleman to whom Jennifer was talking a moment ago, but the stories from the people with whom you're talking just have to be heartbreaking.
They really are, and people actually here, we're at Qualcomm Stadium. This is really the main staging area for a lot of the evacuees. Some 10 to 12,000 evacuees, we're told, have come here. And, there's a lot of emotion going on right now, a lot of despair. We've seen a couple of people crying and just not knowing really what to do next, because they're waiting to see if their homes are still standing. That's mainly the message that we've been getting from a lot of people, is we want to get back home as soon as we can to see if our homes are still standing. A lot of people are starting to wake up from being here and staying here overnight. This is unusual for them as well. This has become a mini city. They've really mobilized, and I have to say it's very organized here. The people can get food and supplies that they need and water. They've been sleeping in tents. Over here you can see
I don't mean to ask
tents
a naive
and
question
cots
of you,
and
Terry,
sleeping
but
bags.
my question is, you were just standing in front of a whole row of things before you get back to the tents and stuff. Are they giving all of those materials away, or do you have to pay?
They are giving it away. Let me walk back here. They're giving
I'm sorry,
away.
I don't mean to make you go back
this is
to
all
future
baby.
steps.
No problem. This is all baby formula and supplies over here, and there's different sections. They've got food in another section. They've got medical care. FEMA and insurance companies have all set up booths as well. So if people need questions answered, they can get it here. And this has all happened in the last 24, 48 hours. They've really mobilized this entire area. So, you know, if we've learned anything from Katrina, it's probably that you need to get as organized as quickly as possible. And people have come out in droves, helping out, volunteering, bringing in supplies. In fact, at this point, they were saying that they have a lot of food and water. They didn't need more food and water. They needed donations of money and services and volunteering and that kind of thing.
I know, Terry, that you know, the food stations, obviously the hot coffee stations, very popular, but one of the most popular places where you are, I can imagine, is the area of information where they do the updated fire maps, and people are pouring over there trying to pinpoint, is it my street? Is it my neighbor's street? Is it my mother's
Right.
street? So
and they're glued to the television sets that they've got around the stadium as well, because that again is the main question people want to know, is my house okay? And I'm not sure if I told you this yesterday or not, but we did talk to one woman who, when we were going into the fire lines, she had asked us, she said, we can't get in there, can you please just call me and let me know if my house is still standing? Fortunately it was.
Have you had a lot of people come up because they see you looking into a camera with a bright headlight on it, and they figure that you know something? I want to ask what that response has been. And also, Terry, we remember you from Hurricane Katrina, in the middle of things there, in the thick of things there. Compare the response between then and now.
It is a stark contrast. It's night and day on many levels. I think people, again, learned a lesson from Katrina, that the response has to be swift, and people have to be helped, and they have to have questions answered, where places to go. So over here it's been more organized than I've seen most main areas, staging areas. This is anything you could really ask for. People have responded to the call. As far as people coming up, they were more concerned when we were up at the fire lines, because they were trying to get in there to see them. Here, people are just starting to wake up and face another day, and I'm sure people will be asking us if we have any further information, but so far I haven't gotten too many of those questions at this area.
All right, Terry Okita live in San Diego at Qualcomm Stadium. Thanks so much. It's nice to hear these encouraging stories that the organization is better this time around.
Unbelievable. 10 to 12,000 people, though, spending another night at Qualcomm Stadium. So here we've got some more pictures for you of the fires burning in our areas. San Diego, obviously, of great import to everybody in Southern California, but this is the one we've been talking about most this morning. This is the one in the Orange County area, the Irvine fire, Santiago fire, and you can see a couple people as we try to adjust our camera shot here, kind of coming out to survey what's going on. They're getting an early start to it. Really what people want to know this morning, in addition to whether their homes are still standing, what are the winds going to do? Are the firefighters finally going to get the break they need? And for that, we bring in meteorologist Henry DiCarlo. You've been looking at that 2-view Doppler forecast, Henry, and you can bring us an update on that.
Yeah, the winds, thank goodness, are really starting to quiet down considerably compared to where we were 24, even 48 hours ago. You can still see camera does move just a little bit every once in a while. So, and you can also tell, even though the majority of the smoke is going straight up, which is great news, that suggests that we're not getting that lay down effect, which would tell us that the winds are fairly strong. It is moving just a little bit off towards the left, which again tells us there is still a breeze out there. But by and large, things are much calmer this morning than they were yesterday. I want to give you a view from Silverado, Modjeska down to Portola Hills. I can tell you that at last check, 4-mile-per-hour sustained winds, gust up to about 15. That is much better than where we were yesterday at this time. Let's give a forecast for the rest of Southern California. We'll talk about today. We'll talk about what's in store over the next 8 days. And first, we'll check in on the red flag warning. Keep in mind, it is still in effect until 4 o'clock today. It does exclude the Santa Monica range. Not so much because of the winds becoming less and less of a factor, which of course is great news. We still have very warm conditions today, very low humidity, so fire concerns obviously out there. And there is some wind to speak of, even though it is considerably less than where we have been over the past few days. There's enough of a wind, anywhere between about 20 to 30 miles per hour at times, that there is a wind advisory in effect till noon today. But after that, things will start to decrease considerably and we'll settle into some fine conditions. Now, not fine air quality. It is very unhealthy out there. You will notice that there was some good air quality in through Ventura. There is some good air quality as you head east of the mountain ranges, areas where the wind is not bringing smoke and that ash, and there are very few places not affected by that smoke and ash. You could see that well up to the north in through portions of Ventura and Oxnard, up along the coast, and even Santa Barbara County. We are finding better air quality. Again, I mentioned this earlier. I will mention it again. If you could see or smell the smoke, you are affected by it. It is unhealthy, especially the little ones. Don't bring your kids out if you don't have to. Everyone just kind of hunker down for one more day or two. The roads are a little rough. Vera's going to get you caught up to date, and it's also very hot, so it's very unhealthy out there. Keep that exercise to a minimum, and if you can abstain from it, that would be probably the best advice I could give. 93 in San Bernardino, 94 in Riverside. These are some big numbers for today. We are looking at still the effects of the Santa Anas, not so much in the effects of the winds as they have definitely died down, but the offshore flow still continuing to dry us out and bringing us warm weather. Quick look at your 8-day forecast. As we head into the weekend, we'll start to bring in a few more clouds. We'll see those temperatures right around 79, 80 degrees, which is average for this time of the year, and that trend should continue through next week. But the good news is the winds are dying down. The bad news is air quality is terrible, and it's still gusty at times.
Henry, thanks. It's a mixed bag, isn't it? The time 6:53, and with the good news that the fires are lying down a little bit, the bad news, another number right here, 4.3. That earthquake that struck at 5:22 this morning, about 15 miles north of Ridgecrest in Kern County. 4.3, still haven't had any reports of injuries, so that's some good news. Now let's take a look at the good news, bad news picture with Vera and Time Saver Traffic 3D. And Vera, this morning, not going to be able to take Metrolink past the area that's so popular in the route between LA and going down south.
Yeah, essentially the stations at Oceanside and between Orange County and Oceanside are going to be closed. And again, that's because of the fire-related closures. Also, too, Amtrak has suspended service between San Juan Capistrano and San Diego, and also because of the fire. But Amtrak is giving service north of San Juan Capistrano. Right now, you're looking at the 15, and I'm showing you that because, well, I want you to be able to see the volume on the 15 because this will be your alternate if you do have to go to San Diego. You will either have to take the 74 across or the 91, and that is, of course, until the I-5 is open. They're talking about possibly opening it soon. In the meantime, though, status quo on the I-5, closed both directions at Las Pulgas and San Clemente, and again, that's going to be that way until further notice. As soon as that changes, of course, we'll go ahead and we'll let you know. Let's go ahead and go out to the map so you can get a quick view of that. That's the 5, and that's the closure that we've been talking about. Just want to clarify something. The roadways that I've been talking about to the mountains, not to Big Bear. The fire is not in Big Bear, have not mentioned Big Bear. The 18 and the 38 to Big Bear are open. So if there was any confusion as to the roadways to Big Bear being closed, I apologize for that, but that's not the case. I have not once mentioned Big Bear, so the folks that need to get to Big Bear can, using either the 38 or the 18. Parts of State Route 18 are closed between 48th and Big Bear Dam. Not into Big Bear. So I just want to let the folks know that are in that area that not to worry. When I talk about the mountain roads, I'm talking about the mountain roads in the fire area, not to Big Bear. So just a quick clarification for you folks there, because there was a little bit of confusion, and I just want to let the folks know there. That's the 330, like I said, parts of Highway 18 from 48th to Big Bear, the 138 at State Route 73, and the 15 northbound, southbound 215 wide open. So that's what's going on there. In terms of the regular commute, not a lot to worry about, folks. You're just going to find the usual stuff. Because of the fire in the Santa Clarita Valley area, not a lot going on there. Everything is pretty much status quo. Bouquet Canyon from Vasquez to Spunky, Vasquez at Bouquet, Pico Canyon at Gate, Chiquito Canyon at the 126 is open, but for residents only, and State Route 126 is open in both directions. The Magic Fire, no related closures there. PCH open intermittently. Malibu Canyon still closed. Some of the canyon roads are still closed intermittently, and we'll have a little bit more on that. But in the meantime, that's the latest on the traffic and on the situation on the I-5 and the mountain roads. And that's a look at Time Saver Traffic 3D.
All right, Vera, thanks so much for that. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. 6:56 right now, and more than 37,000 acres have now burned in the Santa Clarita fire alone. You know that one. It broke out near Santa Clarita, near Agua Dulce, and then spread quickly. And with nearly a dozen different fires breaking out all over Southern California over the past couple of days, firefighting resources have been stretched to the limit during this massive October firestorm. Many firefighters out there are 3-4 days now on the line, some of them with no sleep at all. This morning, CBS 2 Cater Lee talks about a visit to the command post of the original buckweed fire, that is the Santa Clarita one, and she has a look now at how the brave men and women are faring.
They're exhausted mentally and physically. Fire crews from all over the state drove long distances to help out round the clock on the fire lines all over Southern California.
It's like a roller coaster, you know. You get busy, particularly if you're in a firefight, you get real busy real quick and you expend a lot of energy, and then once you kind of get the situation under control, then the fatigue sets in, and then you do a lot of mop up, which is labor intensive work, and then we'll take a little break, get some food in the body, and do it again.
Sarah Ramison just joined the LA County Fire Department 7 months ago. She's getting a crash course in firefighting.
We've been in Malibu, we've been to Agua Dulce, we've been out here, so just jumping to different fires wherever we're needed.
You got to be exhausted.
Yes, but it's our job, and I love it, so.
Fatigue is a big issue for these firefighters. Even a few minutes of shut-eye on the grass is a welcome relief.
You get a moment of momentary pause in between assignments, get your paperwork done, resupply the equipment, recharge your own batteries, get some sleep.
A shower is also a luxury. These mobile shower units are housed in tractor-trailer trucks, and food is critical. Prison inmates are working hard preparing meals for hungry crews.
A lot of these firefighters have been on since the initial attack, and with the initial attack, some of them went 24, 36 hours initially without any, without any rest. Then once we can get them into a rest rotation, we're able to get them on rest and rotate other crews, circulate other crews out on the fire line.
Despite being bone tired, these firefighters will be the first to tell you this is their sworn duty, and they'll keep going as long as they're needed.
Think you'd be able to rest for a little bit, and next thing you know, you're not resting at all. They're calling you on the radio for more strike teams and more protection, and you're out the door in 2 minutes.
Cater Lee, CBS 2 News.
Breaking news coming up on 6 a.m. Good morning once again. Welcome to this continuing coverage of CBS 2 News at 7 a.m. I'm Kent Shockneck.
And I'm Suzanne Rico. We've been on the air since 4 a.m. this morning, and we've got the very latest figures for you on the California firestorm at 7 a.m.
So let's start right here. We do have word this morning, 5 people now considered dead from the fires. Some of them still question marks this morning as identities are sorted out. There is a new fire burning near Camp Pendleton that has forced firefighters to close both the north and southbound lanes of Interstate 5, in effect trapping San Diego residents trying to get out of the way of the fire.
Out of control wildfires all across the Southland now polluting Southern California skies. This morning, the elderly being warned to stay indoors, as well as the very young.
In total, 750,000 people now have fled their homes because of fires covering 650 square miles of the Southland. That's a new figure. 750,000 evacuated, 750,000. The fires also have devoured 1,300 homes and buildings, leaving a lot of neighborhoods looking just like war zones.
Plus, we know this morning, and you heard yesterday, President Bush has announced that he's coming to California. He'll be here tomorrow. He's going to survey the damage for himself after sending his home security czar and the FEMA administrator to Southern California. They're on the ground right now.
And up in the air is the view from News Chopper 2. This morning's breaking news on the California firestorm, the Santiago fire in Orange County. We know it has now claimed at least a dozen homes in Modjeska Canyon. Even with the blaze 30% contained, hundreds more homes remain threatened.
We have live team coverage for you this morning, and we're going to start on the ground. The fire's burning in the canyons around Irvine. The area that's burning, and we're going to show you a map right here because we want you to know exactly what the areas are in specific. So, roughly north of Lake Forest, east of Irvine, in and around Modjeska Canyon and neighboring Silverado, Santiago, and Williams Canyons.
CBS 2's Dave Meekum starts things off for us in the 7 o'clock hour live near Santiago Canyon. Dave, good morning again.
Well, good morning, Kent. Good morning, everyone. This is basically the mouth of Modjeska Canyon, and take a look back. It's just, they called it earlier, I'm going to say it again, a war zone. You get a sense of just what it looks like, and some flames. They're spotting up all over the place. We took a drive down that canyon road, and it is desolate. It is gray, it is smoky, it is abandoned. Some firefighters, that's about it. And the homes lost, we talked about that. Some 14 structures in all, basically 14 property owners, 6 completely gone, the others losing some of their property to some extent. Again, no power in the canyon. It is certainly a mess. Now, one of our reporters, Sharon Tay, caught up with a man as he showed up at his house, a very emotional moment to see that, well, it just wasn't there anymore.
I don't know what to say. I don't know, but, you know, I would love to have known, that's for sure. It's amazing. I don't know.
Thank God that your family's out, that you're out safely.
Yeah, I mean, everything else is replaceable.
And again, this is Modjeska Canyon, just adjacent to the Cleveland National Forest. The Saddleback Mountain Range actually connects all to this. It is quite a ways away, but we're talking the same range of mountains essentially. And all of it sitting below Modjeska Peak, some 5,600 feet up. So as a canyon goes, I mean, this is just a perfect example of something that can be so dangerous when it comes to fire. And this morning, just still nobody allowed in, and you just feel, boy, is it over yet or is it not? We look up on some of those ridges, some other vantage points, and we see the flames, and we wonder, is it coming back this way or is it continuing in that southeasterly direction? So that's where things stand here.
In the areas where it's burned through, Dave, just looks like a moonscape. So much ash on the ground where you are. All right, thanks a lot for the live report. We'll be checking back with you throughout the hour. We have this fire right now covered from all angles, and we'll go now to Lisa Siegel. She's in just a bit different area than Dave Meekum was. She's in the Live Oak Canyon area. Potrero Hills, Lisa, is near where you are, and you can give us an update from there.
We are in Portola Hills. This is one of the areas that is under voluntary evacuation, but residents are just waiting and watching because they are no doubt still under fire. Take a look at what they are looking at right now. The ridge behind me, Live Oak Canyon, is still on fire, and it has flared up throughout the morning, up and down and up and down. What firefighters are worried about is that it could fire up and then come down the mountain, jump over El Toro Road, and essentially come up this ridge and go into Portola Hills. Most of these are new housing developments, but this, where I'm standing right now, is an older condo development. So there is a lot of people who are just waiting and watching. Ciara, you are a resident here. Tell me what this has been like for you.
It's been really difficult since Sunday, since the fire started. We've had fires surrounding us. It's moved from all directions, and now it's continuing all around. It's been hard. You don't know if you're supposed to leave. You don't know if what you're supposed to do is stay and see if it's going to come continually closer. The flames have come close to the houses in the last few days, and it's just been really scary.
Now, your home, you said it actually almost circled around your neighborhood. Describe that.
Well, it was close. I mean, the flames came up close to the homes, and we have a park, and it came very close to the park that we have here. So it's been hard.
And hopefully it will not come up this ridge. I know that's what you're all wishing for. Thank you so much for talking with us. I want to go through once more evacuations. In case you have not evacuated, you should have already by now. These are mandatory evacuations. Black Star Canyon, we have, let me get my list. Black Star Canyon, Silverado Canyon, Ladd Canyon, Williams Canyon, Modjeska Canyon, excuse me, I'm sorry, we're going down a long list. Live Oak Canyon, Hamilton Truck Trail, Trabuco Canyon, Holy Jim Canyon, and then we also have Baker Canyon and Harris Grade. Voluntary, we have Lake Forest. The areas in Lake Forest would be Foothill, Ranch Road, and Portola Hills again. So a lot of evacuations going on. The ones that are voluntary, most people here have decided to stay, but they are ready to pack up if they have to go. So that's the latest from here.
Lisa Siegel, thanks for that. You're near Silverado Canyon. It's a long list of mandatory evacuations and voluntary as well. If you missed any of them, watch CBS2.com, log on to our website. They're all posted there. And look at this view, one of the most dramatic pictures from all yesterday as California's Forestry Division steps up with its big DC-10 tanker to drop that Fostech in a number of runs over the Running Spring area. While we look at the videotape from yesterday, I want to bring in Alex Calder from News Chopper 2. Alex, you were out in the field. I was here in the studio as we watched these series of runs yesterday. Really impressive stuff. And as a pilot, you can tell us just how risky it is to bring in a plane this big, a converted passenger jumbo jet, and fly it this low and this slow in an area that's rugged terrain and also lots of winds.
Well, as we saw earlier this year, one of the problems here is that they have to try to do their best to cheat the difference between getting as low to the ground as they can so they can put that Fostech exactly where they want it versus staying high enough to not let those winds become a dangerous factor for them getting down near the terrain there. And we saw that earlier this year because they came in, they did a low drop over a different fire, and at that time they actually ended up scraping the bottom side of one of their wings, did some wing damage, had to return to their base and undergo some extensive damage repair. So, but we can tell you that plane, it's amazing, like you've said all morning, Kent, it's a converted passenger DC-10, the DC-10 popular back in the 1970s, 1980s. It was made by Douglas Aircraft Corporation, one of the early wide-body jets there. That plane modified to carry 12,000 gallons of Fostech. That's that red, chalky fire retardant. They can lay that retardant down in about a half-a-mile long line, and that fire burns up to that fire retardant, and it burns itself out. It's really something else. 50 tons, we are told, of that fire retardant on board. That's really amazing stuff, and they were doing a great job up there laying lines up there in the Arrowhead area, and their help no doubt very, very important during this fire. Now, if you come out to our live picture, we'll show you some of the flames that we're looking at this hour. This is over the area of Live Oak Canyon, and we can, through the haze, we can give you a bit of a picture of how this is all laid out. That's Live Oak Canyon, the fire now burning down into that area, and it is very smoky, so bear with us here. But that's Live Oak Canyon. Down in the lower left portion of your picture there is Portola Hills. That all running along El Toro Road and up into the area where El Toro Road turns into Santiago Canyon Road. That's the road that's going right through the middle of your picture. Now, as we pan off to the left, we're going off to the north and west. Up in that area is Modjeska Canyon. This is where the fire was burning intensely yesterday, and unfortunately some homes were lost in that area. And then I'm going to come down to the left and show you the community of Foothill Ranch. There's Foothill Ranch right there, and there are some evacuations underway right there. If you're trying to get an idea of where this is, if you're not real familiar with Orange County, that freeway that you see moving through the shot right there is the 241 as it makes its way through this area. So again, Foothill Ranch definitely in the line of fire here if the fire comes to the west, and this area again right here, Portola Hills, in the line of fire as the fire makes its way south. We'll zoom back in and show you the Live Oak Canyon area, and you can see now the fire making its way down towards some subdivisions here. We've got reporters all throughout the ground, and we'll be overhead in News Chopper 2 bringing you the pictures from overhead. I'm Alex Calder, live overhead. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Alex, thanks for the bird's eye view from there. And boy, as the sun comes up, Kent, doesn't look too much different as it has for the last couple of hours in the darkness because of all the smoke in the air.
It's still hard to see down to the ground. Hey, Alex, by the way, when you have a chance, and don't let it pull you off of more important duties, but Vera is getting a question now whether or not I-5 has reopened through that stretch that had been closed near Pendleton. If you can scope that out and confirm that for Vera, we'd appreciate it, because overnight Interstate 5 near Camp Pendleton had been shut down because of fire that had hopped to both sides of the freeway. So we'll get you an update in time saver traffic just ahead.
All right, and while you do that, Alex, we want to get you up to date on some other news that happening overnight. We've got some pictures. Governor Schwarzenegger also getting a bird's eye view of Lake Arrowhead from the air by helicopter and then from the ground. He said he was amazed by the massive amount of smoke that now hovers over nearly half the state, and we can see that from News Chopper 2's vantage point. The governor now asking for more federal aid to deal with both the firefighting and the aftermath. In the final analysis, damage could now run into the hundreds of millions of dollars.
The key thing with all of this is that we help people rebuild their homes as quick as possible.
The president has already declared a federal emergency for the 7 counties most impacted by our Southern California fires. He does plan to come to Southern California tomorrow to see the destruction firsthand.
California Governor Schwarzenegger will also be having a news conference later on this morning to talk about the California firestorm. At 10:30 a.m., the governor's news conference will happen, and we will bring it to you here on CBS 2, and you'll be able to see it streaming live on CBS2.com as well.
So we want to show you a map right now. We've been trying to bring this to you as much as possible to give you a better idea of where the bulk of the fires that are out of control right now are burning. So here it is for you. You can see Lake Arrowhead, Twin Peaks there, Running Springs, Big Bear Lake, and Green Valley Lake. As I go in a big circle, Lake Arrowhead and the Green Valley Lake area, the two areas of most concern this morning. Running Springs is where we have our CBS 2's Christine Lazar this morning. Christine, you have an update from your location.
Yeah, we do. Actually, I just got off the phone with the command center. The slide fire here in Running Springs has grown to over 5,000 acres. Still at this time, they believe more than 200 homes have been lost. I understand that they'll have their assessment teams, their damage assessment teams, coming through this area today to get a better count. I want to step out of the way here. If you were watching it all this morning, there were flames just pressed right up against this home here in Running Springs. Now that the sun is starting to come up, there is just a lot of smoke, and the fire is not completely out. Firefighters say it is still burning down there. They are letting it burn. They want to get rid of all the fuel so they know once they leave, the fire will be out and it will not reignite. Now, that was not the case earlier today, overnight, in another neighborhood where several homes burned. Fire creeps up the canyon. Flames dance along the side of this Running Springs home, but firefighters are prepared. They surround the property and act as a barrier, hoses drenching the ridge. Amazingly, the house survived. Down Highway 18, a Running Springs neighborhood not nearly as lucky. Homes reduced to rubble. The cars still parked outside, charred and broken apart. A hose left in the driveway. A reminder of the people who lived here and tried desperately to protect their homes, eventually leaving them in the hands of firefighters, who can only do so much. On limited resources, fire has moved through this neighborhood on 2 separate occasions.
We try to save every home we can, and it comes to the point where you gotta do a triage, which is, you gotta assess, okay, this one, and this one we can save, but this one we can't.
560 firefighters on the ground here in Running Springs, and they will resume air support a little bit later on this morning. Live in Running Springs, I'm Christine Lazar, CBS 2 News.
All right, Christine, thanks so much for that live report. And just to recap again, the latest numbers from there, 5,000 acres in that Running Springs area, 10,000 homes in the entire area still under fire.
Time right now is 7:14. You are watching special coverage from CBS 2 News of the California firestorm. We're back with your 2-view Doppler forecast and a look at the red flag fire warning from the winds. Meteorologist Henry DiCarlo straight ahead.
The odds you'll catch Mother Nature on one of her bad days? 9 to 1. The LR3, created for the one. Visit your local Land Rover Center now for limited time, model year, and lease and finance offers.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness? At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our compatibility program. It's so easy. It's got everyone talking.
They matched me with a great deal on the fuel-efficient Kia Spectra, complete with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program, and we've never been happier.
How lucky is that guy? So log on to KiaMatch.com and start getting happy.
Find your match at KiaMatch.com or visit your Southern California Kia retailers.
It's the best trade since the Dutch got Manhattan for just $24.
You're killing me, Larry!
It's Sit and Sleep's trade-in sale. Trade in your lumpy old mattress for cash towards the purchase of a new Simmons, Sealy, Spring Air, Heirloom, Miralax, and Tempur-Pedic. Plus, buy now and pay no deposit, no interest, and no payments till 2009 and get free local delivery. Trade in your old mattress for cash during Sit and Sleep's trade-in sale. Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free!
At 7:16, welcome back to this special edition of CBS 2 News, the California firestorm. And now we want to check on the weather conditions because the winds have been behind this whole mess.
A little bright silver lining there in the smoke cloud, Henry, because the Santa Ana's finally beginning to just back off a little.
Yeah, considerably less than 48 hours ago, and definitely calmer than 24 hours ago. We know the drill, though. The sun is coming up, and that's when we tend to see another shot from the winds. So the winds will pick up a little bit, but again, we're starting to see the winds overall quiet down, and I think that's the theme that we've been talking about all morning long, and that is we're finally getting some relief. But boy, what a beautiful shot from News Chopper 2. Unfortunately, when we talk about these fires, these great sunrises and sunsets go hand in hand with that. So there you go with a nice sunrise, but we know the reason for it, and of course that's the downer in it all. Doppler radar, we're picking up some wind gusts of 9 in Crestline, 9 Lake Arrowhead, 11 in Running Springs. So these numbers have come up by about 3 or 4 miles per hour. Keep in mind these are sustained winds, so gusts are still possible up to about 20 to 30 miles per hour. We had 3 mile per hour winds near Silverado, Modjeska Canyon area. Again, those have picked up by about 5 miles per hour, and we'll continue to see a little bit of an increase over the next couple of hours. Now, again, what we are watching is just the winds. Where are they going to drive that fire? If it drives it down to the south, it looks like Portola Hills would be right in the line of things. If it drives to the east, and right now it is more of an east wind than a northeast wind, it would have to get over the 241, which is over here. So hopefully we can make a stand between 241. This is the Whiting Ranch area, so for the most part, this is just fuel as it continues to move up to the east. But of course, the firefighters doing a great job. Hopefully they can make a stand if it does move off towards the west and stay away from the making its way over to the western side of the 241 tollway. All right, let's talk a little bit more about what we can expect throughout today. Red flag warning in effect for all of Southern California until 4 p.m. This does exclude the Santa Monica range, so at least we could see an end in sight, guys. A wind advisory is in effect until noon today. We do anticipate some breezy conditions, but the winds overall are relaxing. Temperature-wise, we're generally in the 40s and the 50s. We're a little cool out there. The air quality now becomes a main player for all of us. If you could see it or smell the smoke, it is unhealthy to you. Very few places finding moderate air quality. That would be some of our coastal areas north of Point Conception and our mountain areas east of the fire zone. So a few of us have some decent air quality. Most of us, the air quality is poor. It is hot, it is dry, and it is a good day to stay inside and do little exercise if possible. 86 today in Malibu, 90 in Pacoima, so warm numbers will continue well above our average, by the way, of 78 for this time of the year. We are very hot through the Inland Empire. Tomorrow we will find those temperatures come down a little bit, but we are still above average. We still have poor air quality, and keep in mind, we're warm and very dry today, so the red flag warning will stay in effect even though the winds are quieting down. A quick look, your 8-day forecast takes you through the upcoming weekend. Hopefully when we get to the weekend, we will have a much better handle on these fires, at least weather-wise. It will cooperate. We just have about another 12 hours of some shifty winds out there. That's a look at your weather. I'll be back in a few minutes with an update. Until then, Kent and Suzanne, back to you.
All right, Henry, thanks a lot. Another live view from News Chopper 2 of Santiago Canyon. Live flames there, a very active fire situation, and this one very close to the I-5 this morning, and that's been the big traffic story because it was shut down completely. Vera Jimenez joining us now with some brand new information. Vera, hi. Hi.
Hi, Suzanne. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be able to say that the I-5, I'll step out so you can look at the pictures because they are quite extraordinary. Southbound side of the I-5 is now open. Both the Orange County Traffic Management Center and the San Diego Traffic Management Center have both confirmed that the southbound side of the 5 is now open. The northbound side, however, remains closed. So they haven't told us why it remains closed. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that the northbound side would stay closed and the southbound open, but that is the case. Hopefully they'll get that northbound side open soon, but that's the best news that we can report right now. We also have an update on the Topanga closure. If you are going to be traveling in that area, the Malibu area, don't forget Topanga is now closed partially because of a water main break. Northbound Topanga is still going to be closed for the next 6 to 8 hours, and that again is because of a water main closure. The southbound, however, is all open, and that will take you to PCH. PCH is open intermittently, so they will route you around. Parts of PCH are open, little parts of it are still closed, but again, they'll get you around those. So if you do have to take PCH this morning, you are able to. Also, because folks are now able to use PCH, the volume on the 101 is going to be just a little bit lighter, so things are going to be a little bit better there. Let's go out to that Caltrans camera in the IE so you can take a quick peek at the 15 if you were still thinking about taking the 15 out of Corona southbound into San Diego. You can see that the volume isn't too terribly bad. Also, if you were thinking about using the trains as an alternate for that 5 closure, I would imagine that, you know, with things improving along the I-5, that possibly things will change for the Metrolink and Amtrak. As of yet, though, status quo for the trains. Metrolink service between Oceanside and San Diego still closed. That means Oceanside, San Clemente, and San Juan Capistrano. At this moment, we have not heard if it's open. It remains closed. And also Amtrak between San Diego and San Juan Capistrano, service between those 2 points still closed at this time. Points north of San Juan Capistrano open. As soon as that changes, we'll go ahead and we'll let you know. But just know that for the most part, if you take the trains into San Diego, because that's where you do business, not going to happen this morning. And that's it. Just quick reminder. Mountain roads to Big Bear open, only to Lake Arrowhead, Running Springs area where the Grass Valley fire is in place. That's what's closed. When I talk about all the mountain roads, I'm talking about to that area, not to Big Bear, because there was a little bit of confusion with regards to that. Okay, you guys, that's it for me. That's the good news. Things are improving, and I'm going to leave you with that. Guys, back over to you.
You are clearing it all up, Vera, and we appreciate it. Thanks so much. 722. Take a look at this map right here. This is to give you an idea of the areas evacuated in the Slide and Grass Valley fires in the San Bernardino Mountains. This is the area Vera's been talking about. And at the beginning of this hour, our 7 o'clock hour on this special edition of CBS 2 News, we checked in with CBS 2's Christine Lazar. The area in red on this map is the area that's under mandatory evacuation. It's about a dozen communities in all, something like 10,000 homes or so, from Cedar Glen east of the lake, that's Lake Arrowhead, all the way over to Crestline to the west, very close to Lake Gregory, a little bit west of that. Residents have been told to get out of the area. And from every live indication we've had this morning from our reporters and from the Forest Service, it appears just about everyone has heeded those orders. Let's continue with our live team coverage here, get you an update on the area. CBS 2's Jennifer Davis is there right now. Jennifer, you're down below in San Bernardino County on the flatlands where they've set up a big evacuation center. The good news is it looks pretty organized. The bad news is you've had some heart-wrenching stories and they're full up.
Yeah, it's so difficult to listen to because everyone has a story. We're at the Orange Show Fairgrounds here in San Bernardino. We want to spin around and show you our vantage point. You can barely see the mountains to give you a scope of the fire up there. Look at all that smoke, and it's filtering right down to where we are. Now, this is the major evacuation center. There's about 700 people here from that area, Arrowhead and the Running Springs area. And, you know, most of the folks here, they don't know what they will come home to. They've been trying to watch our coverage, watch the video, watch the maps, and they just don't know. We're in the parking lot where some folks have they've brought their trailers down here. Some people have tents. You know, you have pickup trucks with suitcases in the back. People just had to throw in whatever they could manage and get down off the mountain. I want to bring in Brent Landrum. He lives up in the Running Springs area. Now, what are you thinking about your home, your livelihood?
Well, I'm thinking everything's pretty much gone. I just have to be thankful that I have a motorhome to sleep in. There's a lot of people out here sleeping in their cars, getting sick, you know, not having blankets, food. brushing their teeth. I mean, we don't have facilities to dump. We're in pretty bad shape.
And I know that you've been a firefighter, and you believe this is what's happening right now is worse than 2003.
In my opinion, this is far worse because we have a fire on the north slope. We had north winds. We had limited resources. We have 70,000 homes up there between Cedar Pines Park and Big Bear area, and I have a good feeling that I'd say 3/4 of them are going to go.
Unfortunately, we've talked about resources. This is such an unprecedented situation with so many fires burning and just not enough people to cover it. Is that what really has you worried about what's going to happen on the mountain?
That's exactly what's got me worried. It's not so much the weather, it's the limited resources. If you don't have the resources, weather, nothing else matters. You have to have the resources in place. And if you don't have air attack, it's not going to happen.
You see the video you've been watching from our monitor, and how do you feel when you see the video?
It makes me just want to choke up and break down. I'm kind of at my wit's end. I'm at my limit. Like I said, I just have to thank God that I have a motorhome to sleep in.
And I know this is a very close community. Everyone knows one another, so you know if you don't lose something, someone you know will.
I can guarantee you all my friends have pretty much lost their homes and their tools and their livelihoods and their businesses, and including myself. You know, I have a business up there that's just not going to happen anymore.
You're a carpenter, so all of your tools, you believe that your truck is probably gone.
Yeah, my livelihood's pretty much gone.
Where do you go from here? What are your thoughts?
That's a good question. I've been sitting here for 2 days trying to figure that one out. I'm really hoping FEMA comes through, but the problem is FEMA tends to help a select few of people. They don't help everybody. There's a lot of people that need help that don't have access to FEMA, that aren't
Help is relative.
Exactly. The bottom line is we need access to money. We need access to internet. A lot of us can get money wired to us, but we have no way to get it. We have no way to get to Western unions. I mean, it's just, you know, there's a lot that could be done.
Yeah, Brent, thanks so much for talking with us, and we wish you the best of luck. So we've heard so many stories this morning and so much sadness, and people just don't know what they have. The Red Cross is here. They are offering cots, a warm place to sleep, a shower, and food, but they can't, of course, replace what a lot of people are losing, and that is their entire lives. So we will stay here and keep bringing you these stories throughout the morning. We'll send it back to the studio.
All right, Jennifer, thanks so much in San Bernardino, right there at the evacuation center.
So we've got lots more to come for you. Vera Jimenez just telling us that at least the southbound side of the I-5 is reopened this morning. We're hoping the northbound side will follow soon. We're going to take a quick time out right now, and we'll be back with all that information for you on the California firestorms after a break.
CBS 2 News is brought to you by the 31st Annual Home Remodeling and Decorating Show.
It's the 31st Annual Home Show plus Eco Expo, Friday through Sunday, October 26th through 28th, Orange County Fairgrounds. Sponsored by Coast 103 and the Los Angeles Times. Hundreds of companies, thousands of ideas, do-it-yourself workshops, World of Kitchens, and Dream Backyard. Meet troubleshooter Judd McElvain, Best Deals reporter Alan Mendelson, garden expert Nick Federoff, HGTV's Weekend Warrior Chris McWatt, K-Earth's Shotgun Tom Kelly, K-Big's Carrie Steele and Coast Mark and Kim and Mike Saccalarides. The Home Show, this weekend, Orange County Fairgrounds Expo Center.
Check out that dude!
Oh, killer costume.
Are you supposed to be one of those Honda guys?
I hate buying cars.
You know, right now during the Helpful Sales event, you can save a lot of money on a wide range of Hondas. Awesome! Oh, dude, you nailed it! Just trying to be helpful.
Helpful!
Wash my sheet!
Pay my rent!
So here's my card. See you at the sales event. You made cards! Dude, that's commitment.
Where'd you get the shirt?
My sales manager.
My dad got hurt in a car accident. Somebody ran a red light and crashed into him. Now he can't go to work.
It wasn't even his fault. That's why Mom called our lawyer.
Lawyers on the Jacoby & Myers Legal Network help families like the Flags every day.
They came to see my dad in the hospital.
Mom says they're going to make everything all right.
Jacoby & Myers Legal Network. We've been on your side for more than 30 years. Call 1-800-546-4LAW.
They made my daddy smile again.
We we approach the 7:30 half hour, good morning once again. Welcome to this special edition of CBS 2 News. Kent Shocknick, Suzanne Rico live in our CBS 2 News studio. We are watching the California firestorm. We've got a lot of brand new information. Want to bring you up to speed. There's some encouraging news from overnight and also some areas that are still quite active fire battles. We've got it all for you right now.
Got live team coverage. Our reporters spread out across Southern California, bringing you all the very latest. And we do want to show you this picture from News Chopper 2 of some live flames right now. This is happening down in the Orange County area. The Santiago fire really is the point of interest for us this morning. One of them. Also, San Bernardino Mountains exploding this morning, and San Diego definitely having their fair share of problems. Here's another shot from News Chopper 2 this morning, but right now it's 7:30 on the dot. We want to run down the numbers for you. These are the very latest numbers as they come in to us from the various fire officials that are running the games out there. So we'll start up in the mountains with the Arrowhead fire. Right now, if you're looking at your screen, we have some updated numbers because the acreage has gone up 2,000 plus right now. We understand the containment pretty much staying the same, just at 5% right now. They understand up there right now, at last count, 400 homes have been lost and 10,000 more are threatened. The Slide fire, let's just go to the east from there over toward the Big Bear area. This is the Running Springs area. We can tell you on this fire, 4,000 acres have been consumed, 0% containment right there. 200 structures lost and firefighters on the scene right now, 500 of them.
And this morning we've also got, with our live team coverage all across Southern California, Lisa Siegel down below at one of the other fires. Let's go to the area of Live Oak Canyon you're overlooking. It's sort of near Silverado Canyon in Orange County. Specifically, Lisa, you're in Portola Hills. No fire right where you are, but you've got the best vantage point to look at where the flames are breaking out.
We do, and I'm standing here with the resident, Tony Alloy. We'll talk to him in just a moment. They are not out of the woods here in Portola Hills, even though they are only under a voluntary evacuation. Most people have stayed, but many of them are packed up. They are ready to go if they have to, and I'll show you why. If you take a look behind me at that plume of smoke, there is fire behind that, and all morning we have been watching that. It has been coming down the ridge line and then coming over a little bit Santiago Canyon. What firefighters are worried about is that it could come all the way down the ridge and then come up this ridge into Portola Hills. As you heard Henry DiCarlo say, it's all about the wind. It depends on the wind what happens. Now, Tony, I know this is really emotional for all of you. We just talked to one girl she was crying, her heart was breaking. What has this been like for all of you, and how are you holding together?
Well, that's it. We have been holding together. The neighbors have been banding together. 2 nights ago, many of us stayed up all night with our water hoses, watering down some trees that butt up against the end of our condos down there. I live on this edge, and we watched the fire come from the north, and we were worried about embers. So, you know, they say water hoses might not do any good, but we thought we could put out embers. Every time we thought we had it under control, then the fire would go somewhere else. So that night we were worried about coming from that direction 2 nights ago. Last night, all of a sudden, it's over here, and now we're worried about, as I heard one fireman say, a crazy Ivan jumping the road, El Toro Road down here, and then coming through Rancho Las Lomas, which is full of palm trees with dead palm fronds. And I heard a fireman say, we do not know how to defend against this Rancho Las Lomas. So that's what we're worried about.
And I know you've all band together, as you said. You don't know which way the winds are going to go. Are you ready to go if you have to?
Well, I've got all of our cars out of here. My wife and our animals are out of here, and I decided to stay behind because of the fact that the resources are tight, and we thought we could help by getting our hoses out and watering down our homes.
Well, thank you for talking. We appreciate it so much. And I just want to tell you that where I'm standing right now is going to be a staging area. The fire crews are going to come up here. This will be a staging area. So if that fire does come down that ridge and starts to come up this ridge, they will be able to at least try to put a handle on it. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Lisa, thanks for the live report there as the smoke comes up on you. Another view from News Chopper 2 right now, and on our CBS 2 phone line, we have Chief Chris Concepcion from the Orange County Fire Authority. And thanks for joining us this morning. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Lisa is showing us the ground shot. We see the shot right now from News Chopper 2. Overnight, your firefighters working very hard. Are they gaining or losing ground?
They're gaining ground, and we're making some progress overnight. The weather is starting to agree with us. We've got additional personnel on scene. We've got almost 600 personnel on scene fighting this fire, and we're hopefully going to gain the upper hand on this pretty soon.
Battalion Chief, you said you've got extra folks on the lines now. Where'd they come from?
Actually, they're coming from surrounding agencies. We've got folks from CAL FIRE. I saw when I was out driving the line yesterday, I saw strike teams from LA City. I've seen folks from as far away as Yuba City. So they're coming from all over the place.
Earlier we talked to Lisa Siegel, and she had a resident there talking about this Las Lomas Ranch area with the exotic animals. Do you know anything about that and whether that's been evacuated or whether it lies directly in the fire line? They weren't sure.
You know, I don't have information on that. I know that most of the canyon communities have been evacuated, and that Las Lomas is on the other side of Santiago Canyon, and I can't say for sure whether if that's voluntarily evacuated or not.
Yesterday we heard your chief, Chief Prather from the Orange County Fire Authority, saying somewhat emotionally he was frustrated by the lack of support and resources from different levels, talking about how your own Orange County Fire Authority firefighters have been out there risking their own lives without getting some of the backup needed, in a couple of neighborhoods having to foam down houses and then just leave those neighborhoods because they had to go fight active fires elsewhere. One of those areas, for example, is Modjeska Canyon. Any word this morning on how the homes in that particular evacuated neighborhood are doing?
Unfortunately, yesterday in Modjeska Canyon, we lost 8 homes and damaged 6 others, and it remains under a mandatory evacuation.
And you think, or at least your chief thinks, a lot of this could have been avoided, and the assemblyman for your district as well, if there had been more support from the state earlier after they had a blue ribbon panel that got together with recommendations that were never put into place.
Yes, and that's exactly, just to clarify, that's exactly where the chief's frustrations lay, is in the fact that with the Blue Ribbon Commission, with their recommendations, he's frustrated with the fact that the recommendations haven't been implemented. He's not at all frustrated with the help that we're getting from other folks, and we understand the critical drawdown from the surrounding areas, and we have a very good multi-agency mutual aid coordination system in place in California, and he knows that system was working. The frustration came from the fact that there was a commission report, and the fact that some of the recommendations haven't been implemented yet, and by implementing those recommendations, some of this tragedy could have been prevented.
Well, it's not even bittersweet, is it? It's just bitter. Nobody's going to want to go say, "I told you so," but you guys quite literally could say, "Told you so."
Yes, that's very true.
And focusing on, say, the positive side of all of this, I know that a lot of the communities in your area and around the fire are fairly newly built communities and built to withstand fire. We saw from both Lisa Siegel and Dave Meekum on the ground there that a lot of them have great defensible space around them. They have roofs that are built to withstand sparks, and I imagine that's helped out considerably in terms of saving homes.
That is very true, and this fire just proves that the non-combustible construction and the defensible space really helps out in saving homes.
Battalion Chief Chris Concepcion, Orange County Fire Authority, we thank you again for your thoughts, and thanks for spending some time with us this morning.
All right, thank you.
Overhead, Alex Calder with a view of some of these flames in this very same area, Suzanne.
And you know, the information keeps coming in from these people that are on the scene, and they're spending all night gathering this information, and it's so hard when you see the different maps that we're looking at this morning of the fires going up into these canyons that are fingers. And Alex, you talked about that yesterday in the Santa Clarita area, and we can see that from your view as well. It's just these tiny little canyons that the fires are able to run up and then burn along the ridgelines.
That's right, and in particular down here as well, what we've got are several little sections of housing developments that are all independent. And I'm going to give you like a little tour of where those all are right now. This fire ridge that you see right here, this ridge of fire that's burning, is over Live Oak Canyon. Well, I've got the opportunity, I want to tilt down real quick, show you. This is Trabuco Canyon down here. the fire is going to be ultimately making its way towards Trabuco Canyon if it continues to go south. Now we'll follow Live Oak Canyon Road out to right here. This is where Santiago Canyon goes up on the upper right portion of your frame there towards the north, and off to the west there is El Toro Road. This is the area where Lisa Siegel's reporting from. This is Portola Hills. I'm going to go ahead and reveal back here and show you up at the top of your picture now. That is Foothill Ranch. That is another area that has some evacuation orders in effect as well. And then off underneath the smoke here is Modjeska Canyon, and that's where the fire is burning right now. We can't see it because of smoke right now. Now, we are up at 8,000 feet right now. This is to comply with the flight restriction that is in effect, and that is to provide separation between the media aircraft and all of those firefighting resources that will be making their way down into those canyon areas as the light starts coming up. Right now, we've got a great deal of smoke down there to contend with. The firefighting helicopters are certainly going to have their work cut out for them today as they make their way into these areas. But that is the latest over Orange County. We'll bring you pictures throughout the morning here from News Chapter 2. Back to you.
As we stay with the live picture this morning, thanks, Alex, from Orange County, specifically Santiago Canyon. Time right now is 20 minutes till 8 a.m. It's 7:40. CBS 2's Sharon Tay has been talking with some of the folks who have lived in this area and lost everything but their lives.
Just be careful of the propane, okay? That's what I'm concerned about.
Oh my God. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Everything is gone.